Translator born to be. Xia Chen really stayed just like that. It's hard to believe. Gu Yang and the others felt that this was too sudden. He wanted to join from the start. It's just that experts always have to find an excuse so they won't embarrass themselves. Long Chen smiled. Gu Yang gave him a thumbs up. Boss is wise. Long Chen shook his head. There's nothing wise about it. Even if he didn't join, I would do my best to help him when he needs it. Xia Chen is like us and doesn't like owing favors. Considering our compatible characters, we'd sooner or later be one family. As soon as Long Chen had seen Xia Chen here, he had essentially seen through the latter's thoughts. Although Xia Chen was strong, he was isolated from the rest of the world and wasn't able to hide his emotions as well as others. As for Long Chen, having had to deal with all kinds of people since childhood and enduring countless setbacks, he could guess a person's character and thoughts with just a glance. So he wasn't surprised that Xia Chen would join at all. However, the fact that Xuanhuan would be so excited about Xia Chen joining was a bit of a surprise. The two of them had hit it off as soon as they met, so much so that it was like they regretted not having met earlier. The only bad side to Xia Chen joining was that the pressure on Long Chen to make more money had increased. He had long since heard that formation cultivator was a profession that burned the most money in this world. Furthermore, it was the kind of profession that cost greatly but didn't get any return. Most of the time, a formation cultivator's income would come from being hired by others to establish or design formations. The Dragonblood Legion was full of warriors. They might be good at fighting, but making money was not their forte. Fortunately, the best money-making profession was alchemists. As long as Long Chen continuously refined pills, he would be able to raise this huge legion. Long Chen told Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch that Xia Chen had joined the Dragonblood Legion. The Patriarch was shocked, while Li Tianxuan was calm as if he had long since expected this. Li Tianxuan was extremely clear on the charisma a Heaven to Fire had. That kind of charisma was difficult to resist for men and women. As soon as Xia Chen had come, Li Tianxuan had known that he wouldn't be able to leave. The next day, Xia Chen and Xuanhuan excitedly ran over to Long Chen. Xuanhuan shouted, "Boss, boss, we spent all night formulating some formations for the troops. It can increase the battle power of the Dragonblood Legion by over 10 times. 10 times? Long Chen almost jumped out of his chair. The Dragonblood warriors had already gone through the tempering of the Blood Soul Stone and the Blood Essence Stone. Their power had been raised to a terrifying level already. If their power was increased by another 10 times, wouldn't they be equivalent to Imperians? Xia Chen nodded. With my formations plus Xuanhuan's armor and weapons, if the two are made to complement each other, it will form a natural cycle of strengthening. 10 times is just an initial hypothesis. If we can reach the point where all 10,000 are one, the power that can be unleashed will be enough to shake heaven and earth. Xia Chen was confident and full of excitement. Formation cultivators didn't only have solo formations, but also had formations for troops. Of course, Xia Chen had no troops under his command before this. Now that he had the most elite legion on the continent, the dream he had never been able to obtain had finally become reality. Just as Long Chen had said, Xia Chen greatly wished to join the Dragonblood Legion, but didn't know how to. Long Chen's actions had given him a way to join without losing face. The Dragonblood Legion was the most suitable place for him in this world. Here, he would be able to show his greatest splendor. "This is a good thing. What do you need from me?" asked Long Chen. "Money." Xia Chen blushed, while Xuanhuan was very direct. "No problem. I can give some devil cores to Zhang Wenlong and the money will flow in," said Long Chen. "We can't. These devil cores are priceless treasures that we need. We can't sell them. Boss, you should go tell the Xuan Master that the Sect's 5 billion spirit crystals should be given to us. I'll finish the construction of the Dao Sect's formation, and that will increase its power even more than what it would have been otherwise. It will also save some money," proposed Xia Chen. "All right, I'll go mention it to the Xuan Master. It would be best if the Dao Sect's construction progresses along with the Dragonblood Legion's upgrade. We aren't lacking money, we're lacking time. If you run out of money, just tell me and I'll think of something." Long Chen patted his chest confidently. "Haha, do you see? This is our boss. We just have to do our own work. There's no need for us to bother with anything else." Xuanhuan patted Xia Chen on the shoulder, laughing. Xia Chen was a bit emotional. Not needing to worry about money really feels good. I've had so many bitter days of being broke and lacking confidence. If it weren't for that, I'd have definitely gotten in the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter rankings. However, fortunately I chose not to try or I'd have gone bankrupt. Chen had always been a solitary figure. The materials for his formations had been purchased by himself, and they were very expensive. Although he had obtained some materials when he had gained his inheritance and had always been very meticulous with his formations, he had always been low on money. Now that he had found a big money bag called Long Chen, he felt how blessed the days when he didn't have to worry about money were. Speaking of which, other than to show off, are there any other benefits of getting into the top 10? Asked Xuanhuan suddenly. There are. I heard it's an amazing reward, which is why I tried to get into it, but my wallet couldn't handle the price. Chen shook his head. If he had had money, he was confident he could have gotten into the top 10. Who distributes that reward? Asked Long Chen. No wonder Jianing had said that there would be another pleasant surprise. I'm not sure. It seems to relate to some kind of secret. All I know is that once the reward comes, the top 10 will instantly soar, said Chen. Long Chen nodded. Since that was the case, they just had to wait for the good news. Long Chen immediately went to talk to Li Tiangxuan. Li Tiangxuan naturally didn't refuse Chen's plan, so Long Chen arranged it. In truth, Long Chen could have directly taken this money. Li Tiangxuan had said that this money would belong to the Dragonblood Legion because the reward for heavily injuring the corrupt Path's Devil Kings was enough to rebuild the sect. However, the reward for injuring the corrupt Path would take some time to come, so Long Chen had been planning on using the spirit crystals to rebuild the sect first. Now that there was a formation grandmaster present, there was no need to worry about it. They didn't even need to pay for outside labor. They only needed the Dao sect's people to work together to finish it off. It was convenient and cheap. Chen changed some vital portions of the formation. The places that originally would have required spirit crystals to power had been switched with devil cores. These devil cores, most amazing point was that they were still alive in the sense that they continuously absorbed energy from the air that could be extracted to power the formation. Those ancient formations didn't have this ability and would instead require a huge amount of spirit crystals to function. Each time the formation was activated, it would cost a huge amount of spirit crystals. An ordinary sect wouldn't even be able to afford that cost. However, after being switched to devil cores, not only did that allow the formation to be activated to a certain level at all times, but any extra energy could be stored, saved for a real fight. It could also be converted to other kinds of energy. That was why these devil cores were such priceless treasures. Chen immediately began working with Xuanhuan. He spent half his time rebuilding the Dao sect, while the other half was spent refining the Dragonblood Legion's battle formation. He was also working with Xuanhuan to invent new armor and weapons that were connected to the formation, allowing the Dragonblood Legion to unleash even greater power. Although the two of them had come up with the basic principles, going from theoretical to practical required constant testing. It was a long and arduous process. Fortunately, both of them were shockingly talented in this regard, and both worked hard. The formation gradually took shape, and the Dragonblood warriors were drilling with them. They gradually began to feel just how powerful this formation was, exciting them. They were filled with anticipation for their future accomplishments. While the two of them were busily working, the news that the Xuanhuan Dao sect had obtained a 15 billion spirit crystal reward spread throughout the eastern Xuan region. The fact that Long Chen had split that reward into 3 equal portions also spread. The entire region was shocked that he had given one portion to the heaven-splitting battle sect and one to the families of the dead as compensation. It had to be known that many sects only had a few hundred spirit crystals in total. Possessing a few million spirit crystals would make them a first-rate sect. As for the Xuanhuan Dao sect, it had instantly obtained 15 billion spirit crystals. Countless sects were jealous, as well as regretful. They had listened to other people's enticement and decided not to participate in the battle of the Devil Abyss, allowing the Xuanhuan Dao sect to devour the entire reward itself. How could they not be jealous? The heaven-splitting battle sect had only sent 3,000 people. None of them had died, but they had been given 5 billion spirit crystals. As a result, some people began to criticize Long Chen for his favoritism. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had lost tens of thousands of disciples, while the heaven-splitting battle sect hadn't even lost one, yet both sides were getting the same 5 billion spirit crystals. Wasn't he saying that the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples were more valuable than the others? Some experts even began to instigate trouble with the families of the dead, telling them to come out and criticize the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Regretfully for them, those families ignored them. It wasn't as if they were fools. The current Xuanhuan Dao sect was an enormous existence that they couldn't do anything about. Furthermore, their compensation for the deceased disciples was already too generous. Although some people might be affected by some rumors and feel a bit of dissatisfaction, they were well aware of Long Chen's temper. Whoever dared to cause trouble for the Xuanhuan Dao sect would be wiped out without hesitation. He wouldn't mind reuniting them with their dead family members. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain those rumors. Li Tianxuan also sent word that the Xuanhuan Dao sect was allied with the Heaven-Splitting Battle sect, and the Heaven-Splitting Battle sect would fight to the death for them. According to reason, the reward should have been split in 2 ways. The only reason it was split in 3 was because of their generosity to the families of the deceased. The compensation that the Xuanhuan Dao sect had paid out was definitely over 10 times what the other regions had given. If people didn't believe that, they could go check and confirm for themselves. With just that, those voices instigating trouble fell silent. Li Tianxuan's words were absolutely correct. Any dissatisfaction was only because they hadn't compared themselves with the other regions. As soon as they did, they realized how generous the Xuanhuan Dao sect had been. However, just as the first wave of rumors were placated, another piece of news caused new waves. Chapter 1723, The Skyscraping World. Translator Born to Be. Heavenly Fate Island had made a public announcement to the Martial Heaven continent. This announcement was sharply pointed at Long Chen. It criticized Long Chen for starting slanderous rumors toward Heavenly Fate Island, groundlessly accusing them of crimes that they hadn't done in order to ruin their reputation. In order to defend their reputation and dignity, Heavenly Fate Island demanded Long Chen to admit to his mistakes and retract what he had said. Otherwise, to protect their reputation, they would be forced to impose sanctions on him. It was an announcement that lacked any substance. This was just the natural move done by any party who knew the other side had no proof. All they had to do was refuse to admit to their own actions, and without proof, no one could do anything to them. The reason they made this announcement was because Long Chen had broadcast that Heavenly Fate Island had intentionally sabotaged him in the Devil Abyss. That news had caused large waves in the Martial Heaven continent. Long Chen's message on the Devil's Slaughter rankings had been a challenge to Heavenly Fate Island. Considering that Long Chen was the one who had first accused Heavenly Fate Island and made their feud public, the majority of people believed that his challenge wasn't based on nothing. After all, if it weren't for a deep enmity, who would be willing to be enemies with Heavenly Fate Island? Heavenly Fate Island was an existence countless sects were afraid of. Now, Heavenly Fate Island had made their own voice heard, but the majority of people didn't believe it. This was just a standard response to such an accusation. Everyone had seen this kind of sequence countless times. In the face of Heavenly Fate Island's announcement, Long Chen's only reply was, just wait. He couldn't be bothered to play this game with them. Right now, he still didn't have the power to destroy them. However, he wouldn't just bottle his anger up inside. He had already expressed his anger, and when the time was ripe, they would have to face his rage. It just wasn't that time yet. Other than Xia Chen's arrival, another pleasant surprise to the Dragonblood Legion was that Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, and Li Qi had already felt a change in their heavenly Dao manifestations. Long Chen just stared blankly when he heard this news, but Li Tianxuan went wild with joy. He told Long Chen that this was a sign that their manifestations had started to awaken. They should immediately go into seclusion. After experiencing this life and death battle, Meng Qi and the others' mental realms had risen greatly. They had never been as close to death as they had been this time, particularly when the corrupt experts had launched their suicidal attacks. Under that immense pressure of death, and after the baptism of the Blood Soul Stones, they had actually broken through a heavenly Dao bottleneck. Long Chen was also delighted when he realized what this meant and immediately told them to go into seclusion. Once their manifestations awoke, their combat power would rise to a new level. This was practically their biggest gain from the Devil Abyss. Brother Long, I'm hungry. I want to go out. Just as Gu Ran and Xia Chen were busy working while the others went into seclusion, Wilda suddenly came to find Long Chen. Long Chen jumped in fright when he saw Wilda's current state. After just a few days, Wilda had gotten even skinnier. He looked like he was skin and bones. That arm and leg from the Xuanhuan beast expert he had eaten had been used up just like that. Okay, I'll accompany you and get you food. But before eating, come with me to a certain place. The Xuanhuan Dao sect was calm now. The formation was being completed perfectly thanks to Chen. Meanwhile, the Dragonblood warriors were hard at work drilling their new battle formation, and Meng Qi and the others were in seclusion. Right now, there was nothing he needed to do here, so Long Chen wanted to take a trip to the eastern Xuan city. After telling Li Tianxuan, Long Chen and Wilda got on a transportation formation that brought them to the eastern Xuan city. Wilda stayed in a flying boat, while Long Chen had changed his appearance. They stealthily found the stronghold of the original devil race. This was a place that Long Chen and Yue Zioqian had agreed to meet. In the Devil Abyss, Yue Zioqian had helped him before immediately vanishing. He had to go see her. The sacred daughter has returned to the clan. She implored me to bring you to the skyscraping world as soon as you came. Within the secret stronghold was a life-star elder of the original devil race. Did something happen in the original devil race? Asked Long Chen solemnly. Last time, the seventh elder had been forced to leave hastily due to something happening. This time, Yue Zioqian hadn't even had time to stay a few days. It sounded like something serious had happened. Yes, it's an issue with the skyscraping world. Do you want to start going now and talk on the way? Long Chen nodded, and with that elder, they began flying toward the martial heaven sea ring on a flying boat. On the way, the elder explained that the skyscraping world was a minor world, and now that the great era was descending, the martial heaven continent's world energy was squeezing it, causing cracks to appear in many parts of it. Those spatial cracks opened the path for demonic beasts to invade. The demonic beasts had started coming a year ago. The original devil race had sent blockades to the spatial cracks to kill the demonic beasts that came out. However, it wasn't that they were too strong, but that they came in an unending tide. As time passed, the spatial cracks grew larger, and stronger demonic beasts started to appear. There were now over 10 major spatial cracks in the skyscraping world. The largest one was over 1,000 miles long. Powerful demonic beasts were constantly pouring into the skyscraping world, forcing the original devil race to defend day and night. The majority of the original devil race's energy was being taken up by the demonic beasts. Even some of their experts that had been out on missions had been called back. Are the demonic beasts very powerful? Asked Long Chen. Their actual killing power isn't very great, but their numbers are too high and there's no break to it. It has been over a year already and it's exhausting. However, there's no easy solution, sighed the elder. Long Chen's eyes brightened. He looked behind him at the sleeping Wilda. He smiled. Perhaps my brother can resolve this problem of yours. The flying boat continued onward. Wilda was still sleeping in the back. As there was nothing to eat, Wilda stayed in this state to conserve energy. Other than being active and awake on the first day, Wilda had been listless after waking up. Long Chen had examined his body and found that it was entering a similar state to when Long Chen had first met him. The majority of his cells were once more starting to fall into slumber, with only a small portion being active. In other words, putting it like how a human cultivated, Wilda had advanced a whole level and was at the early stage of a new level. After advancing, Wilda required even more meat than ever before. That Xuan beast expert had been at the Nether Passage realm, but even an arm and a leg from him had only been enough to fuel Wilda for a short while. The current Wilda was a real monster. The flying boat quickly flew to the northeastern part of the sea ring. After a few days, the elder had Long Chen stop at a certain coordinate within the sea. It was a very unremarkable location. The elder took out an ancient bone talisman and made a stroke with it through the air. A resplendent light enveloped the flying boat. Long Chen felt the flying boat enter a current of space. The elder made another stroke through the air with the bone talisman, bringing the flying boat into a different current. Long Chen knew that this was an extremely complicated method of transportation. Even if others found the location, without knowing the spatial nodes, they would never find the real entrance. This was 100% safe. After 9 times, a transportation formation appeared ahead in the air. This transportation formation was actually in the sky, completely out of Long Chen's expectations. He had thought that the final transportation formation would be at the bottom of the sea ring. Once they were there, Long Chen saw 4 more elders sitting cross-legged in the air like 4 statues. They only opened their eyes when the flying boat approached. The devil character appeared in their eyes. These 4 elders might only be at the life-star realm, but the pressure they exuded was startling. Long Chen's flying boat had its own defenses, but their eyes seemed to be able to see through anything. After looking at the flying boat, the 4 of them formed hand seals, causing the transportation formation's runes to light up. It formed a channel, and Long Chen's flying boat was drawn out of his control. The flying boat shuddered. The world in front of Long Chen's eyes changed. He felt an aura that was completely different from the martial heaven continent. This was a barren land with unending mountains and no tall trees, only some short vegetation. Most places were covered in bare rock. Those rocks looked like they had experienced many years. The aura of powerful experts still lingered on them. There were even some faint red marks. It seemed that the blood of experts had seeped into these rocks. The skyscraping world was originally a sacred and holy land, but after experiencing countless battles, it's gained its current appearance, said the elders sadly. Why has our original devil race become the target of all the martial heaven continent's experts? Long Chen had wanted to ask this many times on the way here, but he had endured. Seeing the scene in front of him, he could no longer hold back his curiosity. He knew that this was most likely the original devil race's greatest secret. There had never been a good time for him to ask, but when Yue Xiaoqian had helped him annihilate those Empyrean winged blood devils, he had thought of a certain possibility. You should personally ask the sacred daughter this question. The story's too long, and having an old man like me tell it would make it sound tedious. The elder smiled faintly. His eyes contained a different kind of meaning. The flying boat continued onward. The remnant pressure lingering on the ground grew stronger, and countless gorges appeared in the ground. Along the dark red rocks, it was like everything was shouting that this had once been a battlefield. After half a day, they finally arrived at a giant gate. This gate was so tall that it reached the clouds. A giant devil character was carved into the top of it. That devil character shone with divine light. It was like it was the mark of a god. In front of the giant gate was a beautiful woman, waiting with a smile. Long Chen also smiled. He finally got to see Yue Xiaoqian again. Chapter 1724 Yue Zihan. Translator Born to Be. Today, Yue Xiaoqian wasn't wearing a veil. Standing there, she was surpassingly beautiful as she watched Long Chen's flying boat approaching her. When Long Chen walked out, the elder had wisely left. Only Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian remained standing in front of the gate. Their eyes locked, calmly looking at one another. After parting in the eastern wasteland, they hadn't seen each other for several years. Although Yue Xiaoqian had appeared for a moment in the last battle, she had only been there for a moment. I missed you. Long Chen opened his mouth several times, in the end only capable of forcing out a few words. Yue Xiaoqian's smile deepened. Her eyes turned into crescent moons, and those crescent moons had beautiful dewdrops inside them. Let's go, I'll bring you to my mom. Yue Xiaoqian blushed slightly, but she still brazenly held Long Chen's hand, unable to conceal her delight. Ah, can you get someone to look after the flying boat? Wilda is still sleeping inside. Long Chen pointed to the flying boat with a smile. He didn't want to wake Wilda up for nothing. Once he woke up, he would be using up even more energy and feeling incredibly hungry. To Wilda, hunger was a kind of torment. Don't worry, within the skyscraping world, everything is safe, said Yue Xiaoqian. Holding hands, Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian slowly walked through the gates. Once he was through, Long Chen saw 7 colored clouds and mist flowing through the air. Long Chen, you really are the original devil race's lucky star. Look, even the skyscraping world's clouds are welcoming you. Yue Xiaoqian smiled brightly. I feel like you're my lucky star. As long as you're by my side, I feel at peace. Long Chen greatly admired how erudite Yue Xiaoqian was. It was like she knew about everything. With her present, there would be no unsolvable puzzles. Yue Xiaoqian reddened even more. Her grip on his hand tightened. Was my daughter tricked out of her heart just like this at the start? Just at this moment, the clouds and mist parted, and a teasing voice rang out. A beautiful woman in her 30s appeared. Her hair was wrapped into a high bun, and there was a violet gold devil character on her forehead. She held a wooden staff in her hands. Long Chen jumped in shock upon seeing her. He hadn't sensed any aura. However, looking at her, he felt an innate nobility, as if anyone would have to be ashamed of their own inferiority to stand by her, as if just looking at her was blasphemy. He felt a godlike air around her, as if the world's laws were prostrating themselves toward her. This was a feeling that Long Chen had never felt before. Without her aura or any pressure, she made people feel an urge to prostrate themselves toward her in worship. She was definitely an extremely powerful existence. He had only felt something similar from the high priest, but this woman's aura was even more special, with an immortal air to it. Mom! Yue Xiaoqian blushed, as red as an apple. She lowered her head, incapable of looking at Long Chen. Long Chen knew that this powerful expert in front of him was Yue Xiaoqian's mother. She was also the leader of the original devil race. However, even someone as grand as her didn't throw him off. He bowed. This junior greets senior. Senior's vision is omniscient. I precisely use this mouth of mine to con people so I can eat. However, when it comes to Xiaoqian, your words are only half right. I still haven't managed to win Xiaoqian's heart, but don't worry, I will definitely do my best. The woman laughed. What a shameless fellow. You can actually say such a thing without a hint of embarrassment. Although Yue Xiaoqian and her mother looked somewhat similar, there were still differences between them. Her mother's beauty was one of nobility, one that was tranquil yet still invoked respect. As for Yue Xiaoqian, her beauty was one that could steal a person's soul just by looking at her. Long Chen had felt that his soul was being drawn away the first time he had seen her. That kind of beauty was very dangerous. It could easily consume a person, making it so that they couldn't extricate themselves. Just like Meng Qi, Yue Xiaoqian was as beautiful as a celestial immortal, but the latter possessed a kind of soul-charming nature. Yue Xiaoqian was as red as an apple, but she was still holding Long Chen's hand. Senior overpraises me. I only have this little bit of ability. Long Chen smiled mischievously. If you weren't shameless, just how could you pick up girls? To pursue a beauty required a thick enough skin. The woman nodded slightly. Putting away her smile, she suddenly became a bit grave. Long Chen, if I entrust Xiaoqian to you, are you willing to look after her for a lifetime? I am willing. If anyone tries to hurt her, they'll have to step over my corpse, promised Long Chen. Although he and Yue Xiaoqian had never explicitly shared their feelings for each other, they each knew the other's heart. Long Chen naturally wouldn't be ambiguous at such a thing. This was what he thought in his heart, and this was what he said with his mouth. Yue Xiaoqian had been expecting such an answer, but hearing Long Chen personally say it still made her emotional. Back in the Geolai secret realm when they had just met, Long Chen had stood between her and the skeleton of the barbarian race expert that they couldn't possibly defeat. At that time, Long Chen had already left a seed in her heart. It was because of this seed that Yue Xiaoqian's tender heart had been occupied by this man. In the immemorial path, during her tribulation, she had been implicated by 4 mysterious experts and almost killed by her lightning tribulation. Long Chen had furiously counterattacked, becoming enemies with the very heavens and tearing through their dome. That act had completely won her heart. Even if you have to become enemies with the entire world to be with Xiaoqian, asked the woman profoundly. Long Chen suddenly smiled. Even if it weren't for Xiaoqian, I am already surrounded by enemies. Nowadays, a few more enemies don't mean much to me. This smile was a bit bitter and helpless, but it was also grand. So what if he was surrounded by enemies? He had this one life. He would fight with it. Yue Xiaoqian's mother nodded. She praised. Perhaps in this world, only an heir of the 9 stars could say something so grand and domineering. Suddenly, the space behind Yue Xiaoqian's mother surged, and countless experts appeared behind her. They actually numbered in the millions. I am Yue Zihan. I command all warriors of the original devil race to pay respect to the heir of the 9 stars. Yue Xiaoqian's mother solemnly bowed toward Long Chen. As for all the original devil race's experts behind her, they all went on one knee, their hands collapsed in front of their chests. Even Yue Xiaoqian went down on one knee, her expression serious. Senior. Long Chen panicked, not knowing what this was. Yue Xiaoqian's mother slowly got up after completing the rite. The others also stood. Don't call me senior in the future. You can call me Aunt Han. Actually, the original devil race was originally your family. Yue Zihan smiled emotionally. Well, we'll be one family in the future, but how are we originally one family? Asked Long Chen. Because the original devil race has a close connection with the 9-star line, said Yue Zihan. Then, do you know the secrets of the 9 stars? I know a bit, but I can't tell you so you don't have to ask. Actually, there's no need for you to ask. The karma involved in this is far too terrifying to the point that no one can endure it. Consider this. My original devil race is hunted down by the entire world. As for you, Long Chen, for just Xiaoqian, you are willing to trust us without any hesitation. Do you not find it curious? Long Chen was silent for a moment. It really is a bit curious. Back when I learned Xiaoqian was from the original devil race, despite knowing it is a taboo, my intuition told me I could trust her. Are you saying? That's why we are one family. From the moment Xiaoqian returned from the Geolai secret realm, I knew about you. I didn't let Xuanhuan go find you afterward because we didn't want to hold up your growth, but then a problem occurred in Xuanhuan's cultivation. A random girl who snuck into the eastern wastelands pill tower to find medicine actually ended up encountering you. At that time, I knew the relationship between the two of you was fated, so I no longer blocked you from having dealings with the original devil race. The facts show that you are the savior of the original devil race. Your arrival has ushered in a new era for us, said Yue Zihan. Long Chen had given them heavenly Dao fruits, which had allowed the original devil race to enter the martial heaven continent without worry about being discovered. They had then started to obtain the continent's resources, as their own resources had almost been exhausted. Therefore, Long Chen had been the crux that had revived the original devil race from the brink of death. Do you know what this represents? Yue Zihan pointed to the resplendent violet gold devil character on her forehead. Chapter 17:25 Blood Barbarian, Emperor of Barbarians. Translator born to be. Devil. This character should be malevolent and sinister, one that invoked hatred and fear. However, when it was present on the original devil race's people, it seemed grand, righteous, and imposing instead. This devil is actually a divine seal. It is also a mark of glory, as well as a symbol of things done and things to be done. The divine seal of the original devil race is what allows us to unleash our divine power. All ordinary devil races will be suppressed by it. This is why Yue Xuanhuan was able to help you suppress those Empyrean winged blood devils. Now do you understand? Yue Zihan's voice contained immense confidence and pride in what she said. The sacred light of the mark on her head covered her. This divine mark was the greatest honor of the original devil race. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. A mark of honor, capable of suppressing all devils. Putting it like that, the original devil race was not a devil race, but a race to suppress the devil races. Are you curious? Our original devil race once suppressed the invaders. We once protected the martial heaven continent and its peace. Why would the continent's people suddenly start hunting us? Yue Zihan looked at Long Chen and sighed. Long Chen nodded. He was truly unable to comprehend this. The martial heaven alliance and the devil races were mortal enemies. Based on the principles of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, they should be allied with the original devil race, but instead, they hunted the original devil race down. I truly wish to tell you, however, now is still not the time. Furthermore, since you trust us so much, whether or not you know it won't change anything, said Yue Zihan. Long Chen could only nod again. If Yue Zihan didn't want to say, he wouldn't continue asking. Even since returning from purgatory, he had felt the ephemeral existence known as karma more strongly. Some things were forbidden by the heavenly Taos, and speaking of them would bring frightening consequences. Suddenly, furious roars came from the distance, and the ground began to shake. The original devil race's experts' expressions changed. The beast tide is erupting again. Everyone get into position, shouted Yue Zihan. Long Chen and the others flew over. Long Chen saw over 10 giant spatial cracks in front of them. Some of them were only a few miles long, while the largest was 1,000 miles. Endless magical beasts were boring out of those cracks, their roars shaking the sky. 10th tier magical beasts, and even 11th rank ones. Long Chen was amazed by what he saw. The original devil race experts were used to it though, and they raised their weapons. However, there were far too many magical beasts. They were practically endless. Wilda, wake up! Long Chen was both startled and delighted to see these magical beasts. He immediately woke Wilda up. When Wilda saw the sea of magical beasts, his eyes became like those of a hungry wolf. An 11th rank magical beast was instantly smashed through the head, and its body exploded into bloody mist. A powerful shockwave spread and annihilated all the surrounding magical beasts. This is the power of the blood barbarian race. Wasn't that race annihilated a long time ago? Yue Zihan was shocked upon seeing Wilda attack. Wilda's attack also caused Long Chen to jump. The power of Wilda's physical body was so terrifying, it was comparable to the attack of a divine item. Wilda, go lighter, or you won't have anything to eat. Wilda was just standing there foolishly, blankly staring at the bloody mist in the air. Long Chen had no choice but to give him a reminder. Wilda might have grown more powerful, but his head was still as slow as before. It seemed he still didn't understand what had just happened. Wilda didn't seem to understand how his body had changed after his awakening. After Long Chen's reminder, Wilda seemed to react and try to hold back. However, the 11th rank magical beasts in front of him were still blown apart by each of his attacks. He killed several 11th-rank magical beasts without obtaining a single complete corpse. Wilder was infuriated. He suddenly opened his mouth and breathed in like a whale absorbing water. A large whirlpool appeared in the air, sucking up the bloody mist. Wilder repeatedly attacked and inhaled, blowing up magical beasts and absorbing their blood. That appearance was a bit frightening. Wilder, aim for the ones with darker red bodies and stronger spatial fluctuations. Those are peak 11th rank magical beasts, shouted Long Chen. If Wilder continued like this, he would be using up more energy than he consumed. It wouldn't be long before he would collapse and feel even hungrier. From the start, Long Chen had noticed that the magical beasts with dark red bodies had more powerful auras. Those were peak 11th rank magical beasts. Just by appearances, early, mid, late, and peak stage, magical beasts were very difficult to tell apart. It was their auras that made it easier for people to differentiate. However, Wilder didn't even know what an aura was, so Long Chen had taught him to recognize color and spatial fluctuations. Listening to his instructions, Wilder began to target the strongest peak 11th rank magical beasts. Finally, a giant python's head was blown apart by Wilder's fist, but its body was strong enough to survive after its head exploded. With a complete body, Wilder delightedly took out a silver bowl. The bowl's runes lit up and sucked the giant python's body into it. This bowl was something Xuanhuan had forged for Wilder. Xuanhuan had specially arranged it so that as long as Wilder aimed the bowl at a magical beast's corpse, it would be automatically sucked in. The huge python was as small as a loach in the bowl. Wilder gulped it down in one bite and went after other strong magical beasts. With Wilder targeting the strongest magical beasts, the other magical beasts also had a bad time. Each of his punches caused powerful shockwaves that blew them apart. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out from within the spatial crack. A blood-colored lion came out. Its body was several times larger than the other 11th-rank magical beasts. The other magical beasts actually quivered and fled from it. A half-step nether passage magical beast. Long Chen was startled. This lion's aura was shocking and already starting to reach the 12th rank. Once it successfully advanced, it would be comparable to nether passage experts. However, this half-step nether passage lion was now covered in fresh wounds. Blood was still gushing out of them. Looking from the half-step nether passage lion to the spatial crack, Long Chen instantly understood that the spatial crack would not allow magical beasts of this level to pass. This lion had to have forced its way through, causing it to be badly injured. Seeing that lion, Wilder roared and charged at it. Boom! The lion's mountain-sized claw smashed toward Wilder. The ground was blown apart, and powerful chi waves slaughtered the surrounding magical beasts. However, the half-step nether passage lion let out an angry roar after its attack landed. It pulled up its claw, which was now covered in blood. Wilder's body had transformed. He was now a 300-meter-tall giant. He had grabbed hold of the claw and was crazily biting it, tearing away its hard exterior, flesh and bones all at once. The lion roared and flung Wilder away. However, Wilder shot after it again, clamping down on its throat and taking a big bite. Wilder's mouth was now giant considering his size. His bloody teeth had a cold sparkle to them as he bit down. The half-step nether passage lion had huge chunks of its flesh ripped out by Wilder over and over again. Even its tough defenses were completely useless against Wilder's sharp teeth. It was like he was biting into meat buns. How terrifying, how savage. The original Devil Race's experts were all stunned. This kind of battle scene had surpassed their imaginations. The Blood Barbarians are truly worthy of being the emperors amongst the barbarian race. This kind of power is unimaginable. Even Yue Zihan sighed emotionally upon seeing that the half-step nether passage lion was unable to shake Wilder off at all as he tore into its flesh. "Senior, how much do you know about the barbarian race?" asked Long Chen. He was very curious about Wilder's origins. "I don't know much. The barbarian race is extremely powerful and very terrifying. They're called the wildest warriors of the 10 planar worlds. They don't need to cultivate, they just eat. Other than humans, they eat anything, and they're split into 77 different races, including the power barbarians, spirit barbarians, bone barbarians, walking barbarians, and more. However, it is the blood barbarians that possess the most terrifying bloodline and the most terrifying combat power. They lead the barbarian race. As for Wilder, he is a blood barbarian and is in his second blood morph. It seems his blood chi is still very lacking, so his transformation isn't complete. There are many innate divine abilities that he has yet to awaken," explained Yue Zihan. Just as Yue Zihan was explaining, Wilda had already bitten the half-step nether passage lion to death and was now finishing up its body. The blood barbarian's devouring and biting abilities are innate. Their teeth become stronger with each transformation. Even divine items can be shattered with a bite, said Yue Zihan. This kind of talent was frightening. They essentially grew a mouthful of divine items in the form of teeth. After finishing off the lion, Wilda suddenly let out an excited cry and charged toward the largest spatial crack. Chapter 17, 26 Tender Emotion. Translator Born to Be. As Wilda charged through the spatial crack, it rumbled and shook. Spatial blades exploded out of it. This spatial crack was like a flowing river. Going from the other side to this world was following the flow, but now Wilda was going against the current. It was similar to how Xuanhuan had been kicked through the spatial channel before. He needed to endure extreme spatial pressure. Back then, even Xuanhuan's armor had been deformed. However, as Wilda charged through, those powerful spatial blades all bounced off his skin, unable to cause the slightest harm to him. Just relying on his physical body, Wilda charged through the spatial blades. Wilda's physical body had to be even stronger than Xuanhuan's armor. Boom! With a final intense shudder, Wilda managed to charge into the other world. His figure vanished from sight. Once he was in the other world, the magical beasts charging out of the spatial cracks dropped in number. It could be imagined how Wilda had drawn all those magical beasts' attacks. However, Long Chen wasn't concerned about Wilda's safety at all. Tossing Wilda into a sea of magical beasts was like tossing a tiger amongst rabbits. Those magical beasts weren't able to cause any real injuries to him. Furthermore, as he continued to eat, his power would grow. Perhaps Wilda would be able to obtain enough energy to fully satisfy his second form. Starfall. With Wilda gone, Long Chen tossed out a ball that exploded amongst the magical beasts. Golden flames devoured them. The magical beasts on the battlefield were cleaned up in an instant. The warriors of the original devil race didn't have to face any more pressure. "And Han, are these magical beasts useful to our original devil race?" asked Long Chen. With Yue Zihan's power, she was more than capable of annihilating these magical beasts with a wave of her hand. In fact, he estimated that her power was more than enough to seal some of these spatial cracks. Sometimes just words had the magical effect of drawing two people together quicker. Long Chen's words made it sound like they were already one family. Yue Zihan nodded. In truth, these small spatial cracks were opened by me. Long Chen was startled, not understanding why she would do this. It sounded like she had been bored and looking for trouble. Yue Zihan looked at Long Chen emotionally. She continued, "Our original devil race has been hunted down by the continent for so many years. We were unable to replenish many of the resources that we used up, and we've long since lost our former glory. But with your help, we are finally able to walk on the continent again and do business. We're starting to get many resources that we lacked. However, rejuvenating the race requires a baptism of blood and fire, or even if we're stronger, we would still just be stronger prey. So this is tempering for them. I calculated the spatial nodes in Tor open the space to allow these magical beasts to invade, using them to temper the geniuses of the original devil race. Although they are very talented, without experiencing true life and death battles, their true combat power will always be limited. It's just that I didn't expect that after I opened a few cracks, suddenly they combined into one giant crack. The cracks I opened were originally perfect and would have only allowed early 11th rank magical beasts through. Any stronger ones coming would cause the spatial channel to react and unleash spatial blades to kill them before they could pass. It was a safe and convenient way of training, but this giant spatial crack was not within my expectations. Now Long Chen understood. Any race needed a powerful enemy to train themselves with. The martial heaven continent might be their enemy, but they still didn't have the power to fight back. Without any fighting, even geniuses would rot into trash. They would never become true warriors. Yue Zihan's decision was the right one, but many things in this world never went according to plan. Fortunately, this current situation was still within her control. Since Yue Zihan was capable of opening these cracks, she should be capable of closing them as well. This was an even faster way to temper their junior generation. It was to make them feel a sense of crisis, like they were needed to protect their home. Long Chen saw that the warriors fighting were at the soul transformation realm and below. The Life Star Elders would only go help during dangerous times. They were there just to make sure there wasn't anything unexpected that caused huge casualties. Just now, because of the sudden surge of magical beasts, With a particularly large number of 11th-rank magical beasts, even the elders had been having some trouble handling them. Fortunately, Long Chen and Wilda had resolved that. Seeing that Long Chen was capable of annihilating these powerful magical beasts with just a wave of his hand, the original devil race's experts were stunned. Although they had long since heard of Long Chen, for many of them, it was their first time seeing him. This casual attack of his had won him their profound respect. Although they were also in the soul transformation realm, Long Chen's combat power could only be described as monstrous. He could kill such powerful existences without batting an eye, as if it was an incredibly minor thing. Xiaoqian, why don't you take Long Chen to the ancestral lands for a stroll? Seeing that the current situation was handled, Yue Zihan turned to Yue Xiaoqian. Yue Xiaoqian nodded, and then she suddenly blushed. Right in front of Yue Zihan, she brazenly held Long Chen's hand. The two of them left, leaving Yue Zihan with only a faint smile. She didn't say anything. The two of them progressed deeper into the skyscraping world. Long Chen hadn't expected the skyscraping world to be so marvelous. It was like the spirit world. However, a large part of it was now a barren wasteland. Yue Xiaoqian explained that there had once been a terrible battle, a battle strong enough to influence the laws of this world. The vitality in those barren wastelands had been stripped away, and their situation had been extremely bleak, especially with the inability to get more resources from the Martial Heaven continent. Originally, the skyscraping world was a sacred land. Based on the historical murals, it was filled with beautiful ancient forests and wonderful sights. Unfortunately, all of that was destroyed in battle. Battle really is the most frightening thing. No matter what you have, battle will mercilessly strip it from you. Your resources, your wealth, your inheritance, and even your life. That's why I hate battle. Yue Xiaoqian suddenly stopped. She held Long Chen, resting her head on his chest. For some reason, she began to cry. I'm afraid that one day, battle will also take you from me. I'm very afraid. Yue Xiaoqian tightly held on to Long Chen. Long Chen immediately understood that she knew of his battles during these years. He had been constantly fighting, going through constant danger. She was afraid he would die. Long Chen was extremely moved. Just this simple, I'm very afraid, was superior to millions of oaths of eternal love. In this chaotic world, nothing was eternal. No one knew if they would live to see the sun set the next day. No one knew the future. Battle was that cruel. A bright smile could die in an instant. This was something everyone was helpless about. The majority of people were peaceful, but those who wanted peace were weaker, targets to be preyed on. So when the weak asked for peace, it was a joke. If they really wanted peace, they had to get stronger so that they could protect everything they wanted to protect. Long Chen also disliked battle, but he had to fight. He had to stand with his blade, becoming a demon king. Long Chen held Yue Xiaoqian tightly and rubbed her cheek. He gave her a soft kiss on the forehead. Don't be afraid. I promise, no one will be able to take me from you, not even a death god, not even the heavens. Yue Xiaoqian trembled, her face growing even redder. She didn't dare to look up at him, so she just held him tightly, listening to his powerful heartbeat. The sound made her feel safe. It was like with him present, even if the sky collapsed, he would hold it up for her. After a while, Yue Xiaoqian finally raised her head. She had finished crying, but she still had some tears left on her face. Those tears were like pearls trickling down white jade. Xiaoqian, you're beautiful. Unable to control himself upon seeing this beautiful, charming face, Long Chen held Yue Xiaoqian as his fiery lips met her wet ones. Chapter 17:27, Original Devil Ancestor. Translator, born to be. Yue Xiaoqian's body shuddered. Her arms tightly held Long Chen's waist as they immersed themselves in that feeling. Eventually, the two of them slowly parted. Yue Xiaoqian still had wet marks on her face, and she didn't dare to look at Long Chen's fiery gaze. Instead, she plastered her face into Long Chen's sturdy chest, feeling his wild heartbeat. Her heart was doing the same. It's like a drum. Yue Xiaoqian suddenly smiled. Long Chen's heartbeat really was like a drum. It's like a honey peach. Long Chen also made a comparison. What? Yue Xiaoqian looked at him in confusion. Long Chen wriggled his eyebrows at her and licked his lips. Fragrant and delicious. Scoundrel. Yue Xiaoqian couldn't help lightly hitting him a few times for that joke, making Long Chen laugh. Stop, otherwise I'll tell my mom you bullied me. That's just what I was looking for. If she knew, would she immediately urge us to finish our marriage vows? HMPH, that's a nice dream. If an outsider wants to marry one of the original devil race's women, they need the approval of Mixahauya, our god. Then they'll need to accomplish 3 missions and get the approval of the entire race. Furthermore, the original devil's race inheritance is matriarchal. Doesn't that mean our children would have my surname? Yue Ziokian laughed. Ziokian, aren't we one family? What do you think about reversing this sequence? What sequence? What I mean is, let's make it simpler. Let's first have children before dealing with the rest. Scoundrel, you wish. Yue Ziokian ran away. Long Chen's words were too roguish. Long Chen laughed and caught up to her. Holding hands, the two of them continued onward. Ziokian, I thought you knew how to read minds. It seems you can no longer read mine, said Long Chen. Back in the Geolai's secret realm when he had first encountered her, Yue Ziokian seemed to be able to read all his thoughts. HMPH, I told you that it wasn't a mind-reading art. It was just guessing a person's thought process based on their spiritual fluctuations, heartbeat, eyes, aura, blood flow, movements, etc. It's only useful against strangers. My mom taught it to me back then so I wouldn't get tricked by strangers. Now that we're already this familiar with each other, it's useless. Yue Ziokian glared at Long Chen. Long Chen was delighted to hear that. Then wouldn't he be able to continue teasing other beauties without worry? He walked alongside her, feeling her warm hand and smelling her scent. He felt relaxed and content. Long Chen, don't you feel tired from fighting and killing all day in the martial heaven continent? Aren't you sick of it? I am sick of it. I got sick of it a long time ago. There are so many idiots who have had water get into their brains. They buzz around me like house flies all day. As for being tired, it's not that bad. When I think about it, all my efforts are so the people I love will feel happier and safer. Yue Ziokian's hand tightened around Long Chen's. Leaning against him, she felt like he was the one who made her feel safest in this world. 2 huge mountains appeared as they were walking. They formed a natural gate. Here, Yue Ziokian let go of Long Chen's hand and her expression grew solemn. This is the ancestral land, follow me. Yue Ziokian and Long Chen passed through the 2 mountains. After a dozen miles, they reached a giant palace. It was an ancient palace, one that was grand and imposing. Although some areas were damaged and some looked like they had been patched, that did not hide its sacred air. Inside the palace was a statue 297 meters tall. It looked as if it had been made using bright jade. Its expression was vivid, and it looked like a real person. The statue was of a woman sitting cross-legged. She looked to be in her 30s and had a faint smile. A devil character could be seen on her forehead. It was rainbow-colored and flowing with divine light. This is the original devil ancestor. Yue Ziokian respectfully knelt down and paid respect to the statue. The etiquette she used was one of worship and offering sacrifice to an ancestor. In the cultivation world, many times when people offered sacrifices to their ancestors, they were actually offering sacrifices to their heroic spirits, using their devout faith energy to preserve those spirits so that they could protect their descendants. In the secular world, there was a similar ritual, but it was simpler. They offered sacrifices to their ancestors as a reminder to themselves of how they had ended up in this world. Without their ancestors, they wouldn't exist, so this was a form of thanks. Of course, in the secular world, there were no heroic spirits remaining. That was why many cultivators turned their noses up at this secular rite, not realizing that they were the ones that had forgotten their roots. This woman was Yue Ziokian's ancestor. Sooner or later, Yue Ziokian would be Long Chen's wife, so this person could also count as Long Chen's elder. Hence, Long Chen also followed along with Yue Ziokian's etiquette. However, he had just moved when Yue Ziokian's expression completely changed, and she grabbed onto him, preventing him from moving. Her face was pale. What is it? Long Chen also jumped in fright. Long Chen, you have to remember, as the heir of the 9 stars, no one is qualified to receive your kowtow other than your parents and closest family. Even heaven and earth, even gods are not qualified. If you did kneel to them, the heavens would crash, and the earth would wither. Even gods would fall. Yue Ziokian's frightened expression had yet to fade even though she had managed to stop Long Chen in time. Is the heir of the 9 stars so amazing? Long Chen, none of us can divulge too much about the secrets of the 9 stars. The more we tell you, the worse it will be for you. It would be harming you. But you need to understand that the heir of the 9 stars is the most respected existence in the world. You cannot lower your head to anyone, not even heaven or earth. Perhaps you've already sensed some clues. You are not accepted by the heavens because... Boom! Suddenly, divine pressure and angry light exploded out of the ancestral statue, interrupting Yue Zioqian's words. "Ancestor, please calm your rage. I know I was wrong." Yue Zioqian hastily knelt toward the statue again. Once she admitted her fault, the divine pressure and light faded. It seemed that it had been a warning. "Long Chen, many things about you are taboo, so don't blame the ancestor. She is doing this for you." Yue Zioqian saw that Long Chen's expression was a bit angry, and she knew it was because he was feeling resentful toward the statue for scaring her, so she hastily explained. Long Chen felt a bit better from that explanation. In his heart, Yue Zioqian was already his woman, and he wouldn't let her suffer. Yue Zioqian began to pull Long Chen away. In the end, Long Chen only cupped his fists toward the statue. After all, it was still Yue Zioqian's ancestor. Once they were past the statue, they entered a long corridor. The two sides of the corridor were filled with ancient murals. Many of them were motley, and some places had been damaged too badly to be understood. However, nothing had been repaired at all. They were still in their original form. These murals were carved by the ancestors of my race. However, so much time has passed, and it's unknown just how many wars the skyscraping world has gone through. This is the place enemies wanted to destroy, so some places are already incomplete. The material used to create these carvings is very precious, and the ancestors' wills and divine charm are still present within them. With our current level, it's impossible to restore them, so we don't even dare to try, sighed Yue Zioqian. Her voice contained respect for those ancestors, as well as sadness for the original devil race's decline. Things decline and prosper. When things get so bad that they can't get any worse, they can only get better, comforted Long Chen. He knew that Yue Zioqian was actually carrying just as many things on her back as he was. Having a powerful sense of responsibility, she wanted to help the original devil race to escape its current predicament. That was immense pressure. In truth, there were quite a few areas where Long Chen and Yue Zioqian had things in common. That made Long Chen understand the hardships she was under and feel more love for her. Although he had more things on his back, he felt that as a man he had to face those things. These difficulties, they were a whetstone to temper himself on. As long as he used them well, they would become his stepping stones to grow. "Zioqian, don't worry, I will help you carry this burden, trust me." "Yes." Zioqian smiled happily. Now she had someone she could rely on. Furthermore, Long Chen's shoulder always made her feel at peace. They continued onward through the corridor. Suddenly, Long Chen paused as he saw a shocking scene. Chapter 17:28 Skyscraping Ancestral Land. Translator Born to Be. The murals here were mostly of scenes of the original devil race fighting against the devil creatures. There were all kinds of devil creatures depicted in the murals. The number of different creatures shown numbered in the tens of thousands. Some were as large as mountains, while some were as tiny as flies. There were mountains of corpses depicted. Some were the devil creatures, while some were warriors from the original devil race. It was a bloody and cruel sight. They quickly reached the end of the corridor, and there, Long Chen saw a scene that made his heart shake. It was a giant mural, with millions of the original devil race's experts kneeling on the ground. Their leader was a beautiful woman, also kneeling, her hands crossed before her. She was looking up, her expression sacred. A brush was pressed against her forehead, leaving behind a seven-colored divine rune. That divine rune was the devil character. Long Chen instantly understood that this devil character, this divine rune, was not innate to the original devil race. It was something that had been bestowed upon them. What was truly shocking, though, was that the person holding the brush had 9 stars behind him. The 9 stars were unleashing brilliant divine light, and even through the mural, Long Chen felt a terrifying pressure that transcended through time. Regretfully, the divine light was too bright, it was blinding. Those 9 stars were like blazing suns, and their light drowned out the appearance of that person. Long Chen could only see a single hand through that light. The hand was also covered in divine light and difficult to see clearly. It was hard to even say whether it belonged to a man or a woman. Upon looking at those 9 stars, Long Chen's aura began to slowly rise. The 9-star Hegemon body art began to circulate on its own. Long Chen closed his eyes and felt a kind of summons. Perhaps he would be able to learn some secrets relating to the 9 stars. Regretfully, when he opened his eyes, that feeling of being summoned had vanished. The 9 stars in the mural were the same and he felt a resonance, but all he had was a close feeling with them, a feeling like coming from the same source. He couldn't help being disappointed. He knew too little about the 9 stars. That made him lack confidence. "Who is this person, can you say?" asked Long Chen. Yue Zioqian merely shook her head. Long Chen nodded. Many things were forbidden, but looking at this mural, it seemed the original devil race's divine mark had been bestowed to them by this person. He examined the person. The 9 stars revolving around them threw the laws of heaven and earth into chaos. They were so powerful that they could penetrate the cosmos. It was as if all things had to bow down before them. Although it was just a mural and the leftover artistic will was from the original devil race's experts, Long Chen still felt that compared to the entire cosmos, he was an incredibly insignificant speck of dust. The two of them were in different dimensions, and it was impossible to compare their power. "Is this the realm that is obtained when all 9 stars are activated?" Long Chen sighed. Without seeing the real thing, he couldn't learn anything. The 9 stars were too brilliant. This was just a mural. Hence, Long Chen only felt a slight feeling but was unable to understand anything from it. The divine seal, the devil character, was awarded to us by a supreme existence. It is an immense honor, as well as an immense responsibility. After countless years of fighting against the devil race, our divine seal has a great suppressive effect against them. That's why I could help you suppress those Empyrean winged blood devils. However, I'm too weak, and using my divine seal on such a scale exhausts all my energy. I can only keep it up for a short moment. If it had been my mom instead, then with just her divine seal, she could have annihilated all those Empyrean winged blood devils in an instant. Yue Zioqian smiled proudly when she spoke of her mother. Clearly, she worshipped her mother. But then, why didn't anyone use their divine seals against the magical beasts just now? Did you not permit them to use it for training purposes? Asked Long Chen. Yue Zioqian shook her head. No, magical beasts are not part of the devil race. Their bloodlines are completely different, so magical beasts are not suppressed by our divine seal. Let's keep going. The 10,000 devil blood pool is up ahead. The two of them walked down a twisting stone path that wound around the mountains. In a region where 9 mountains formed a circle, there was a blood-colored pool. This pool was as flat as a mirror, and there wasn't the slightest ripple on it. However, Long Chen felt an immense amount of energy within it. This is the 10,000 devil blood pool. It is where our original devil race trains. Do you want to try it? Yue Zioqian smiled. How do I try it? Asked Long Chen. This pool was created using the essence blood of 10,000 devils. Through the formation inside, it can duplicate a person. That person will have the exact same combat power, techniques, and cultivation base as you. In other words, you will be fighting yourself. It's a very tough trial. It took me 3 tries to pass it, but it can really stimulate a person's potential, said Yue Zioqian. Long Chen shook his head. Then never mind. I already went through such a trial in the immemorial path. It's useless for me. In the immemorial path, he had ended up in a mysterious underground trial. It was extremely terrifying. That trial had created a version of himself that was just slightly stronger than him in every single way. However, the formation in the trial was unable to duplicate the 9-star Hegemon body art. In the end, he defeated it and met the Eastern Wasteland Belle. This blood pool was similar to that trial, but there was no danger of dying here. It really was a good place to train. If he could bring the Dragon Blood warriors to try this, he thought it would be very beneficial. Yue Zioqian didn't force him to try it. Although she had been looking forward to seeing that kind of immense battle, it wasn't that important. They passed the blood pool and could see a giant altar ahead of them. Here, countless divine runes were circulating all over the place, making them feel like they were at the bottom of a sea. This is the skyscraping divine altar, the most sacred place for our original devil race. It is what maintains the skyscraping world's karmic luck, similar to the divine pools in the sects of the martial heaven continent. Long Chen nodded. It seemed that this place was the core of the original devil race. It was no wonder there were so many battle scars outside. Those people's goal had been to destroy this divine altar. Back in the heaven-suppressing magic sect, Long Chen had destroyed their ancestral statue and their divine pool, causing them to decline. Now, there was no longer a heaven-suppressing magic sect in this world, and there would never be one again. If he hadn't destroyed their ancestral statue or divine pool, then with their foundation and considering that a great era had descended, they would have ended up becoming a behemoth. However, with their divine pool destroyed, their karmic luck had run out. Even their divine item was implicated. Although karmic luck sounded illusory and without substance, it existed. If the original devil race's divine altar was destroyed, the original devil race would also fade away. Yue Zioqian and Long Chen walked onto the altar. Divine light flowed here, wrapping around the two of them. They felt like they were being immersed in sunlight. All their pores opened, and they felt relaxed enough to sleep. I can sense you again. Just as Long Chen was feeling relaxed, that ancient and familiar voice rang out in his head. So what if you can feel it? You can't even hear me, and I don't understand what you're saying. Long Chen brushed off this irritating voice. It doesn't matter if you can't understand me. All you need to know is that if you continue like this, you and every person beside you will die to others. Furthermore, their deaths will be very miserable, responded the voice. You can hear me. Don't talk about such meaningless things. Long Chen, although our connection has been sporadic, we have been paying close attention to you from the start. You are too weak, or perhaps I should say that you are too soft. Even now, you aren't cultivating according to the will of the 9-star Hegemon body art. Geniuses are solitary figures, only mediocre people grouped together. Do you still not understand the meaning of the Hegemon body? Asked that voice rebukingly. Perhaps I really don't know what the true meaning of the Hegemon body is, but I am clear about my own goals. If a person abandons the ones they love in order to get stronger, they will lose their future motivation and path. What's the point of being a hegemon if you've lost your path? Long Chen had already stopped caring about this voice. He had lost his initial curiosity a long time ago. In fact, he even felt a bit of disgust toward it. Each time, it only told him to hurry up but never cared about his feelings. Each day he was fighting on the border of death, and he was under enough pressure. However, this voice kept urging him on, not giving him any useful information. Perhaps, I'm not qualified to criticize the great heir of the 9 stars. However, I have a responsibility to warn you. Your time is running out. Your enemies have passed through the wall of reincarnation, and they are searching for you through all kinds of tiny traces. Once they find you, you and the people beside you, and perhaps everyone on that star, will be annihilated. They will not permit any heir of the 9 stars to exist within the 10 planar worlds, sighed the voice. Long Chen calmly considered this information for a moment. Tell me, who am I? You are you. Then why have I been thrown into this chaotic vortex? Because you are the chosen son of fate. You have no way out. You can only get stronger or die. Furthermore, your life and death relates to the entire 10 planar worlds, to the continuation of millions of stars. As the heir of the 9 stars, you have this heavy burden. You buzz. Just as the voice was still speaking, Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his head. An unfamiliar voice stabbed into his soul like a needle. I've finally found a 9-star heir. Just wait for your death. The voice's demonic laughter made Long Chen's blood turn ice cold. At the same time, he felt this person leaving behind a mark in his mindset. Boom! However, the mark had just formed when a cyan light and a black saber light exploded. Evil Moon and the heaven-flipping seal worked together to destroy the mark. Long Chen's body shook. When he opened his eyes, the voices in his head had vanished. His face was a bit pale, but there was a sharp light in his eyes. Chapter 1729, Ninth Heaven Stage of Soul Transformation. Translator Born to Be. How dangerous. That person was able to reach you from a whole other world, discarding any spatial restrictions to leave a spiritual mark. Evil Moon's voice contained a trace of shock. It had immediately sensed something wrong and worked together with the heaven-flipping seal to erase the spiritual mark, but this had still made it jump. Long Chen, what is it? Asked Yue Zioqian. Long Chen should have been bathing in this place's blessing. This place was greatly beneficial to the soul. The environment here was similar to the blessing of the life god tree in the spirit world. However, Long Chen had just closed his eyes for a moment before being startled awake, startling Yue Zioqian. It's nothing. Long Chen told Yue Zioqian not to worry, but inside, he was shocked and enraged. He was now certain he had been drawn into a terrifying vortex. Clearly, some terrifying expert had managed to eavesdrop on his conversation with that mysterious voice. That expert was also able to leave a mark on his soul from a different world. This kind of technique was something he had never heard of. Long Chen had no idea who those people were or what they wanted. That made him feel uneasy as well as angry. Don't worry, although that fellow is so powerful that they are beyond our imagination. The heaven-flipping seal and I destroyed their spiritual mark instantly, so they won't be able to pinpoint your location. However, you also can't be careless. That person was able to leave a spiritual mark on you from an endless distance away, without you even being able to resist. They won't be able to lock onto any of the stars, but they'll be able to narrow it down to one area. It's just that we have no idea how narrow that area is. Either way, you are really pressed for time, said Evil Moon gravely. How strong do you feel that person is? Asked Long Chen. I can't tell. Perhaps only sovereigns would be able to block them though, said Evil Moon after a moment's pause. It couldn't be sure. Long Chen shook his head. Sovereigns were legendary existences on the martial heaven continent. Only 5 had ever appeared in history. Just how powerful had Evil Moon been back then? Despite that, it hadn't been able to even receive a single blow from Sovereign Yun Shang and had been forged into a divine weapon. Furthermore, Evil Moon said that sovereigns would only be able to resist, not win. That level of power was enough to cause despair. When the mark on Long Chen's soul was destroyed, he also lost his connection to the mysterious voice. Long Chen guessed that the voice had sensed that it was being watched by someone else, which was how that terrifying expert had found him in the first place. Now that Long Chen had been noticed, that voice probably wouldn't contact him again for fear of implicating him. Long Chen, that voice is correct. Although I don't understand your cultivation technique, I can sense that you are suppressing it. Like this, you are cultivating in the opposite direction the cultivation technique is trying to go, and you naturally won't be able to cultivate as fast. You need to fully release yourself, said Evil Moon. I know the 9-star Hegemon body art better than you, and I know that I'm suppressing it, which is why my cultivation speed is slower. However, you can't feel just how domineering this technique is. It far surpasses your imagination. If I unleashed it, it would control me, not the other way around. Sooner or later, I would be its slave. I can be domineering, but I have to maintain my rationality. I can kill, but I have to maintain my bottom line. I can be arrogant, but I can't go too far. Even being domineering has to have a limit. If I overdo it, I won't just harm my enemies, but I will also harm my friends and family. My cultivation path will become one where I love only myself, where I only care about myself. That kind of domineeringness is the opposite of my will. The 9-star Hegemon body art's domineering will is one that demands I be the only strong person in this world, that everyone else should kneel down before me, regardless of friend or foe. I can be domineering to my enemies but not my friends, so I need to suppress the 9-star Hegemon body art's influence on me, said Long Chen helplessly. Currently, he was walking on a tightrope. He had to cultivate carefully. He knew how terrifying the 9-star Hegemon body art was. If he cultivated according to its will, he would be unstoppable. However, it was too domineering, to the point that even the master would become a slave to it. Long Chen didn't want to be a combat maniac who forgot about everything else. Then he would lose everything that he loved. No matter how strong a person was, if they didn't have even one person that they cared about, they would just be a terrifying monster. They couldn't be called a real human. Your human race's emotions are really troublesome. In any case, I don't understand them. However, what you're saying seems to have some sense to it. Evil Moon didn't quite understand the emotions Long Chen was talking about, but it acknowledged his logic. After being together for so long, Evil Moon had gone from first snorting derisively at the people Long Chen tried to protect, to feeling something it had never felt before. That feeling was trust. Experts were solitary figures. Long Chen's way of doing things was against this world's normal way. However, the Dragonblood warriors all followed him with unwavering trust. He had united the hearts of over 10,000 people, allowing them to unleash endless power. That had shocked Evil Moon. The dark evil dragon race relied on devouring all life forms to get stronger. They not only had to be on guard against other races, but they also had to be wary against their fellow dragons, even their fathers, mothers, brothers. They all had to be on guard against each other. Since they devoured other races to get stronger, including other powerful enemies, they became strong very quickly. It was precisely because Evil Moon had grown so strong that its confidence had overinflated, and it had decided to challenge a sovereign. The reason why Evil Moon was in its current state was precisely due to its wild arrogance that had swallowed its rationality. If it had been like Long Chen, it wouldn't have ended up like this. So even Evil Moon had to acknowledge Long Chen's words. A person couldn't be too arrogant, or it would be all too easy for sudden calamity to befall them. What you said has given me a clue about another way I can try to cultivate. Long Chen turned toward Yue Zioqian and said, Zioqian, can I stay here and cultivate for a few days? Of course, but why cultivate here? This place is designed to cleanse the heart and soul. It puts you in a fetus-like state, so how can you cultivate like that? Asked Yue Zioqian. This fetus-like state was similar to a deep sleep. In that state, you wouldn't be able to form your own thoughts, let alone cultivate. I have my own plans. I want to use the spiritual blessing of this place to resist the 9-star Hegemon body art's influence on me. During this time, Long Chen hadn't been eating medicinal pills to increase his cultivation base, not because he hadn't had time, but because as his cultivation base grew, the power of the 9-star Hegemon body art also grew, and its influence over him increased. Right now, the 9-star Hegemon body art's influence had reached a grave level. Sometimes, the tiniest provocation would make Long Chen feel an urge to kill. In fact, he even felt a desire to slaughter anyone who went against him, a will to dominate the world alone. That was a frightening desire. If a person was so conceited that they couldn't even see themselves clearly, they would become completely lost. That was the greatest danger. In Long Chen's eyes, those who were devoured by their own power were all idiots. He had encountered many such idiots who thought themselves to be unrivaled, people who thought that the world should bow toward them, people who thought that anyone who went against them was blaspheming them. They both should and would be killed without feeling the slightest feeling of responsibility or guilt. It was precisely because he didn't want to become such a person that Long Chen was resisting the 9-star Hegemon body art's influence. If he allowed his cultivation base to rise too quickly, he would be unable to suppress it. However, this place was blessed by the original devil race. It could strengthen his suppression of the 9-star Hegemon body art. Yue Zioqian didn't ask too many questions since Long Chen was confident. She stood outside to guard him. With Yue Zioqian outside, Long Chen took a deep breath. His divine ring appeared behind him, and 5 stars lit up in his eyes. Ripples began to spread through the air. As expected, with the Hegemon will suppressed by the blessing here, I can increase my cultivation base. Long Chen nodded. This was the best method to increase his cultivation base right now. He sat down and opened his mouth. The medicinal pills in the primal chaos space began to pour into his mouth like a river. These medicinal pills were the result of Huo, long refining day and night. There were giant mountains of them in the primal chaos space. Before this, he hadn't dared to increase his cultivation base too quickly, but now he had no more worries. He activated the devouring ability that Evil Moon had taught him. Boom! A vast aura grew. Long Chen's cultivation base instantly reached the 5th heaven stage of soul transformation. This devouring ability belonged to the dark evil dragon race. It could devour heaven and earth and refine all things. Boom! Another 2 hours passed, and Long Chen's cultivation base advanced once more. That made Yue Zioqian jump. This kind of speed was too shocking. Boom! 6 hours, Long Chen advanced once more. The altar's space began to twist due to Long Chen's aura. Boom! Every few hours an explosive sound would ring out. After 2 days, Long Chen opened his eyes. I've finally found a shortcut to cultivating the 9-star Hegemon body art, ha. Long Chen laughed, his laughter shaking the sky. His surging aura showed that he had advanced to the 9th heaven stage of soul transformation. Chapter 17, 30 Heaven Shaking Divine Might. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen stood, his aura causing his clothes to billow. His eyes looked like 2 sharp blades that could pierce through space, so sharp that people wouldn't dare to look at them directly. In the distance, Yue Zioqian, who had been protecting him, felt a painful pang in her soul when she looked at him. The current Long Chen was like a sharp sword. He was so sharp that it hurt her. He had changed, becoming even more imposing and domineering, more like a battle god who could look down on all. This is the Hegemon side of the 9-star Hegemon body art that Long Chen described. Yue Zioqian was deeply shaken. She was even a bit afraid. The current Long Chen was so domineering that it blocked out all emotions. He was heartless, a death god looking down on its subjects. Yue Zioqian felt that this was no longer the Long Chen she knew. She finally understood why Long Chen did not dare to cultivate the 9-star Hegemon body art according to its true essence. This kind of domineeringness was something that didn't allow others to approach him at all. Even from such a distance, she felt like his aura was so sharp that it would slice her as soon as she got closer. This was a merciless and domineering side, one that would annihilate anyone who resisted regardless of their motives. Long Chen calmly sensed the changes in his body. A faint smile appeared on his face. As an ocean's worth of medicinal pills had poured into his stomach, his cultivation base had reached the 9th heaven stage of soul transformation. He had many times more spiritual yuan than before. He had borrowed the blessing of the altar to resist a portion of the 9-star Hegemon body art's Hegemon will. If he hadn't run out of medicinal pills, he could have advanced another level to the 10th heaven stage. However, the 10th heaven stage would have been his limit for sure. He had to slow down and get used to this level because as his power grew, so did the will of the 9-star Hegemon body art. At the 9th heaven stage, he could still control it easily. It wouldn't be a problem. The divine ring appeared behind him again, and 5-colored light lit up the sky. It was even more majestic, stunning, and domineering than before. Ripples began to appear in the air once the divine ring appeared. All the surrounding energy was being forced to worship him. It poured toward him. So I was wrong as to the divine ring's usage before. I don't need the approval of the heavenly Taos to get their energy. The divine ring will force the world to give me its energy. I am the ruler of heaven and earth, and the world must bow to me. If it refuses, then I will destroy and overturn this world. That's the meaning of being a hegemon. It doesn't matter if it's a god or a devil, heaven or earth, they have to submit to me. Follow me and prosper, defy me and die. Long Chen clenched his fist, feeling the power the divine ring gave him, experiencing that will of forcing everyone else to submit. He finally knew that his previous fighting styles had all been wrong. No wonder the heavens want to destroy me. It doesn't want to submit to me, so it naturally wants to kill me. Now he knew why his luck was so bad, why his tribulations were always full of destruction, thousands and thousands of times more difficult than the tribulations of other cultivators. The heavens didn't want to be destroyed, so they didn't want him to live. His existence threatened the heavens, so the heavens wanted to eliminate him. Just the 9-star Hegemon body art is enough to make the heavens terrified. Hence, just how terrifying are the true origins of the 9 stars. Originally, he had been an ant struggling at the bottom level of the secular world. Due to the pill's sovereign memories, due to the 9-star Hegemon body art, he had walked to his current position. Perhaps I shouldn't complain. Without the 9-star Hegemon body art, I'd have long since died a terrible death. My path is still long and covered in mist. Before reaching the end, how can I say whether it's a good thing or not? All I want is to live with a clear conscience. Since I am accompanied by a group of hot-blooded brothers and beauties, I can die without any regrets. So what do I, Long Chen, have to be afraid of? I will not give this life of mine to the heavens, nor will I give it to the 9 stars. My life is mine. A determined light appeared in his eyes. The world wanted to kill him, while the 9-star Hegemon body art wanted him to become a merciless hegemon. Neither of those was his choice. Since this was the case, he would control the 9-star Hegemon body art, he would control heaven and earth, and he would control his own fate. Long Chen. Suddenly, Yue Xiaoqian let out a soft cry, her eyes full of worry. The current Long Chen made her feel afraid. He seemed strange. I'm fine. Because I increased my cultivation base too quickly, the will of the 9 stars is coming out. I can't restrain it just yet, but it'll be fine in a while. This place is practically perfect for my cultivation. I've already told Huo Long to start refining more of the pills. Once I have enough, I can attempt to reach Life Star here, said Long Chen. Yue Xiaoqian was still a bit pale. Long Chen's current aura was difficult to bear. Although the aura of his cultivation base had been retracted, something else was coming from the depths of his soul, and he couldn't fully control it. Fortunately, he hadn't had enough pills to advance another level. Otherwise, his aura would be even sharper, to the point where Yue Xiaoqian wouldn't be able to bear it. Long Chen did his best to suppress that aura, while Yue Xiaoqian got used to it gradually. The air of the 9 stars really is terrifying. Just this aura is enough to subdue enemies, said Yue Xiaoqian. Great power was always the greatest charisma. This current state of mine isn't a good thing. If I can't control my own aura, it will be a constant strain on my soul. I'll need to spend a few days getting used to my new cultivation base before I can control it perfectly, said Long Chen. You can go into seclusion. Don't worry, I'll guard you, said Yue Xiaoqian. Thank you. Long Chen nodded. He needed to get used to his new cultivation realm. This was definitely not a suitable state to fight in, as he was constantly leaking energy in this state. 3 days later, the raging aura around him began to fade, and after a week it finally vanished. Long Chen opened his eyes again, but the sharp light within them had been pulled back. It was like a divine sword that had been hidden in a sheath once again. Long Chen looked about the same as before, but now each of his movements seemed to contain a domineering air to them. This was something that not even Long Chen sensed. Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian held hands once more as they returned down the path. Yue Xiaoqian was smiling sweetly. a smile that made Long Chen's heart melt. When they passed the statue of the ancestor, Long Chen cupped his hands again in thanks. He had made great gains here that he hadn't expected. They returned to the battlefield. The spatial cracks were still open, and the original devil race's experts were still fighting intensely against the magical beasts. Long Chen suddenly clapped himself on the forehead. I really am dumb. I even forgot something so important. Xiaoqian, here are many rank 9 heavenly Dao fruit. You can distribute them so you can be more confident in the martial heaven continent. Long Chen gave Yue Xiaoqian a spatial ring packed with the heavenly Dao fruits he had gathered. Of course, he kept the Empyrean level ones for himself. The entire Dragonblood Legion had become rank 9 celestials, so these extra ones were useless to him. Just now, he had been reminded by the sight of the original devil race's experts fighting. They hadn't unleashed their manifestations. I don't know how useful these are to you, but they are useless to me in any case. Long Chen smiled. Back then, he had given heavenly Dao fruits to the original devil race, so their disciples could roam the continent without the worry of exposing their identity. Before having the heavenly Dao fruits, those disciples would only be able to unleash a portion of their combat power without exposing their divine seal, and every bit of energy they used up would be lost until they returned to the skyscraping world, since they weren't able to recover their energy in the martial heaven continent. Sometimes, despite being perfectly disguised, disciples of the original devil race were forced to allow themselves to be killed just to prevent them from being exposed. With the heavenly Dao fruits, they didn't have to worry about that. They could use the status of celestials to roam the continent, and they could also fight using the heavenly Dao manifestations. Of course they're useful. Being celestials not only allows us to roam the continent, but it also gives us a second kind of energy, making us even a bit stronger than we are in the skyscraping world. Furthermore, they can also upgrade our talent heavens. There are so many. Yue Xiaoqian jumped when she saw the mountain of fruit in the spatial ring. This was the result of Long Chen's most recent expeditions. He had fought many large battles in a row and killed many experts. Due to how busy he had been, he had almost forgotten about them. Long Chen, thank you. Yue Xiaoqian hugged Long Chen's neck happily. This gift was truly immense to the original devil race. There were over 100,000 high-level heavenly Dao fruits inside the spatial ring. That was enough to give birth to many geniuses in the original devil race. Don't worry about it. Since our children have to have your surname, why don't we research exactly how we can have a child? Long Chen rubbed Yue Xiaoqian's soft back. He started to get an itching feeling in his pants. That kind of feeling was like a certain area had formed a primal urge. Ah, Yue Xiaoqian suddenly let out a startled cry. They were so close together that she had felt that change. She immediately ran off. You really are evil. Yue Xiaoqian vanished. Isn't it only a matter of time? This is called planning ahead. Hey, wait for me. I want to check whether Wilder has eaten his fill. Long Chen shouted from behind without the slightest shame, looking like he was about to chase after her. Chapter 1731, Fighting a 12th rank magical beast. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen quickly caught up to Yue Xiaoqian. Her shy appearance was so enchanting, making Long Chen's heart grow itchier by the second. The two of them quickly moved toward the battlefield. Long Chen wanted to see how Wilder was. Had he finally managed to fill his stomach? When Long Chen arrived at the battlefield, he saw more magical beasts than before. There was even a half-step nether passage magical beast that had just been slain by a dozen of the original devil race's elders. What's going on? Long Chen was surprised. According to reason, such a powerful magical beast would have been immediately targeted by Wilder. Elders, may I ask what happened to my brother? Asked Long Chen. He didn't see any sign of Wilder. Wilder hasn't come back through the spatial crack ever since entering. We are unable to go through, so we don't know how he's been doing, answered an elder. At first we could still hear his shouting, but 10 days ago he stopped saying anything. We reported this to the leader, but she told us not to worry. Wilder is definitely fine, added another elder. Hearing that Yue Zihan also knew of this matter put Long Chen at ease. Yue Zihan knew more about Wilder than he did. If she said he was fine, he was definitely fine. However, the number of magical beasts on the battlefield was growing increasingly greater. This didn't quite make sense. If Wilder was on the other side, he should be drawing the attention of the magical beasts, and the number appearing here should be dropping. The elders were only here to oversee the battle, and would only attack when half-step nether passage magical beasts appeared, quickly killing them. It was the disciples of the original devil race who were busy. The soul transformation disciples constituted the main force, with Jade core disciples assisting. Even some weaker disciples were present, and they weren't lazing around. They were tidying up the battlefield, transporting the magical beast corpses away and stripping them of their hide, bones, blood, cores, etc. After all, each part of a powerful magical beast was an expensive resource. By gathering so many, the original devil race could make quite a profit if they sold them in the martial heaven continent. The rarer and higher level the magical beast, the more value they had. The amount that they could get for these resources was definitely not one bit inferior to what they obtained from their businesses. Not only were they training their disciples, but they were also making money. Yue Zihan's decision had killed two birds with one stone. The original devil race's experts were very powerful. Their attacks contained a unique kind of mysterious energy that increased their power. They were several times stronger than experts on the same level in the continent. If these disciples managed to grow up, they would become a terrifying army. Clearly, Yue Zihan wanted to raise a powerful force, and the leader of this force was definitely Yue Ziaoqian. She was the future hope of the original devil race, bearing a heavy mission. After so many days of training, the disciples, whose movements had been a bit sluggish and unrefined, had completely transformed. They were fighting smoothly and easily now. After looking over the battlefield, Long Chen said, "I don't like that my foolish brother has disappeared. I'm going to go find him." Yue Ziaoqian was startled. If you were to go against the flow of space like that, you would have to survive the spatial tearing force. Wilda could make it because he has the body of a blood barbarian. You will definitely be injured if you try it. No problem, I want to try. Long Chen walked toward the giant spatial crack. Only through that crack could one manage to go against the flow and enter the world on the other side. When Long Chen was close, the spatial crack began to rumble intensely. Countless spatial blades began to gather and clash inside. That destructive power made everyone else's hearts shake. This was a law of heaven and earth. Long Chen snorted. His divine ring suddenly appeared like a blazing sun. Even heaven and earth were shaken by his divine ring. A powerful aura surged out of Long Chen, condensing into a giant pillar of light that soared into the sky and blew apart the clouds. When Long Chen's vast divine pressure erupted, all the experts of the original devil race, whether they were elders or disciples, looked in shock at him. As for the roaring, crazy magical beasts, they instantly became frightened rabbits. They knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Even as they were slain by the disciples, they didn't move. The divine power of the 9 stars. How many epochs has it been? He has finally appeared again. This world is going to change at last. Yue Zihan stood at the top of the original devil race's main palace. Her eyes looked across an immense space to see Long Chen. She muttered to herself, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. This was the true pressure of the 9-star Hegemon body art, one that forced all other lifeforms to kneel. This was the Hegemon Tao that superseded the heavenly Taos. As his divine ring revolved, he felt the laws of the world. They formed millions of tiny dots of light that bowed toward him. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented feeling of grandness. This was a feeling of being above heaven and earth. Even they had to listen to his orders. As he walked into the spatial crack, even the spatial blades inside seemed to be afraid of him. They actually retreated slowly as he advanced. Yue Ziaoqian looked at that in awe. The current Long Chen was so domineering that even the spatial laws didn't dare to go against him. As he advanced, Long Chen heard an even louder rumbling, as if something was roaring at him to intimidate him. However, he ignored it, continuing to walk forward slowly. The spatial blades were also rumbling, but they didn't attack him. This feels amazing. No good, I can't laugh. I have to look calm like I'm being low-key. Long Chen had an urge to raise his head and laugh to unleash this feeling of being unrivaled, but he endured it. He had to suppress that desire. If he allowed that feeling to inflate, sooner or later he would become crazy, blinding himself with his own power. Fuck, Xuanhuan is really lucky. He gets to show off whenever he wants. Long Chen cursed inside. He even began to envy Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan never gave up any chance to show off, but Long Chen had to suppress that desire. It was too unfair. However, no matter how Xuanhuan showed off, his confidence wouldn't overinflate. That was because there was the Dragon Blood Legion to suppress him if he did. Xuanhuan also knew this, which was why he was free to show off without the slightest worry. Boom! Eventually, Long Chen had advanced so far that it seemed he had reached a limit. The spatial blades finally surged toward him. Long Chen smiled faintly. His divine ring unleashed waves of divine light that formed a protective barrier around him. The spatial blades bounced off his barrier without inflicting the slightest damage. I really do understand too little about the 9-star Hegemon body art. I'll need to continuously experiment. Long Chen was excited to see this result. This move was something he had suddenly thought of when he had advanced to the 9th heaven stage of soul transformation. The divine ring was capable of suppressing everything. Then he should be able to use that effect. He had tested it, resulting in this barrier. Waves of light continuously came from the divine ring in addition to the barrier, blowing the spatial blades apart. Exploding lights filled the air, a dazzling and dangerous sight. An incense stick's worth of time after the first spatial blades attacked, Long Chen finally reached the end of the spatial crack. As soon as he arrived in this other world, before he could even see where he was, a heaven-shaking roar rang out and the sky darkened. A giant claw from the sky came at Long Chen. Before it even reached him, its immense power had compressed the space around him until it was deformed. A nether passage magical beast. Long Chen immediately activated the celestial lightning body blink. Lightning runes appeared all around him, and he dashed away from the claw. However, although he had dodged the claw, it still crashed against the ground, shattering the ground for thousands of miles. Terrifying astral winds slaughtered all the magical beasts in the surroundings. Right after a moment of joy, I get this crap. Long Chen cursed. This magical beast was so huge that half its body was covered in the clouds, so he couldn't see its appearance. But there was no way he could be mistaken about its aura. It was definitely a 12th rank magical beast, a magical beast that had reached the nether passage level. Long Chen's current aura might be able to scare away 11th rank magical beasts, but it was useless against a 12th rank magical beast. He had almost been turned into a meat patty just now. The magical beast let out a roar, and its huge head came down from the clouds. A golden ball of light shot out of its mouth. Only now did Long Chen get a chance to see its head. It was similar in shape to an earth dragon. However, he had no time to examine it any closer. A huge golden sphere was falling toward him like a shooting star. Fuck, how did I get so unlucky? Cursed Long Chen. How was it that as soon as he arrived, there was a terrifying 12th rank magical beast waiting for him? Lightning spread throughout the land, and Long Chen's figure vanished. In the next instant, the huge golden sphere exploded where he had just been. This move instantly cleaned up the battlefield. A wave of earth spread in every direction. The surviving magical beasts fled for their lives, while the rest died. Long Chen came flying out of the ground, spitting out dirt. It wanted a fight? Fine, it would get one. Chapter 1732, Who Needs a Saber? Translator Born to Be. A 12th rank magical beast was on the same level as a nether passage expert. Although magical beasts were unable to control divine items, their innate divine abilities made it so their combat power wasn't much inferior to human race nether passage experts. Long Chen's fury was starting to soar at being attacked continuously. He didn't know if it was because of the 9-star Hegemon body art, which refused to allow him to lose, or because he had been suppressed by nether passage experts for too long. Either way, he wanted to have a real fight against an existence on this level. Boom! The huge claw smashed down once more. Evil Moon transformed into a crescent fang that slashed into it. However, what shocked Long Chen was that his saber image was instantly blown apart upon contact with the claw. What is this thing? How can its defense be so tough? Long Chen was speechless. The difference was a bit too immense, wasn't it? You can't beat it. It's the sword spine armor dragon. Amongst the middle-class dragon races, it stands at the top. Although its bloodline isn't pure and it doesn't have any powerful divine abilities, its physical strength and defensive power are excellent in its class. Fellows like this were just snacks to me before, but now I don't think we can win. Its skin is too tough. Even before, I would have to skin it before eating it. We should just leave. It's not that fast, so as long as you want to leave, it won't be able to stop you, said Evil Moon. Even Evil Moon had no choice but to admit that they couldn't do anything to it. It might not pose a fatal threat, but its immense defensive power and physical strength meant that they also didn't pose a fatal threat to it either. The sword spine armor dragon continuously attacked Long Chen, but Long Chen had filled the surroundings with lightning runes and was blinking across them, dodging its attacks. In front of its giant body, Long Chen was like a tiny ant. However, the sword spine armor dragon's attacks were all very accurate, surprising Long Chen. How can it lock onto me? Asked Long Chen. If you were just an ordinary soul transformation expert, it probably wouldn't even see you. Since its vision is only a bit better than a blind person's, it uses its nose to sense things. The reason it's attacking you isn't because of the 9-star Hegemon body art, but because it smells the true dragon essence blood flowing in your veins. That true dragon essence blood might only be from a green dragon, but it is incomparably pure. Amongst the millions of dragon races, only the true dragon is able to shake off the restrictions of any laws and live forever. Other dragons would drool at true dragon essence blood. Even I want to devour your essence blood. Although devouring it has no use to me, it's practically an instinct, said Evil Moon. Fuck, I treat you as a brother and you treat me as food. When you get bigger, are you going to eat me? Demanded Long Chen. HMPH, the great dark evil dragon race cares more about promises than any other race. When have I ever lied? Raged Evil Moon. Long Chen curled his lip. When I first saw you, didn't you try to con me? I just didn't fall for it. However, didn't all those people that fell for it die? Bullshit, I promised that if they helped me break my seal, I would fulfill one of their desires. That's the same as what I promised you. However, are I still under my seal? They didn't hold up their end of the bargain, so who cares if they died? Fuck off, I'm ignoring you. Handle it yourself. Long Chen was in the midst of blocking the sword spine armor dragon's attack when his weapon suddenly vanished. Fucking. Although Long Chen immediately dodged, he was still sent flying by powerful shockwaves. He almost coughed up blood. Evil Moon, you almost conned me to death, raged Long Chen. Don't worry, you won't die. If you can't beat it, then run. However, the heir of the 9 stars is such a badass, isn't he? Why would such a person run? Go ahead and kill it. Evil Moon had already returned to Long Chen's spiritual space and refused to leave. Evil Moon was truly a bit angry. However, its anger was also a bit of embarrassment. Back then, in order to escape its seal, it had truly used some shameless methods. That was definitely a bit disgraceful to the name of the dark evil dragon race. Long Chen was picking at that scab, making it angry. That was its lesson to Long Chen, and a warning that he better not bring this up again to mock it. The sword spine armor dragon was very strong, but it had its own clear weaknesses. Evil Moon refused to believe that Long Chen wouldn't be able to recognize those weaknesses with his combat experience. As long as he didn't fight directly, he wouldn't be in danger. HMPH, who needs your help? I can kill it myself. Even without Evil Moon, Long Chen didn't give up. Long Chen saw the sword spine armor dragon's weaknesses clearly. However, he had his own bitter troubles. Having advanced to the 9th heaven stage of soul transformation, he clearly felt a change in his mental state. His arrogant side had grown stronger. Just after having his power increase, along with his confidence and arrogance, he encountered such a powerful existence. If he fled, Long Chen had a premonition that it would be a serious blow to his confidence. The 9-star Hegemon body art had very unique points. If just as his confidence was surging, he encountered such a huge setback, it would be a heavy blow. So Long Chen wanted to defeat it somehow. However, he was speechless toward Evil Moon's pettiness. It had just been a joke, but Evil Moon had turned away from him. Without Evil Moon, Long Chen didn't even have a chance to attack. He was constantly dodging in the air. The sword spine armor dragon's huge body only occasionally revealed itself to Long Chen at the last moment through the dust and smoke from its attacks. It was similar to the earth dragon in that it had 2 giant wings. Long Chen had narrowly avoided being struck by its wings several times. The greatest difference between them, though, was that the sword spine armor dragon had 20 sharp bone spurs growing out of its back. Each of them was thousands of meters long. Those 20 bone spurs were where its energy was condensed, similar to a human's dantian. They were incredibly tough, and even divine items couldn't easily damage them. After repeatedly attacking, the sword spine armor dragon was getting angrier and angrier at not being able to hit Long Chen. Long Chen was like a mosquito that was flying around its body, but it couldn't manage to hit him. All the other magical beasts continued fleeing further and further away. They didn't even dare to get closer to the spatial crack now. In the skyscraping world, due to the lack of reinforcements, the magical beasts on the battlefield were all slain quickly. The original devil race's experts were staring in shock at the spatial crack. As long as nothing was passing through it or disturbing it, it was possible to see through the spatial crack. They could clearly see what was happening on the other side. Seeing Long Chen fighting a 12th-rank magical beast stunned them all. He was only at the soul transformation realm, but was actually able to fight a nether passage-level magical beast. They had thought that their fight against 11th-rank magical beasts had been an amazing battle, something worthy of pride. Yet, those disciples would be in great danger if they faced a half-step 12th-rank magical beast, and they needed the elders to handle those. However, Long Chen was also in the soul transformation realm, but he was fighting a true 12th-rank magical beast fearlessly. Truly worthy of a 9-star heir. He doesn't even use his saber. He's fighting it completely barehanded, praised an elder. They had only gotten a clear view of what was happening just as Evil Moon had vanished, causing Long Chen to fight barehanded. They practically prostrated themselves toward Long Chen in admiration. Of course, if Long Chen knew what they were thinking, he would cry. No matter how arrogant I was, I wouldn't be arrogant to such an idiotic level. If Evil Moon doesn't want to help, what am I supposed to do? With only his bare hands, Long Chen could only rely on the celestial lightning body blink to dodge through the sky. He was familiarizing himself with its attack patterns. If they fought directly, his chances of winning would be no greater than 10%. He wasn't such a fool. This was an existence that could match Nether Passage experts. Fortunately, its huge body made it a bit clumsy, and its attack speed wasn't that great. Otherwise, Long Chen would have been forced to run for his life. With all its attacks missing, the sword spine armor dragon's eyes turned scarlet, and it entered a berserk state. It opened its mouth, condensing a golden sphere once more. This is the moment. Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Instead of retreating, he advanced right over to its mouth. Yue Zioqian jumped in shock. This action was practically sending himself to his death. The sword spine armor dragon had released this golden sphere attack several times now, and its power was practically apocalyptic. Even Nether Passage experts struck by it would definitely die. Blaze Dragon Spear. A black spear appeared in his hand, one composed of black flames. It was filled with a berserk and explosive power, like it was a compressed volcano. The black spear shot out of Long Chen's hand, striking the golden sphere. As soon as he released the spear, Long Chen's figure vanished, reappearing behind the sword spine armor dragon. Boom! The spear was like a detonator, while the golden sphere was like a bomb. It was like a star had exploded. The golden sphere had yet to leave the sword spine armor dragon's mouth before it exploded. Chapter 1733. This is called intelligence. Translator Born to Be. The huge sphere exploded in the sword spine armor dragon's mouth. Its mouth became a bloody pulp, but it didn't die. It was only a somewhat serious injury that wasn't fatal. The sword spine armor dragon flipped back, smashing a large hole in the ground. It seemed the explosion had affected its mind, and it couldn't even tell different directions apart. Its claws, wings, and tail randomly attacked everywhere. What a tough body. No wonder Evil Moon said I couldn't beat it. Even its own attack was unable to kill it. If it was an ordinary magical beast, causing their own full-strength attack to explode inside them would definitely be enough to kill them. However, the sword spine armor dragon's defensive power far exceeded its offensive power. It was too tough. Furthermore, with a magical beast's natural recovery abilities, it wouldn't be long before this injury healed. The sword spine armor dragon's wild attacks were an instinct. It wanted to make sure Long Chen couldn't get close during this moment to launch a fatal attack. It was buying itself time. Suddenly, a cyan brick appeared in Long Chen's right hand. He spun through the air 3 times, concentrating all his power. Little heavens, show Evil Moon your power. Don't let it look down on you. Long Chen suddenly threw the cyan brick at the sword spine armor dragon. Evil Moon refused to work with him, so Long Chen took out the heaven flipping seal. The heaven flipping seal had gained an initial level of control over its power thanks to Evil Moon's guidance. The heaven flipping seal explosively grew once Long Chen threw it. It was like a giant mountain as it smashed into the sword spine armor dragon. Boom! The entire world shuddered, then everything became calm. There was a huge cyan brick deeply imprinted in the ground. The sword spine armor dragon was beneath it, with only half its tail sticking out. Its tail was constantly twitching. Long Chen jumped in shock. He hadn't expected the heaven flipping seal to be so powerful. It had actually crushed the sword spine armor dragon in one attack. Fool, how many times have I told you not to use your full power unless it's a life and death moment? All that energy you saved up during this time has been wasted. Evil Moon's furious roar rang out. The heaven flipping seal transformed back into an ordinary cyan brick and returned into Long Chen's mind sea. It was like a child that had made a mistake, just floating there in front of Evil Moon, not daring to move. Long Chen sensed that the heaven-flipping seal's aura had plummeted after this one attack. It had used up over 90% of its power. I was the one who made Little Heaven do this. You refused to help, so why can't Little Heaven help me? Long Chen immediately moved to protect Little Heaven. In truth, its power had made him jump as well. That kind of power could only be described as terrifying. The heaven-flipping seal immediately stopped acting so afraid with Long Chen's support. It hid behind Long Chen. You fool, the sword spine armor dragon is just a troublemaker. Congratulations on killing it. Tell me, how much do you think you actually got out of it? How much money? You are no longer a rookie, and I am still sealed. Little Heaven is a life-protecting talisman, but you wasted all its energy on something useless like the sword spine armor dragon. How are you going to protect yourself against the truly dangerous enemies in the future? Demanded Evil Moon angrily. Evil Moon had been constantly teaching and training Little Heaven to control its energy. It firmly warned Little Heaven that it couldn't easily attack. In fact, even Long Chen hadn't realized how powerful the heaven-flipping seal was, which was intentionally done by Evil Moon. It didn't want Long Chen to form a dependence on the heaven-flipping seal. The heaven-flipping seal was only there to save his life at a critical moment. If he used it nonchalantly, it wouldn't have any energy to help him when he needed it. For example, the spiritual seal that the terrifying expert had left on Long Chen's mindseat was something that Evil Moon would require a long time to fully erase with just its own power. That amount of time was more than enough for the master of the seal to lock onto Long Chen's position, and Little Heaven had been the trump card that had managed to break the seal instantly. Now, this powerful trump card had used up all its energy on a useless sword spine armor dragon. Naturally, Evil Moon was infuriated. Hearing all this, Long Chen finally understood Evil Moon's thinking and also gained a greater understanding of Little Heaven. It was an item spirit he had given birth to from the all-devil monster's soul essence. It was like a child, and when it got excited, it wouldn't have too many thoughts in its head. It's fine, experience is what leads to wisdom. If Little Heaven hadn't used its full power, it wouldn't even know how strong it is, let alone know how to control its own power. It's not a bad thing. I will ask Xia Chen if he could create a formation to let Little Heaven recover its energy faster. We're not lacking money. As long as we have money, what can't we do? Laughed Long Chen. Evil Moon's anger faded. Recovering divine energy required a very long time. However, a formation master could make a formation that could make this process quicker. Furthermore, it was true that Little Heaven needed to experience its full power in order to learn how to control it. Just theory with no practical practice was no good. The sword spine armor dragon was not dead yet. If Little Heaven had used its power properly, it would have killed it. However, it had unleashed its power a bit too early, before it had been concentrated perfectly, resulting in it wasting 30% of its power. Now the sword spine armor dragon was constantly twitching. It was unknown how many of its bones were broken. Its defensive power was truly astonishing. Even with its whole body deformed, it wasn't in danger of dying. It had just fallen unconscious. If it was an ordinary person, the divine power contained in the heaven-flipping seal's attack would invade their body. Many people died from the invasion of that divine power, even if they survived the actual attack. On the other hand, the sword spine armor dragon might be heavily injured and unconscious, but its natural recovery had kicked in. If left like this, it would fully recover. Is this sword spine armor dragon really useless? Don't try to trick me. I've read plenty of books. Long Chen's gaze landed on the sword spine armor dragon's head. Such a powerful magical beast was actually called trash by Evil Moon. Of course it's useless. A magical beast's spirit blood contains a chaotic aura, and their intelligence is so low. They can't even compare to Xuanhuan beasts, let alone real divine beasts like the true dragon. Its bloodline is too muddled. The dragon breath attack is innate to the dragon race. Low-class dragon races are only capable of the simple dragon breath. Middle-class dragon races can breathe stars. The so-called star breath is comparable to the level of a real star at its stronger point. When I was at my peak, my star breath was enough to destroy an entire minor world. As for its breath, it's as weak as my spit, said Evil Moon disdainfully. One attack to destroy an entire minor world. Long Chen was shocked inside. He knew Evil Moon's character, and it would disdain to lie. However, someone as terrifying as Evil Moon was unable to receive a single attack from Sovereign Yun Shang. Just what level of existence was a sovereign? Other magical beasts have their divine abilities concentrated in divine runes on their skulls, which can create a crystal bone. A 12th-rank magical beast's crystal bone is essentially a quasi-divine item. However, This sword spine armor dragon's bloodline is too impure, and its divine ability is not only linked to its crystal core and the runes on its skull, but it also requires the 20 bone spurs on its back to activate. A quasi-divine item requiring all of those big things is useless. What exactly are you going to use it for? Tell me, don't you think you're a fool for wasting so much effort? Evil Moon's rage began to boil once again. You can't put it that way. It might be trash to you, but it has great use to me. Long Chen laughed sinisterly. Actually, he knew he was in the wrong, but he thickened his face to say that it was useful. Otherwise, Evil Moon's anger would just continue to grow. What are you going to use it for? Stew, snorted Evil Moon. It clearly wasn't so easy to trick. If Waldo was present, I would naturally give it to him. However, I don't think this sword spine armor dragon is as useless as you say. I can always bring it back and study it. Speaking of which, can I put a slave mark on it and turn it into my housebit? Long Chen had a sudden thought. If he had a nether passage housebit. The first thing he thought of was giving it to Ming Qi. Cloud's speed and attacks were unparalleled. Her only weakness was defense. If this sword spine armor dragon was given to Ming Qi, then with Cloud in charge of attacking and the sword spine armor dragon in charge of defense, Ming Qi would become the most terrifying asset in the Dragon Blood Legion. Nice try. You are treating a 12th rank magical beast too simply. That is an existence on the same level as a nether passage expert. First of all, let's ignore whether or not you have enough spiritual strength to place a slave mark on such a powerful existence. Even if you did, it would easily manage to struggle free. I know you have some special methods to put a special slave mark on it and make it so that it can't escape, but I'm telling you, you won't be able to control it. The sword spine armor dragon is the result of inbreeding. It's the product of the sword spine nether dragon and the sword spine earth dragon. Its head is chaotic and it has almost no mind. It does not differentiate between friend or foe in battle. With such a housebit, you'll sooner or later play yourself to death, sneered Evil Moon. The earth doesn't give birth to nameless grass, and the heavens don't give birth to useless people. Everything in this world has its own usefulness. The only question is whether you use it properly. Long Chen suddenly smiled sinisterly. Why is your smile so evil? Have you thought of some sinister moves? Asked Evil Moon. What do you mean, sinister moves? This is called intelligence. Yes, correct, this is intelligence. Long Chen sat on the sword spine armor dragon's head. He formed a hand seal, and his spiritual strength surged. A giant spiritual mark slowly condensed. Chapter 1734 Lost Wilda. Translator Born to Be. That is a soul-bewitching rune. What are you planning? Evil Moon was startled. The spiritual rune that Long Chen had condensed was not a slave mark. It was more similar to hypnosis and would keep the spine sword armor dragon asleep. Long Chen wouldn't be able to control it like this. With this kind of spiritual seal, the sleeping sword spine armor dragon might technically count as his housebit, but as soon as it woke up, the seal would be dispelled. Maintaining this seal would be a constant drain on his spiritual strength. If he didn't keep it up, it would wake up. Evil Moon couldn't understand why Long Chen would choose such an option. I already said that all things in this world have their own use. Even dung can be used to nourish trees. However, if it lands on a person's face sometimes, it's even more powerful than a martial weapon, laughed Long Chen. What is that supposed to mean? Demanded Evil Moon. That evil tone of Long Chen's told it that Long Chen was up to no good again. Evil Moon truly wanted to know. Suddenly, it had a thought. What the fuck, I understand now, you evil scoundrel. We don't produce magical beasts. We're just in charge of transporting them throughout the world. Why would you call that evil? HMPH fine, I admire you. But I really want to see who the unlucky bastard will be, laughed Evil Moon. Long Chen smiled and didn't respond. He continued to pour in his spiritual strength. The huge spiritual rune was constantly fluctuating until it shuddered one final time. The seal was complete. Long Chen wasn't skilled in spiritual arts, so although he had an ocean's worth of spiritual strength, it took him a long time to condense the seal. If it had been Ming Qi, she would have completed it in the blink of an eye. The seal slowly merged into the sword spine armor dragon's head, and its whole body shook intensely. Its wings slammed on the ground repeatedly. However, after a moment of struggling, it stopped moving. The spiritual seal took effect. The sword spine armor dragon's huge body vanished as it was sucked into Long Chen's spiritual space. It was chained by many spiritual seals and kept in a deep slumber. Nice work. Long Chen clapped his hands a couple of times and smiled. This was a killer trump card. If he used it well, it could bring him endless benefits. The original Devil Race's experts that were watching cheered loudly upon seeing Long Chen subdue that sword spine armor dragon so easily. The distant magical beasts hiding in the distance were too scared to approach. Although their intelligence was low, they had seen Long Chen suppress the sword spine armor dragon. Even the several half-step nether passage magical beasts didn't dare to approach. They hid in the distance, letting out low growls. The reason magical beasts could not be classified as top-class lifeforms was because of their low intelligence. Their bloodlines were too impure, so there was no way for them to compare to Xuanhuan beasts. Although they were both beasts, the Xuanhuan beasts kept their bloodlines very pure, and their intelligence was on the same level as humans. As for magical beasts, no matter how high their intelligence, they were still dumb beasts. Furthermore, magical beasts were easily bewitched by the Xuanhuan beasts. In the Devil Abyss, a sudden army of magical beasts had appeared and attacked the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen was sure it was done by the Xuanhuan beasts. Only they had the ability to control such a huge army of beasts. After putting away the sword spine armor dragon, Long Chen didn't bother with the half-step nether passage magical beasts. Flying high into the sky, he quickly saw a long path stretching into the distance. It was a bloody path, filled with destruction and blood. Long Chen immediately began to follow it. This bloody path was the remnants of Wilda's fighting. As long as Long Chen followed it, he should be able to quickly find Wilda. With his divine ring active, all the surrounding magical beasts were forced away by his divine might. They obediently kneeled in the distance. Long Chen followed the path for a large part of the day. Standing at the peak of a tall mountain, he looked over the remnants of a ruthless battlefield. There was a skeleton here that was emitting the pressure of a nether passage magical beast. It looked to be a tiger or leopard-shaped magical beast. However, only its skeleton remained, so he couldn't tell its exact appearance. He landed on the skull and saw a crystal core. The crystal core still had powerful runes revolving within it, and he could hear some kind of angry roar coming from it, as if it was echoing its anger and unwillingness right before its death. Beside the large skeleton was a dozen other small skeletons. He looked over their crystal cores and found that they were all of the half-step nether passage level. Wilda would only eat the skeletons when he was starving to death. Normally, he only ate the meat. As a result, this child didn't recognize the crystal cores as treasures and had tossed them aside. Long Chen gathered the crystal cores and flew back into the air. He looked at the bloody path. Oh no! Long Chen bitterly smiled. Wilda had definitely gotten lost. He saw that the path now crossed in many places as Wilda traveled around randomly. Wilda had gotten lost here and had run around, searching for his way back. As a result of his frantic running, he ended up covering up the path he had come from. With Wilda's intelligence, it would be very difficult for him to find his way back. The thing that made Long Chen speechless was that many bloody paths were stretching so far into the distance that he couldn't see their ends. He could imagine how frantic this child was after realizing he was lost. He had to be rushing around randomly, resulting in his path growing more and more chaotic. Now, there were so many paths that Long Chen had no idea which direction Wilda went. Well, if he's lost, he's lost. He can eat as much as he wants. Maybe one day he'll eat his way back to us. Long Chen was speechless. If he wanted to find Wilda, it would take a long time. He didn't have that much time. In any case, Wilda's power was not inferior to his own. That mouth of his was even capable of biting nether passage magical beasts to death. There was no need for Long Chen to worry about him. Long Chen returned along his original path. When he came out of the spatial crack, Yue Zioqian asked, "Where is Wilda?" "Lost," sighed Long Chen. "What, don't joke. It's the truth." Long Chen bitterly smiled and told Yue Zioqian about what had happened inside. Upon learning that Wilda had somehow gotten lost inside, Yue Zioqian also became speechless. The giant spatial crack should have been a giant beacon to Wilda, but even with such a giant reference point, Wilda still managed to get himself lost. Even magical beasts could have found their way back, but not Wilda. The skyscraping world's aura was constantly passing through to the other world through the spatial crack. The magical beasts on the other side take that as a threat and a provocation, so they charge over. "Hopefully, Wilda will be able to follow those magical beasts back," said Yue Zioqian. "I doubt that's possible considering who he is. Wilda's blood mark is still in Gu Ran's hands. I have handed that to him back in the immemorial path so it would be easier to find Wilda, but I didn't bring it with me this time. Just let Wilda eat as much as he wants for now. If he doesn't come out during this time, I'll have Xuanhuan make me something that can track him down, said Long Chen helplessly. After a moment's hesitation, he apologetically added, Xuanhuan, the Dao sect still needs me for many things. I have to go back. I know, I understand. Go back and say hello to my sisters. Tell them that Xuanhuan misses them. Xuanhuan couldn't help crying. They had just reunited and were about to be separated again. On the martial heaven continent, endless dangers meant that they couldn't be sure how long this parting would be. Perhaps it would be eternal. Just as Long Chen was at a loss as to how to comfort her, an ancient voice rang out. Xuanhuan, don't grieve. The two of you will forever be together. No one will be able to separate you. Greetings, great prophet. Greetings, race leader. The original devil race's experts all knelt. From the distance, Yue Zihan slowly walked over while supporting an old woman. The old woman looked like she already had one foot in the grave. Her face was covered in wrinkles. She looked like the slightest breeze would knock her over. She had no aura at all, like she was someone who hadn't cultivated. However, Long Chen was shocked to see how bright her eyes were. They were clearly intelligent. It was like her eyes could see through all the mysteries of heaven and earth, as if they could see through the past and future. Her eyes were like a mirror that reflected the world. Greetings, great prophet. Seeing that this woman was being personally escorted by Yue Zihan, Long Chen could tell that this woman's position was probably even greater than Yue Zihan's in the original devil race. Grandma. Yue Xuanhuan hastily went over to support the old woman. Unexpectedly, this prophet was actually Yue Xuanhuan's grandmother, Yue Zihan's mother. The old woman's withered hand gently caressed Yue Xuanhuan's cheek, wiping away her tears. I thought that you had forgotten your grandma after seeing your boyfriend. Grandma, Yue Xuanhuan pressed her hand against the old woman's arm. She blushed. Your grandma was also young back in the day. What is there to be embarrassed about? Look, Long Chen's completely at ease. The old woman smiled kindly. You overpraise me. This little one's skin was built up over thousands of trials. It's thick enough to not be embarrassed. Long Chen hastily went up. This was his future grandmother-in-law. To obtain her granddaughter, he had to obtain her approval. Not feeling embarrassed is a good thing. People who don't get embarrassed aren't so fake. They say what they want to say, do what they want to do. Good child, come here and let grandma touch your face. I want to see the face of my granddaughter's future husband. The old woman reached out her two withered hands and gently touched Long Chen's face. When her hands touched Long Chen's face, they transformed, becoming plump like a young maiden's hands. At the same time, glowing lines appeared on her palms. Long Chen's heart shook. This is Chapter 1735, I'll have to look down on you. Translator, born to be. The original devil race's prophet gently touched Long Chen's face with her hands. Long Chen immediately felt his soul shake, and the divine gate star activated on its own, instinctively resisting. Long Chen hastily stopped the divine gate star. However, huge waves rose in his heart. It was just that he didn't say anything. Good child, you're very handsome. Your future children with Xuanhuan, whether they're boys or girls, will definitely be very cute. The original devil race's prophet pulled back her hands. When they left Long Chen's face, they returned to their normal, withered state. The only difference was that the prophet was smiling brightly now. Child, don't let a romantic relationship stop you from doing what you need to do. Sometimes, a good result needs a bitter process. However, as long as you can get that result, all that bitterness will be worth it. The bitterness will become your most perfect memories. However, if your hesitation over the process affects the result, if it causes you to fail, it will only bring you endless regret. All your efforts are for that goal. If you don't achieve it, then everything fades away. When you reach the end, you will only find emptiness. I understand. Long Chen bowed to the prophet and Yue Zihan. He then hugged Yue Xuanhuan before being led away by one of the elders. When Long Chen's figure vanished, Yue Xuanhuan, Yue Zihan, and the prophet left as well. The roar of magical beasts began to ring out once more as they continued charging into the skyscraping world. Mom, what did you see? Yue Zihan looked at the prophet. She and Yue Xuanhuan were supporting her. They had arrived at a pavilion at the top of a mountain. The prophet looked like she had aged a great deal. Her breathing was a bit unsteady. As soon as she sat down, she began to cough intensely. Yue Xuanhuan and Yue Zihan hastily poured a cup of water for her. Her coughing eased a bit after drinking some water. Grandma, why did you have to look at him? Doing so is suicide. Yue Xuanhuan was crying as she looked at her grandmother. Child, which person doesn't die? Death is another form of life. You need to learn this point from your mother. After giving up my position as the leader of the race, I sacrificed my cultivation base, transforming it into prophetic power so I could see further, see clearer. Although it was a sacrifice, it was worth it. Last time, I managed to see that Long Chen would be in trouble, and I sent you just as a test. However, you really did manage to help him at a critical moment. At that time, I knew that no matter how strong I would never be able to read the fate of a 9-star heir. The fact that my prediction actually ended up true means that Long Chen's fate is deeply intertwined with the fate of the original devil race. So how could I give up this chance? The prophet smiled, but then she immediately began to cough fiercely again. Yue Zioqian hastily pushed the water closer and gently patted her back. After a moment, the prophet continued, "I'm very gratified. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Our original devil race has not been wiped out. I saw many more branches living in different star fields." "Really? That's great." Yue Zioqian and Yue Zihan were both delighted. They had always thought that after the mother star had collapsed, the others had all died, leaving behind only their one branch of the original devil race. This news was the best news they could have gotten. "Did you see which star fields they're in? Can we communicate with them? Can we restore the original devil race's glory?" asked Yue Zihan, her voice trembling with emotion. The prophet shook her head. "The cultivation technique of an heir of the 9 stars is too domineering. Although I only tried to see information relating to our race, I still received a backlash. If Long Chen hadn't suppressed it, I wouldn't have been able to see anything at all. Zioqian, hurry and tell the others this news. Let everyone be happy as well." "Yes," Yue Zioqian immediately rushed away. "Mom, you." Yue Zihan suddenly looked at her mother in shock. She wasn't as naive as Yue Zioqian. The prophet's smile vanished, replaced by complete seriousness. She slowly said, "I wasn't able to hold back. In the end, I still glanced at Long Chen's future." "Mom!" Yue Zihan let out a startled cry. She looked at her mother closely and couldn't help but cry. The divine seal on her mother's forehead had completely faded. That meant her life force had run out. "I just praised you for understanding the Tao of life and death. I said that Zioqian should follow your example, and you act like this," sighed the prophet. She continued, "Long Chen is different from the 9-star heirs from the legends. He lacks a kind of true domineeringness. It's a very strange scenario. No one in this world can train in this cultivation technique and still control themselves, but he has done it. In all the historical records, 9-star heirs are solitary figures who fight against heaven and earth. They never form companionships. However, Long Chen is completely different. That's why I couldn't hold back from taking a peek at his future. Unfortunately, I saw something that I shouldn't have." "What did you see?" "Death, darkness, endless death and endless darkness. All life was extinguished. Within that endless darkness and death, I couldn't see the slightest glimmer of hope." "Are you saying that Long Chen's fate is to die?" "I don't know. My ability is limited. I could only see this much." The prophet suddenly touched Yue Zihan's cheek. A faint glow appeared on her face. "Don't wear yourself out. You only have to do your best. We are just a speck of dust within this cosmos, and we follow the waves. If a star's destiny reaches an end, we can only be destroyed along with it. You wouldn't be able to do anything about it regardless, so don't feel so bad. Just as I said, death is not an end but another kind of life." "Mom!" The prophet closed her eyes and silently collapsed into Yue Zihan's embrace, still having a faint smile on her face. The old leader of the original devil race passed away just like that. Long Chen was quickly led out of the skyscraping world by an elder from the original devil race. He had no idea that the original devil race's prophet had peeped into his future and thus left the mortal world. Once he left the original devil race, Long Chen went toward the eastern Xuanhuan city. There, he saw that things were exceptionally lively. Walking along the large path, he saw experts from different regions. The restaurants were packed. Was there some kind of festival? Why were there so many people? Long Chen curiously perked his ears up. HMPH, that Long Chen really is trash. Either someone helped him or he used some shameless method to get his Dragon Blood Legion to occupy 2 spots in the top 10 of the Devil's Slaughter rankings. In my opinion, that is no different than cheating. Long Chen was just randomly listening to the conversation when he heard a voice come from within a restaurant. This voice wasn't very loud, but it wasn't quiet either. Anyone in the surroundings of the restaurant could hear it. It was clearly intentional. "Someone's causing trouble for me again." Long Chen suddenly stopped. However, that theory was wrong. He was wearing a cloak and had concealed his spiritual fluctuations. His appearance had also been changed. No one should realize who he was. Just as he was questioning his disguise, another voice came from the restaurant. You're right, Long Chen really is shameless. Ignoring how he cheated his way into the top 10, he even colluded with those demons from the original devil race. Although no one has absolute proof, Long Chen's wild ambitions are abundantly clear. Even though everyone is speaking out against him, he's hiding in his sect like a turtle. If he doesn't have a guilty conscience, why would he do that? This voice was just as loud as the first. It was clearly being said so that others would hear it. Long Chen, if you keep enduring like this, I'll have to look down on you. Evil Moon's voice rang out in Long Chen's head. Clearly, it disapproved of Long Chen's indifference. Long Chen didn't reply. He had walked past the restaurant, but now he returned. He also wiped off the disguise on his face, revealing his true appearance. However, he was still wearing a hood that covered most of his face. There were countless people on the street, so no one paid any attention to him. Xiang Yunfei has already come to challenge Long Chen, even building a martial stage right outside the eastern Xuan city, and Long Chen doesn't even dare to come out. It's been a month, and there hasn't even been a peep from the Xuanchen Dao sect. HMPH, when he encounters a real expert, Long Chen runs like a dog. Don't compare Long Chen to a dog. At least, a dog will bark a few times when they encounter an enemy, but Long Chen doesn't even dare to make a sound. There's no comparing the two. Long Chen slowly walked up the stairs. After hearing the two of them echo off each other, a cold smile appeared on his face. The two of them were clearly doing it intentionally to provoke him into coming. The Dragonblood Legion was in seclusion in the Xuanchen Dao sect, and Li Tianxuan definitely wouldn't allow them to learn of this news. That was why there was no response from the Xuanchen Dao sect. When it came to the outside world's suspicions, Long Chen and Li Tianxuan's attitudes were almost the same. They would walk their own path, and any dogs yapping in the background could yap away. However, this time, Long Chen felt irritated, and the flames of fury slowly began to grow in his heart. He didn't know if he had been suppressed for too long or if it was the influence of the 9-star Hegemon body art. However, he was unable to remain indifferent. In my opinion, Long Chen is just. Two rank 9 celestials at the peak of soul transformation were sitting at a window table, chatting happily when they saw a certain person walk up. Their expressions immediately changed. Chapter 1736 Ancestral Blood Arrow. Translator Born to Be. There were only a few dozen tables at the highest floor of the restaurant. They all had windows beside them, so the customers could experience the beautiful sight of eastern Xuan City. The number of seats on the highest floor was low, but since it was extremely expensive, the seats weren't completely full. Amongst the customers were two large men with swords on their backs. They were chatting arrogantly, and the others ignored them. However, when a black-robed man walked up the stairs, everyone's expressions changed. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The only thing they could hear was their own heartbeat. Long Chen. Everyone gulped. They actually didn't say this name out loud as they were struck dumb. However, this terrifying name echoed in the deepest depths of their hearts. In your opinion, I Long Chen am what? I really want to know. Long Chen's gaze swept through the people here. The majority of these people came from other regions, and he could tell this from their robes. The situation was clear. Since he hadn't come out to fight in a long time, the other side was helpless to do anything other than slander him, using the most shameless yet also the most effective method to force him to appear. Now he had appeared. Seeing their astonished expressions, Long Chen could tell the situation. The two people talking saw Long Chen smiling faintly as he walked slowly toward them. One of them suddenly hurled their table at Long Chen. The two of them instantly fled for the streets. The first one was quite crafty and knew that experts like Long Chen cared about status. They wouldn't let themselves get soaked in the wine and food on the table. You didn't even answer me before leaving. Don't you think that's a bit rude? Get back here. The first rank 9 celestial only saw his vision darken for a moment before a large hand slapped across his face, blowing him back into the restaurant. Long Chen was standing in the air, his hand raised. A lightning arrow shot out, killing the other rank 9 celestial who had fled in the other direction. He instantly exploded into dust. Heavens, Long Chen really appeared. The entire eastern Xuan city was shaken. Countless experts began flying over from every direction. Ha, I've long since said that Long Chen is the strongest expert of our eastern Xuan region. There's no one he's afraid of. Nice, it'll count as payment for cutting off my arm. In the distance, a one-armed man laughed delightedly. Long Chen ignored what was happening outside. He slowly walked up to the rank 9 celestial whose head was half destroyed. This was a serious injury. His soul was shaken, and his Yuan spirit had been heavily injured. He was on the verge of death. My cultivation base grew too quickly. I can't even control my own power. Long Chen had been planning on learning a few things from this person's mouth, but that wasn't going to work now. He decided to directly point a finger at that person's head, killing him instantly. So that's the case. Long Chen finished his soul search and learned what was going on. Coincidentally, someone had arrived as soon as Long Chen had left the eastern Xuanhuan city to go to the skyscraping world. That person was 8th on the Devil's Slaughter rankings, Xiang Yunfei. He was an expert from the ancient races. Xiang Yunfei did not directly go to the Xuanchen Dao sect for his challenge. Instead, he made a large announcement in eastern Xuanhuan city and then built a martial stage, saying that Long Chen's reputation was undeserved, and he wanted a real fight against Long Chen to expose his inferiority. At that time, Long Chen had arrived in the skyscraping world and had no knowledge of the challenge, so he naturally hadn't come over. However, in the martial heaven continent, the news of Xiang Yunfei's challenge had long since spread throughout all the various regions. Experts from all over had come over in anticipation for this battle. Unfortunately, Long Chen refused to reveal himself, and those experts gradually lost patience. Some became jittery and began saying that Long Chen had to have cheated his way to his current position, which was why he didn't dare to have a real fight. In eastern Xuanhuan city, quite a few people supported Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was their top expert in the junior generation in the eastern Xuanhuan region, so there were quite a few arguments and lots of cursing between the two sides, eventually resulting in conflict and deaths. As the conflict grew, this matter ended up even disturbing Jade. She had directly made an order that experts within eastern Xuanhuan city were not allowed to fight with martial power, or they would be given the death sentence. The experts from the other regions were cowed and stopped fighting. Jianing's power and status were not unearned. If they offended her, they really would lose their lives. Jianing's orders were clearly to protect the eastern Xuanhuan region's disciples. That was because the eastern Xuanhuan region's top geniuses were all gathered in the Xuanchen Dao sect. The remaining so-called geniuses were only second-rate, and they would sooner or later be eradicated by the experts from the other regions if she didn't protect them. As a result, these foreign experts only dared to mock and ridicule others inside the eastern Xuanhuan city and not actually attack. As for the experts native to the eastern Xuanhuan region, they also recognized the difference between them and endured, doing their best to ignore the other party. Now that Long Chen had appeared, the native experts cheered. Your master Long has returned. Those who want to die should hurry up. If you miss this chance, you won't get another. I might not be skilled in curing other illnesses, but I specialize in handling arrogant people who can't accept the truth. I guarantee my medicine will be effective. It will be effective, quick, and painless. You'll be able to report that you're cured the very next day. Long Chen's shout spread through the streets. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and a berserk will soared out of him without restraint. Long Chen really came. He's even more terrifying than the rumors. I actually can't help feeling a sense of worship. I want to follow such an expert. Long Chen's domineering air affected every single person's heart. My body's quivering out of my control. Even my soul is. I feel like a clear spring is falling and cleansing my heart. I can't even stop it. Fuck your clear spring. Get away from me before you piss yourself. One man angrily kicked away a man beside him who was constantly quivering. More and more experts gathered. Some people were excited, while some watched coldly from the side. Long Chen's name had resounded throughout the martial heaven continent due to the Devil's Slaughter rankings. Many people here were curious as to what kind of person he was. They wanted to see if Long Chen was really strong enough to get first place. You finally come. If this is your speed, then Xiang Yunfei will definitely kill you today. A heavy shout came from outside the city. It thundered through people's ears. Xiang Yunfei is also still here. He's waiting outside the city. Haha, now there'll be a good show to watch. Long Chen will definitely die. A winged ancient race expert was in the midst of sneering when a bolt of lightning struck his head, causing it to explode. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen, how dare you indiscriminately kill people? Roared another ancient race expert. Long Chen didn't even glance at that person. He pointed a finger and a lightning arrow flew. That ancient race expert also exploded. You need a reason to kill people. If that were true, how could the ancient races destroy so many sects when they arrogantly expanded their territory? What? Does this law about no indiscriminate killing only apply to others but not yourselves? However, if you have to have a reason, fine, I'll tell you. My mood is not good, so I killed a couple of people to vent and show off my power. Does this reason satisfy you? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen had previously been able to ignore other people's mocking, not because his self-restraint was so great, but simply because he was worried about being influenced by the 9-star Hegemon body art. That had made him tighten his control. This time, his cultivation base had increased by too much, and he clearly felt that he was unable to suppress his anger after being provoked. HMPH, showing off your power, how arrogant. Does stealing first place on the Devil's Slaughter rankings with your despicable methods mean you're unrivaled, laughable? An eccentric voice rang out. The Western Xuanhuan region's Luo Changshan. He's also come. Quite a few recognized this newcomer. He was quite famous in the Western Xuanhuan region. That strange voice of yours, is that the result of Mo Nian robbing your ancestral tomb? Long Chen looked at that person disdainfully. Seeing that this person came from the Western Xuanhuan region, Long Chen was just making a random guess, but it really turned out to be true, as this person's expression immediately darkened. Die. Suddenly, that person opened his mouth, and a blood arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. It reached Long Chen in almost an instant. Ancestral blood arrow. He's actually launching his ultimate move right off the bat. Anyone would die upon being struck. This blood arrow was actually a kind of ancestral curse. If it touched someone, that person would be cursed and have their life force rapidly fade away. It was an extremely sinister poison. HMPH. Long Chen raised a hand and directly caught the blood arrow. Chapter 17:37 Reaping What You Sow. Translator Born to Be. Bang! Long Chen caught the blood arrow in front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Although not everyone understood curse arts, the sinister runes on the blood arrow caused a stabbing pain in people's souls even when they just looked at them. They definitely couldn't and wouldn't allow such a thing to touch them. Seeing Long Chen catch it, the expert from the Western Xuanhuan region laughed. Ha ha ha, what an idiot this ancestral blood arrow is. Boom! Before he could explain just how amazing his ancestral blood arrow was, Long Chen clenched and the arrow exploded. The instant the arrow exploded, that expert let out a miserable screech. Black lines covered his body. They were like thousands of vipers wriggling over, and a bloody hole appeared in his head. Watch out! Blood spurted out of that expert's head. The surroundings experts fled for their lives, afraid of being touched by the blood. When the blood landed on the ground, each drop caused a hole to appear in the bricks. Furthermore, each hole had a locust-like rune still wriggling within it that corroded the brick rapidly. Even stone was being cursed. That expert from the Western Xuanhuan region tried to form a hand seal to control his own curse, but his arms had already corroded. As he wasn't able to resist, his body slowly collapsed. This terrifying curse made everyone shiver. Those experts that had been close just now were especially terrified. They didn't even dare to touch the blood. No! That expert let out an unwilling roar. His legs and arms had both corroded, and the rest of his body was melting like snow. There was nothing he could do. Now when I tell you I was showing off my power just now, is it still laughable? Long Chen looked indifferently at this expert, who was now just a head lying in a puddle of black blood. Furthermore, there was a large hole in his head that had black runes crawling out of it. Each time a new rune crawled out, his yuan spirit weakened. This curse was absolutely terrifying. It not only destroyed a person's physical body, but it also crushed their soul. However, no matter how amazing the curse was, it was unable to harm Long Chen, who was protected by divine lightning. He had used his spiritual strength to transfer the curse back to its master. This expert specialized in curses. He was like a poisonous bug keeper. As his curses were his core energy, when Long Chen had made his core energy detonate, it caused a backlash that made him eat his own attack. Save me, I don't want to die. As long as you crush my head, my yuan spirit can survive, pleaded the expert. Right now, his head was like a furnace protecting his yuan spirit. However, as the curse continued to eat away at it, it wouldn't be long before he died in body and soul. His plea fell on deaf ears. What kind of joke was that? They weren't even his allies, so who would dare to take the risk of saving him? Ignoring the fact that Long Chen was right there, who would dare to crush his head? If they were touched by a single drop of his blood, they would meet a similar end. Even a long-distance attack wasn't an option. That would cause the blood to splatter everywhere. If that implicated others, wouldn't they have become a killer? With his pleas being ignored, that person suddenly shouted at Long Chen, "Long Chen, I know you're a good person. You care about others, right? A hero like you can save me. I'm willing to be your slave." In the face of his death, he was so afraid that he even turned to Long Chen for help. Long Chen shook his head. "No, you're wrong, I'm not a good person. As for caring about others, that depends on who it is. Even if I was more generous, I wouldn't save someone who wants my life. So, hurry up and get going. Your voice grates on my ears." Long Chen tossed a flame sphere that landed on that person's head. The blood around him was incinerated, and the black runes within it turned into thick black smoke. Both the blood and the head were incinerated. Long Chen didn't bat an eye after killing this person. He slowly started walking out of the city. All experts in the eastern Xuanhuan city made way for him. There wasn't a single person on the path in front of him. They all hid behind the buildings. The foreign experts from the other regions looked at Long Chen with shock. He had killed a genius from the western Xuanhuan region who was famous in his own right. Furthermore, Long Chen had killed him with one attack. This kind of combat power was simply terrifying. All the experts that had been cursing Long Chen for being a coward now felt cold sweat drip down their heads. In order to see a good show, they had intentionally provoked Long Chen. They wanted their words to reach the Xuanhuan Dao sect and make Long Chen come out and face the challenge. Now he really had come. They thanked their luck that they hadn't been the ones that Long Chen had caught. Those two fellows that Long Chen had killed had essentially saved them from a similar fate. Suddenly, quite a few heads exploded in the crowd, raising startled cries. The instant those heads exploded, a lightning rune appeared on them. Then they were instantly killed. A loose tongue causes trouble. Did you not know this? Those who insult others will be insulted back. Unfortunately, my time is precious, so I have no time to insult you back. Sorry, I can only kill you. More and more heads exploded in the crowd as Long Chen advanced. This bizarre scene horrified the people watching. When he had heard the first two people talking ill of him, he swept his divine sense through the entire city, recording who had been cursing him. Long Chen was now settling accounts with them. If it was before, Long Chen might have let them off after killing the first two, but he was no longer able to remain as calm as before. His killing intent was especially provoked when he heard them insulting his brothers and lovers. These people might not be skilled at other things, but their ability to infuriate others was exceptional. Sometimes, words left worse injuries than physical damage. They were even more difficult to endure. More and more heads exploded, and people could only look on in horror. They quickly realized that the ones dying were the ones who had cursed Long Chen viciously. His accuracy sparked disbelief. "What kind of domain is this? Why can't we sense anything?" exclaimed one expert. They were able to feel the slightest trace of strange energy causing spatial fluctuations, but they were unable to sense the source. All they felt was an invisible blade that pressed against their necks. Some people were spared, but some weren't. In truth, this was Long Chen's celestial lightning domain. It was a technique he had gained insight into after cultivating the celestial lightning body blink. He hid lightning runes throughout this space, forming an invisible domain. Within this domain, he could freely move to any of the lightning runes. Later, he had changed this domain a bit, transforming the spatial runes into killing runes, making a powerful killing domain. It was just that he had never had a chance to test this domain before. Having been infuriated by this crowd, Long Chen activated it, silently killing those people that had angered him. "We were being used by others, it's not our fault." An expert that had loudly cursed Long Chen was terrified at this sight, but his shout didn't save his life. He was still killed. "I had no enmity with you, so why did you have to force me? Did you think that offending me meant nothing, that I couldn't do anything in retaliation? A person should cherish their life. If you don't cherish your own life, why should I cherish it for you? Is harming others in the dark very satisfying? Then go ahead and be satisfied." More heads exploded and corpses collapsed to the ground. The other experts were all pale, not even daring to move. Even Empyreans didn't dare to. They found that they were within an invisible domain, and their lives were in Long Chen's hands. If he wanted to, then no matter how they struggled, they wouldn't be able to escape death. They had finally experienced Long Chen's domineering terror. Long Chen, slaughtering innocent people doesn't make you a hero. If you have the guts, then come out of the city for a fight. Why make things hard on the weak? Is that the only ability you have? Xiang Yunfei's voice rang out in the distance. Who do you think you are to criticize me? Don't be in such a rush. As long as you don't run, I will cut off your dog head, replied Long Chen with a snort. He didn't charge out to meet Xiang Yunfei, but he also didn't continue killing these people. He had essentially killed them all. A few had managed to slip away, but Evil Moon had taken Long Chen's place to kill them. Not one managed to run. Evil Moon said Long Chen was finally acting like a man. Long Chen was walking toward the exit of the city when he suddenly looked at his left. Narrowing his eyes, he slowly pointed a finger. Boom! A lightning arrow shot out at a distant building. Chapter 1738 Xiang Yunf. Translator Born to Be. A tall building that was still in the midst of being built exploded. Everyone jumped in shock. Before this, when Long Chen had killed the experts that cursed him, he had used 5-colored lightning. But this time, he had used a violet lightning bolt. Although there had been no chance for them to get a good look at that bolt of lightning, for the brief instant it had appeared, they had sensed a terrifying divine might, one that stabbed their souls. They had felt that intense destructive aura. Long Chen usually used 5-colored tribulation lightning to kill others, but this time, he had used divine lightning. Divine lightning was equivalent to Lei Long's core energy. It recovered slowly, so Long Chen wouldn't easily use it. Lei Long and Huo Long both had a kind of core energy. Lei Long's core energy was divine lightning, while Huo Long's core energy was the black illusion dragon flame. Normally, Long Chen would use 5-colored tribulation lightning or the heaven incinerating flame to fight because those two forms of energy used up very little of Lei Long and Huo Long's energy, and they also recovered quickly. They were good for long-term battles. However, their power was lower than their core energies. Long Chen, a furious roar rang out from the dust of the destroyed building. The Bloodkill Hall. When people saw the elder who had roared, they let out startled cries. That elder was wearing the Bloodkill Hall's robes. His killing intent was obvious now, but he had no aura. That was the specific ability of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. It was so that others couldn't sense their existence. You really have some guts. Last time I destroyed your divine statue, and now you've come again. It seems being an assassin is very profitable, said Long Chen. As Long Chen had been walking, he had suddenly sensed something wrong. He had noticed the aura of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins in the distance. Considering his enmity with the Bloodkill Hall, he didn't even need to think about it. He had then sent a bolt of divine lightning to destroy their new stronghold. The reason he had used divine lightning was to destroy the killing god statue within. Go back and tell your master that whenever I encounter people from the Bloodkill Hall, I will kill them. If I find your strongholds, I will destroy them as well. You can scram now. Long Chen glanced at the elder coldly before continuing on his way as if he had done something incredibly minor and unimportant. The elder of the Bloodkill Hall was covered in blood, and half his body was black. Just now, he had been lucky to be on the edge of the attack. Furthermore, he had been strong enough to survive. There had been thousands of other experts from the Bloodkill Hall in this building, and they had all been annihilated by Long Chen's attack. This elder's eyes were red. He had long since lost the calm an assassin needed. In the end, the elder clenched his teeth and vanished. He didn't even leave behind any vicious words as a goodbye. The experts present all stared in shock. As expected, evil people were best handled by evil people. Just how mighty was the Bloodkill Hall in the martial heaven continent? They were so terrifying that not even the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, Pill Valley, or the Xuanhuan beasts would be willing to provoke them. They were too difficult to deal with. They came and went like the wind, and their assassination arts were unrivaled. They were an extremely special existence. However, even the domineering Bloodkill Hall wasn't able to do anything to the even more domineering Long Chen. He had destroyed their temple and killed their people, and the only survivor left without even daring to let out a fart. The Bloodkill Hall was truly unlucky. Last time, Long Chen had found their headquarters in the eastern Xuan region and destroyed their killing god statue. Now, they had managed to secretly reconstruct a new stronghold when it was destroyed by Long Chen just as it was about to be finished. That was also a reason the elder was so enraged. That was because he had been sent to be the master of this branch. He had just arrived today, but before even getting a chance to sit down, this calamity had struck. However, the fact that he hadn't died should count as good enough luck for him. When it comes to being domineering, no one can compare to Long Chen. Last time, he also walked this path alone with no one being able to stop him. Blood dyed the street red. This time, he's walking the same path like a king returning to his kingdom. To be able to live in the same world as such a figure, I have no regrets about this life. Within the crowd, a rank 9 celestial couldn't help sighing emotionally. Last time, Long Chen had killed his way out of the eastern Xuanhuan city. That image was still deeply imprinted in people's minds. Now, even with heavenly geniuses soaring and monstrous figures everywhere, Long Chen was still as domineering as ever. Last time many people had refused to accept him, and they had been slaughtered in droves. Now, no one dared to stop him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, eliminate that idiot Xiang Yunfei. Let him know our eastern Xuan region isn't so easy to bully. Kill him, who asked him to act so arrogantly here. Beat him until his mother won't even recognize him. Those people swaggering on the streets just now, didn't you feel like you were very badass? Come out again and see if senior apprentice brother Long Chen can knock you into the wall so hard that you can't even pull yourselves out. Seeing how imposing Long Chen was, seeing how the arrogant experts from the other regions were so intimidated that they didn't even dare to make a sound, the experts native to the eastern Xuan region all began to criticize them. Before Long Chen had arrived, those foreign experts hadn't just cursed Long Chen, but they had also provoked the flames of fury of the entire eastern Xuan region's junior generation. Those experts truly had looked down on the disciples of the eastern Xuan region. Those disciples were truly just weaker, so being looked down upon was normal. Those disciples finally had a chance to vent with Long Chen's arrival, so it was also very normal for them to curse back at those people. Those foreign experts felt a burning sensation on their faces as if they had been slapped. However, they chose to act like they couldn't hear anything. Long Chen quickly reached the end of the main path and arrived outside the city. He saw the uneven ground outside and couldn't help but recall his fight here against Yi Qingquang, Sha Guangyan, and Peng Wansheng. Yi Qingquang had even summoned his lightning tribulation at the end. If Long Chen hadn't intentionally provoked the lightning tribulation and drawn it away, it was unknown how many innocent lives in the city would have been lost to it. Now the same story was replaying. Those three were dead, replaced by someone from the central Xuan region. Long Chen, sinner of the human race, hurry up and face your death. Long Chen had just stepped outside the city when Xiang Yunfei's voice rang out again. On a distant mountain peak stood a young man. He was tall and muscular. His skin was copper-colored and covered in many tiny runes. Just by standing there, the power of his blood qi caused the space around to rumble. Xiang Yunfei is a top expert of the ancient races. He possesses the ancient barbarian mammoth bloodline, which gives him immense power. It is said that in the immortal era, such experts were capable of tearing apart stars. Although those legends aren't very believable, considering Xiang Yunfei's immense blood qi, he could probably kill other Empyreans with a single punch, said an elder within the crowd. I don't think it's just that. After Xiang Yunfei's talent awoke, he relied on his whole race to undergo an ancestral restoration sacrifice. The spirit of his ancestor was pulled into his body. He not only has his own power, but he also has another kind of forbidden power, said another elder from a foreign region. Then you mean his race has hedged everything on Xiang Yunfei? That was a huge gamble. If Xiang Yunfei died, their ancestral spirit would disappear with him. Then their race would quickly decline until it vanished like smoke in the wind. This was no joke. A great era has already descended. Countless monsters are awakening, and sects that have been missing for tens of thousands of years are reviving. If they don't gamble at this time, then what are they supposed to wait for? Some powers have the capital to gamble, while many powers can only watch as others gamble, sighed the elder. He was actually the leader of a sect, and he also had powerful heavenly geniuses rising within his sect. It was just that his sect's foundation was too weak, and he was unable to raise a true monstrous genius. He was helpless to do anything about it. Geniuses required something that was much more important than talent. It was resources. To put it even more frankly, it was money. A whale couldn't be raised in a fish tank. A dragon couldn't be raised in a pig pen. Without money, everything else was useless. Without the support of resources, even geniuses would become mediocre. This was also one of the cruel laws of the cultivation world. Every time you open your mouth, you bring up the human race. That sounds so strange to my ears. Do you not even recognize your ancestors anymore? Mocked Long Chen. The ancient races were the descendants of the human race and the Xuan beasts. Back in that era, the human race was very powerful, and they possessed a sovereign who blinded the world with their radiance. In that era, the Xuan beasts were merely the human race's subordinates. They were the ones who had taken the initiative to marry into the human race. Some of the Xuan beasts had even treated marrying members of the human race as an absolute honor. However, when the final sovereign vanished, the human race declined to the point that the Xuan beasts viewed their intermarrying with the human race as a mistake, a humiliation. They not only split ties with the human race, but they also kicked out the results of the intermating. Back then, the human race had accepted those that had been kicked out. However, those people also saw that the human race had declined, so they decided to form their own name, calling themselves the ancient races. The ancient races worshipped the strong, and so they worshipped the Xuan beasts. They said that they were the descendants of the Xuan beasts, while refusing to accept that they also came from the human race. They had once started large wars against the human race, resulting in much blood. The ties between the two were fully severed. Perhaps the ancient races were truly good loyal dogs. In the end, while the Xuan beasts did not acknowledge them, they also did not kick them away. They still had some relations between them. That made the ancient races feel an even greater sense of belonging amongst the Xuan beasts, so they felt that the human blood flowing in their veins was a disgrace. They were full of hatred toward the human race. As for Long Chen, he didn't care about their reasoning. He directly talked to them as if he was their ancestor. That refreshed quite a few human experts present. Long Chen, your ignorance will come with a painful price. Xiang Yunfei's copper-like eyes stared at Long Chen as he walked closer. Killing intent surged out of him. Chapter 17, 39 Your guts aren't small. Translator born to be. I'm ignorant. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Perhaps, but even if I'm ignorant, I'm not so ignorant to the point of not knowing the history of the ancient races. You don't even dare to face your own origins, instead kneeling below the feet of the Xuan beasts. Do you think that can change the fact that the human race is your ancestor? If you don't even dare to face history and instead brainwash yourself with fantasies, do you think that will bring you a sense of accomplishment? Long Chen's words weren't polite at all. They made countless human experts cheer inside. These experts came from all the various regions, but the majority of them were still human. They were all fed up with the Xuan beasts' ridicule and the ancient race's loathing. However, none of them dared to be like Long Chen and say such things directly to them like this. Originally, quite a few people had had some suspicions about Long Chen. Some were even of the opinion that Long Chen had cheated to take first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings. However, these words of his stunned them. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't dare to say such words. Long Chen. Xiang Yunfei's manifestation burst into existence. The world shook as a tsunami-like pressure soared. Xiang Yunfei's hair stood on end like an angry lion. Don't play such useless things with me. A few loud sounds aren't able to scare me. Long Chen slowly walked forward as he spoke, ignoring Xiang Yunfei's power. The ancient races have the blood of the human race and the Xuan beasts. The Xuan beasts ignore you like slaves, while the human race dislikes you for your beast nature. To suck up to the Xuan beasts, you try to act like a tyrannical ruler in your own right instead of acting like a slave. But let me tell you, a dog will always be a dog in the end. No matter how fierce it acts, it can't become a lion. Each of Long Chen's words was like an arrow stabbing into Xiang Yunfei's heart, making him almost go crazy with rage. Long Chen's words were also very satisfying to the experts present. His words were right on the mark. The human race was the most complicated race. It was a mix of good and evil, and there were people with all kinds of natures. Even a single person would have their character constantly change in different environments. For profit, a good person could become a devil, and sometimes to protect their family, a coward could become a fearless warrior. This kind of complicated nature was inherited by the ancient races, along with the Xuan beasts' domineering wildness. So the ancient races were also a complicated race, and the Xuan beasts viewed them as too cowardly, so they didn't want them. Of course, saying such things in front of members of the ancient races was taboo. Many people knew it inside but didn't dare to say it. That was why the experts from the various regions almost cheered from having their thoughts put into words. Inferior human, all your race knows how to do is spout nonsense. Today, I'll teach you that the prestige of the ancient races isn't something a weak race like yours can provoke. Xiang Yunfei could endure no longer. He charged forward, unleashing a punch at Long Chen. I heard that you claim to have an unrivaled physical body. Then I'll use my fists to beat you into a pulp to teach you that in terms of physical strength, the human race is nothing more than a group of trash. Xiang Yunfei's powerful punch caused the world to quiver. Space wildly twisted around his fist, and his entire body began to shine. What terrifying power, and this is just from his physical body. These experts had long since grown irritated with Xiang Yunfei and how he insulted the human race, but when he attacked, those people were horrified. Just the power of his punch was even more terrifying than the human race's magical arts. The power of his physical body was something their bodies couldn't possibly endure. You want to mock the human race. If it weren't for the human race, you half-bloods would have never appeared. What qualifications do you have to mock us? Since you want to compete, I'll also use just physical power. Long Chen stamped on the ground and also shot toward Xiang Yunfei, unleashing a fist. Hey! Startled cries rang out. As a human, rather than using the magical arts that the human race specialized in, Long Chen was actually using his physical body to compete with a top expert of the ancient races. Boom! The world shook violently. Even the sun in the sky suddenly darkened and astral winds unfurled. Within that hurricane of astral winds, two figures had their fists locked against each other. Under the blazing sun, they looked like two battle gods competing. He received it. Impossible. Amongst the crowd was a horned expert. He was also from the ancient races, and due to his understanding of Xiang Yunfei, he couldn't believe his eyes. People not from the ancient races were also unable to believe it. They all looked up at the sky in shock. As expected, they were right. You have just the slightest power worth noticing. You haven't disappointed me. Xiang Yunfei smiled cruelly at Long Chen. He clearly knew a bit of information about Long Chen. I don't have just this little bit of power, but you're right when you say I definitely won't disappoint you, said Long Chen indifferently. Xiang Yunfei's power was swelling like the tide, rising with each second. However, this kind of power was not enough to shock Long Chen. Then I'll let you experience the power I awakened upon inheriting the talent of the Xuanhuan beasts. This is a power a human wouldn't be able to achieve even if they cultivated for 10,000 years. Xiang Yunfei's manifestation suddenly began to boil like water. It was rolling and rumbling. A huge figure gradually appeared within his primal chaos manifestation. The figure grew more and more solid. It had 4 limbs, and its nose was raised to the sky. A giant mammoth immediately let out a resounding and thunderous cry. The power of Xiang Yunfei's manifestation soared. If his aura had been like a rising river, now it was like a wild sea. Long Chen began to be pushed back. The space beneath Long Chen's feet cracked and creaked as if it were about to explode from this power. Not good. In the end, Long Chen's still from the human race. He can't match Xiang Yunfei when it comes to power. People's expressions changed. The majority of these people here were from other regions, and they didn't have the slightest relationship with Long Chen. However, since they were also members of the human race, they hoped for Long Chen to win. HMPH, Long Chen's just a frog at the bottom of the well. Xiang Yunfei is the strongest existence when it comes to power in the ancient races. When he goes all out, even Nether Passage experts would have to regard him seriously. Haha, Long Chen said so much before, but he's just an ant in front of Xiang Yunfei. Now, he should know how garbage he is, sneered someone from the ancient races. Long Chen, do you only have this little ability? If that's the case, you really have disappointed me. Xiang Yunfei was smiling sinisterly. Even as Long Chen put forth all his power to resist, he was forced back. He was being forced back further and further away from the eastern Xuan capital. As Long Chen retreated, the space around him twisted wildly. Clearly, he was using immense power, but the difference between them was too great. However, Long Chen's expression was like a rippleless well. No one knew what he was thinking. Acting profound, thinking of your next move. Let me tell you, in front of absolute power, all schemes are useless, sneered Xiang Yunfei as he increased his power. The runes around him blazed like suns and spread, surrounding Long Chen so that he couldn't escape. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Are you trying to anger me? Or do you think I'm as dumb as you? Don't use your half-beast intelligence to judge the intelligence of your ancestor. I refuse to believe you didn't gather any information about me before this challenge. You should know some of my trump cards and be very clear that I have yet to use my full power. Right now, I'm just wondering what your goal is. Or putting it another way, no matter what meticulous trap you laid down here in my eyes, it's nothing more than a dog turd. Haha, Long Chen, are you trying to act tough before your death? I don't need to act tough. You are not capable of causing me to panic. At the very least, I've figured out 2 things. Do you want to hear what they are? Your enlightened words before your death, mocked Xiang Yunfei. Long Chen didn't mind his words. He said, first, you drew me out as a trap. Hidden in this place is a supreme tortoise, am I correct? Xiang Yunfei's expression twitched. Idiot, who cares about your nonsense? Xiang Yunfei's manifestation shook, and immense power burst out of it. Long Chen was sent flying. Long Chen stabilized himself, as calm as ever. Not only is there a large tortoise hidden, but there's also a heaven-enveloping formation. Your goal is to capture me alive. However, it seems your side's brains could only come up with something like that, so I'll drop it. Let's talk about you instead. HMPH, what is there to say? I really admire you. It's too late to beg for mercy, unless you kowtow to me, sneered Xiang Yunfei. You misunderstand. What I mean is, your guts aren't small. Long Chen suddenly let out a roar, and his huge divine ring appeared behind him. He smashed a powerful punch at Xiang Yunfei. Chapter 17, 40 A Competition of Physical Strength. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen's divine ring suddenly manifested, and an incomparable divine pressure appeared with it. That divine pressure was like a hammer smashing everyone's heart. Boom! Long Chen's punch smashed into Xiang Yunfei's arms, and it immediately reversed the tides. Long Chen had gone from being forced back to almost breaking Xiang Yunfei's arms with this one punch. The latter was sent flying, and huge ripples appeared in the air. Even a clone dares to act mighty in front of me. I admire you truly. Long Chen shot after Xiang Yunfei like a wild gale, slamming his foot down at Xiang Yunfei's head. Xiang Yunfei had yet to recover from the shock at this sudden turn of events before Long Chen's foot arrived in front of him. Now he was angry. This attack was clearly intent on humiliating him. Even a clone is enough to kill a little human. Xiang Yunfei's manifestation shook. His entire body began to shine, and an elephant cry rang out. His arms instantly thickened as he let out a punch. Long Chen's foot and Xiang Yunfei's fist collided. As a result, Long Chen felt a twang of pain from his foot, surprising him. He was knocked back, his ankle broken. He didn't recall ever being injured by someone using pure physical strength in the past few years. Of course, this little injury was nothing to Long Chen. The primal chaos space unleashed a bit of life energy, instantly healing him. Xiang Yunfei staggered back from Long Chen's kick. He felt a burst of pain from his wrist. Your bragging isn't bad. Since that's the case, I'll cut down this clone of yours today. Long Chen stamped on the ground. He vanished from his original location, reappearing right in front of Xiang Yunfei and unleashing another simple punch. It was purely a fight of physical strength. Shameless arrogance, Xiang Yunfei also let out a punch. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of limbs repeatedly struck each other. Each time they clashed, it was like two stars colliding. The world was constantly shaking. Not good, the eastern Xuan city's protective formation is being torn apart. The city walls are crumbling. Everyone had been paying attention to the battle, but now someone saw that the intense battle was shaking the earth so badly that even the underground formation protecting the eastern Xuan city was being torn apart. Without the formation, the eastern Xuan city will be torn apart. The expressions of the native experts changed. They were just about to tell the weaker people to run. Buzz. Just at that moment, a divine light lit up from a building at the center of the eastern Xuan city. The light transformed into runes that enveloped the eastern Xuan city. It's the Huiyun sect, startled cries rang out. That building was the Huiyun sect's stronghold in the eastern Xuan region. This move of yours wasted quite a bit of money. On the top floor of the Huiyun sect's building, an elder stood behind Zheng Wenlong, faintly smiling. It's not a waste. Long Chen is my biggest client. This can count as strengthening his prestige, and he'll owe me a favor. You should know just how valuable a favor from Long Chen is. Other than that, this is a good chance to show off the wealth of the Huiyun sect. What we spend today will get back twofold. It's an investment. Zheng Wenlong also smiled faintly. The current Zheng Wenlong appeared to be steadier, like a confident strategist capable of winning battles without even setting foot on the battlefield. Zheng Wenlong's actions drew cheering from the eastern Xuan city. The eastern Xuan city was the largest city in the eastern Xuan region, but over 80% of the people inside possessed low cultivation bases and would definitely die from the shockwaves of the battle. They would have been forced to flee for their lives. Now they didn't need to worry and could watch the intense fight. They might never get a chance to see a fight on this level ever again. Hence, these people were grateful to the Huiyun sect, as well as admiring them. Many of them wanted to have future collaborations with the Huiyun sect. Zheng Wenlong's foresight was quite amazing. While the Huiyun sect were summoning a barrier on the other side, Long Chen and Xiang Yunfei were still fighting intensely. It was a pure and simple battle of physical strength. It could also be called the most senseless kind of battle. Yet their power was so great that each time they collided, space exploded, mountains were torn asunder, and the sky and ground were shaking. This was practically an apocalyptic scene. If you didn't personally witness it, who would believe that their physical bodies could reach such a realm? We were really frogs at the bottom of a well, sighed one person. The speaker was actually a powerful Empyrean. Even he had to admit that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. The others felt even more profoundly powerless. The ones feeling powerless were experts that had reached the level of Empyreans. People like Celestials didn't feel any pressure because they knew that they weren't on that level. Fuck, that's amazing. Just a punch is 100% capable of destroying a city. I'm going to keep this photographic jade to myself and make it my family's ancestral treasure. I'll be able to brag about this for a lifetime. This is definitely worth me paying such a huge sum to come over from the western Xuanhuan region. The people watching were growing more and more excited. Long Chen and Xiang Yunfei's speed had increased to the point where the spectators could only catch glimpses of them vaguely. Neither their eyes nor their spiritual strength could lock onto them. Even Celestials were unable to track them and had to rely on the spatial twists in the sky to tell where they were. Only Empyreans were able to barely keep track of their locations. That's about enough. Long Chen's lazy voice suddenly rang out from the sky. What is that supposed to mean? Xiang Yunfei didn't pause his attacks at all as he coldly responded. I mean the warm-up is done. It should be time to bring out your full power, right? What? All the experts watching were unable to believe their ears. This kind of intense, practically world-destroying battle was a warm-up. Long Chen was joking, right? It's been a long time since I've fought only with my physical body. I was feeling rusty, but now I'm feeling better. It seems you like to show off, so just let me take the initiative for you. The divine ring behind Long Chen's back suddenly began to spin rapidly. In that instant, it felt like an ancient monster had woken up in Long Chen's body. Boom! An explosive sound rang out as a figure shot out of the sky, smashing into the ground. He left a large hole that unleashed a wave of earth flying. Heavens! The experts present all stared in shock, their jaws dropped. Long Chen was still in his punching posture, however he appeared different now. Long Chen was now covered in green dragon scales that were emitting majestic divine might. It's been a long time since I've used the green dragon battle armor. I had almost forgotten this feeling. Although its increase in power isn't as great as before, it's still very powerful. Long Chen smiled. He suddenly vanished. Xiang Yunfei had been smashed into the ground. He hacked up blood and one of his arms was broken. He had yet to stabilize himself. Get out here! Long Chen appeared in the air above Xiang Yunfei. He stamped his foot on the ground, causing it to splinter, and then shot after Xiang Yunfei. Boom! Xiang Yunfei felt like he had been struck by a meteor. He was hit with such power that he was knocked out of the ground and into the sky. He coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood in the sky, causing an uproar amongst the spectators. Xiang Yunfei has been injured. He was defeated so quickly. Perhaps, but he should have more trump cards. No one had thought that Xiang Yunfei would be injured so quickly. Although an injury did not represent defeat, it did mean that he was at a disadvantage. Bastard, that's not the human race's power. You really are cheating. The shameless human race only knows how to rely on tricks, roared Xiang Yunfei angrily as he looked at scale-covered Long Chen. Your words really are laughable. Power I can control is my own power. Using my own power is cheating. Do you know what the greatest difference between the human race and beasts is? I'll tell you, it's that the human race knows how to use tools, how to obtain power. Power doesn't refer to just your own body, but all power that you can control. I'm using the power that belongs to me, so how can it count as cheating? Then what power belongs to you? If you're going to be like that, then please hand over your human bloodline, and I'll stop my green dragon battle armor, said Long Chen mockingly. You're twisting words, as expected of someone despicable and shameless, roared Xiang Yunfei. The ancient races had the blood of the human race flowing within them. If they expelled that bloodline, their intelligence would sharply drop. It was true. A great deal of their power came from the Xuan beasts, and the divine abilities they inherited were also from their bloodline. However, plenty of their abilities also came from the human race's bloodline. HMPH, without your human blood, you become a pack of animals who wouldn't even know how to cultivate. Remember your ancestors' words. The power you obtain belongs to you. Don't bring up such childish words about cheating, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen, you son of a bitch, you're clearly. You're the son of a bitch. Long Chen suddenly roared angrily and charged straight at him, smashing out with a fist. Chapter 1741, An Insignificant Skill. Translator, born to be. Long Chen furiously let out a powerful punch. Xiang Yunfei blocked with his full power, but both his arms were broken. He coughed up blood and flew back. However, just as he was flying back, Long Chen's foot landed heavily on his chest, causing it to cave in. Do the ancient races only know how to insult others? Long Chen repeatedly attacked. Xiang Yunfei became a punching bag, repeatedly coughing up blood and retreating. How is this possible? Xiang Yunfei doesn't even have the ability to retaliate. Everyone was shocked. Xiang Yunfei looked miserable as he repeatedly coughed up blood. No, this is. An ancient race expert's eyes suddenly lit up. Long Chen, watch out. He's doing this on purpose. The barbarian mammoth race has a kind of divine ability that can absorb someone in the crowd, shouted out a warning. Haha, it's too late, die. Xiang Yunfei, who was being forced back miserably, suddenly smiled. One of his fists struck like lightning. Space seemed to stand still. Heaven and earth became silent, and thin cracks appeared on Xiang Yunfei's fist. Those weren't divine marks but spatial fractures. His power had surpassed what the surrounding space could endure. Most shocking of all, Xiang Yunfei's attack also contained Long Chen's aura. It was fierce and domineering. He actually absorbed Long Chen's attacks, concentrating all their power into one. How would you even handle such a move? The people who saw through the clues were especially stunned. Xiang Yunfei was actually using Long Chen's power to attack Long Chen. How was someone supposed to receive the sum of so many of their own attacks? This move was definitely terrifying. An insignificant skill. When it comes to using your enemy's power against themselves, the human race is the real founder. Long Chen suddenly smiled as well. Instead of retreating, he directly caught Xiang Yunfei's fist with his hand. A muffled sound rang out. That world-shaking punch of Xiang Yunfei's looked like it had landed on cotton. There was no intense explosion. However, people did see that when Long Chen caught Xiang Yunfei's fist, his divine ring grew ever so slightly. Take some tips, this is how you borrow power from others. Long Chen's slightly bent arm suddenly straightened. His divine ring shrank, and a burst of energy exploded out of his palm like a volcano. Bloody mist filled the sky along with a sound like a star exploding. Xiang Yunfei was blown back, half his body blown out of existence. Impossible, Xiang Yunfei roared crazily as he glared at Long Chen. He was unable to believe that Long Chen could actually absorb all the energy he had secretly stolen. Long Chen had then instantly presented it as a gift to him. If he hadn't fled fast enough, this attack would have taken his life. His manifestation activated, rapidly healing his destroyed body. In just half a breath's time, he had fully recovered. This was one of his innate divine abilities. This kind of recovery divine ability was something the ancient races had inherited from the Xuanhuan beasts. This was one of the most terrifying aspects of the Xuanhuan beasts. Their self-recovery abilities were ridiculous. Long Chen didn't pursue him after that attack. He looked at Xiang Yunfei indifferently. I said that humans are the ancestors of tricks. How many tricks could a beast have? Your little tricks just make others laugh at you even more. Just how much battle experience did Long Chen possess? As soon as Xiang Yunfei had faked being at a disadvantage, Long Chen had sensed what he was thinking. The power Long Chen had unleashed came from the green dragon battle armor. This power was something only he, someone who possessed the blood of a true dragon, could control. That was why he hadn't been worried about the move at all. When Xiang Yunfei had launched his attack, Long Chen had simply taken back his power and added some more to it. It went without saying that Xiang Yunfei was very powerful. Even though Long Chen had planned this perfectly, Xiang Yunfei had still sensed something off at the last moment and almost instinctively moved his vitals out of the way, saving his life. Although Long Chen was absolutely clear on what had just happened, Xiang Yunfei felt like he was going insane. This was one of his peerless moves, and it had never failed before. The only exception was today, where using it had almost cost him his life. This is why, if you don't want to die, you should bring out your real power. Otherwise, this clone of yours will be forever lost to you, said Long Chen. Suddenly, the sky shook. Although it was the middle of the day, countless stars covered heaven and earth. What is this? It seems to be a formation. But we didn't sense anything at all before. People panicked because this starry formation covered even them. Everyone, don't worry. The core of this formation is the battlefield. We are just on the edge. When it truly activates, Long Chen will be the main target. We aren't even qualified to be caught in its net, said an Empyrean as he looked at the endless stars. He was completely calm. He clearly had a certain understanding of this formation. In the Huyun sect, Zheng Wenlong calmly looked at the formation. He was lost in thought. Has Long Chen really reached the level where his foes will do anything to eliminate him, even if they have to become enemies with the Martial Heaven Alliance? Right now, Long Chen wasn't just the hope of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. He had also become the #1 figure amongst the Martial Heaven Alliance's junior generation. He was someone Jianying regarded the highest, no different from her own disciple. Whoever dared to attack Long Chen would have to face Jianying's temper. No matter what power they were from, Jianying would immediately kill her way to them. The rumors of Long Chen collaborating with an expert from the original devil race had caused quite a bit of noise in the past few days, but there was no solid proof. No one had been able to do anything to Long Chen over it. Zheng Wenlong had thought that Long Chen would be safe, but then, unexpectedly, Xiang Yunfei had come out to challenge Long Chen. This was clearly no simple competition between experts, but a trap. Should we alert the headquarters? Whispered the elder behind Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong shook his head. There is no need. Long Chen is brazen but also scrupulous. He knew this was a trap, yet he still jumped into it. That means he has his own trump cards and isn't afraid of the trap. But that hidden person. It's fine. I understand Long Chen far too well. Don't worry about it. Zheng Wenlong waved his hand dismissively. The flickering stars enveloped the world. Furthermore, the sun was still blazing high in the sky. This sight was bizarre. Wait a moment, I want to personally suppress Long Chen. When those stars appeared, Xiang Yunfei let out a furious roar. The mammoth in his manifestation suddenly let out a cry and began to move. Its trunk pointed toward the sky. His manifestation is moving. That's a sign his manifestation is on the verge of fully awakening. When his manifestation fully awakens, Xiang Yunfei will be a true Empyrean. Seeing the mammoth in his manifestation roar at the sky, the Empyreans present were all filled with wild jealousy. Only when they fully awakened their manifestations would they be true Empyreans, born from the heavens, sent to uphold the will of heaven and earth, and standing above all other geniuses. Only such figures were true heavenly geniuses. Currently, 99% of Empyreans on the Martial Heaven continent only had a simple primal chaos manifestation. Those whose manifestations had started to awaken were as rare as a phoenix feather or unicorn horn. Empyreans with awakened manifestations had a powerful suppressive effect on ordinary Empyreans. If the heavenly Taos were like sunlight, then ordinary Empyreans were wheat, while Empyreans with awakened manifestations were trees. The trees blocked the majority of the sunlight, so the ordinary wheat couldn't enjoy the nourishment of the sun. There was no way for them to compete. As for Xiang Yunfei, his manifestation was on the verge of fully awakening. That meant he was just one step from growing into a heaven-soaring tree. As Xiang Yunfei's manifestation shook, his blood qi also soared. His muscles bulged, and his skin became a tough hide that looked like the bark of an old tree. However, it was still possible to vaguely see his blood flowing out of him. Xiang Yunfei is activating the barbarian mammoth spirit possession divine ability. However, since he's just a clone, he only has 80% of his true body's power, so even his clone is unable to bear this power. Xiang Yunfei's entire body was bloody. His eyes were scarlet. He glared at Long Chen like a crazed magical beast. Suddenly Xiang Yunfei's body inflated, which caused many blood tears to spread all over his body. Blood slowly flowed out, but it didn't fall to the ground. It was instead absorbed by his tough hide. Long Chen didn't stop Xiang Yunfei, nor did he react to the starry formation trapping him. His hands were clasped behind his back as he patiently waited for Xiang Yunfei to finish. Suddenly, Xiang Yunfei let out a furious roar. His arms were now thicker than a normal person's waist. The power of his blood qi was exploding out of him. Long Chen, even a clone is more than enough to kill you. Xiang Yunfei's voice was harsh and as ugly as scraping metal. I don't believe you. Long Chen shook his head. He clenched his fist, his divine ring spun, and a 5-point star gradually appeared within it. At the same time, his 108,000 stars inside him began to unleash their own power. Boom! Xiang Yunfei and Long Chen's fists collided, and a giant wave of light exploded. Everywhere that light passed, destruction followed. The ground was torn asunder. The experts inside the eastern Xuan city were all horrified. If that light wave struck them, it was unknown just how many of them would survive. Buzz. Before the light even arrived, the Huyun sex barrier took the initiative. It expanded, attacking the light wave. As a result, people were horrified to see the barrier explode. Just as they thought that they were doomed, another light barrier shot out. Continuously explosive sounds rang out as a total of 18 barriers were destroyed in order to cancel out the shockwave of their exchange. After the shockwave had passed, everyone finally sighed with relief and wiped off some cold sweat. They all looked gratefully at Zhang Wenlong before looking back at the battlefield. However, when they saw the battlefield, they couldn't help being astounded. Chapter 1742, Replicated Divine Items. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen's figure hadn't moved at all in the sky. He was still standing in his original location. One of his hands was behind his back, while his other fist was blocking Xiang Yunfei's giant fist. Intense astral winds buffeted Long Chen, blowing back his hair and robes. However, he was like a boulder. Xiang Yunfei's power was causing the space around him to wildly twist. Long Chen's position was like the calm eye of the hurricane. The space around him was whirling fiercely. However, as Long Chen's divine ring spun, Xiang Yunfei was unable to push him back. No matter how he tried, he was unable to shake Long Chen. Impossible. Just how strong is Long Chen? He's absolutely heaven-defying. None of the experts present could believe their eyes. Xiang Yunfei's attack just now had shaken heaven and earth, capable of easily slaying Empyreans. None of the experts present felt that they could block it on their own. They would die no matter what. However, such a terrifying attack was received so easily by Long Chen. Xiang Yunfei's eyes were practically spurting flames, and his face was growing more and more twisted. He was both shocked and infuriated. He hadn't expected Long Chen's power to be so great. Before this, he had just been testing Long Chen. However, now he felt despair. Your clone only has 10% of your true body's bloodline power. Its actual power is less than 80%. There are many divine abilities that you can't unleash. I really don't know where you got so much confidence to try and kill me with such a clone. Your arrogance has no foundation. Whatever, let's end things here. Long Chen's fist suddenly became a claw that caught Xiang Yunfei's fist, and he sent a kick at Xiang Yunfei's crotch. Even in this kind of scenario, he can still easily change attacks. Long Chen's sudden movements caused everyone's jaws to drop. Xiang Yunfei's power was all concentrated in his fist. According to reason, even if Long Chen was acting indifferent, all his power had to be blocking Xiang Yunfei's fist. In other words, if he wanted to attack Xiang Yunfei, he would have to force him back or get out of the way. This sudden kick of Long Chen's made no sense. To be able to attack like this overturned all common sense. Is this to say, Long Chen has still yet to use even 50% of his power? Someone made a brazen guess. Everyone's hearts shook. Perhaps that person's guess was right. The only way Long Chen could attack so freely was if he had so much power left that he could block Xiang Yunfei's attack and still launch his own attack. If that really was the case, just how powerful was Long Chen? Xiang Yunfei hastily blocked with his leg. A muffled bang rang out, but in that instant, he sensed something wrong. Long Chen's kick didn't contain any power. Fuck, it was fake. Xiang Yunfei immediately sensed it, but when he did, it was already too late for him to block. He wanted to dodge, but Long Chen's hand was clamping on his fist. He couldn't dodge, and it was too late to block. Long Chen's left fist smashed into his eye socket. Boom, Xiang Yunfei's skull caved in. However, his head didn't explode and he didn't die. Xiang Yunfei's head was as hard as a divine item. Xiang Yunfei forcibly tore his hand from Long Chen's grip. He was a powerful expert, and by instantly relaxing his arm, he managed to pull it away from Long Chen. However, just as he did before he could run, Long Chen's other hand grabbed his hair, and Long Chen's hard kneecap slammed toward his nose. A sour sound rang out that made others wince. Xiang Yunfei's nose was smashed in. His head was completely deformed. Long Chen repeatedly smashed his knee into Xiang Yunfei's head. Blood splattered, making everyone else wince. They didn't wince out of sympathy but out of reflex. They felt like their own noses were being struck. Some people almost teared up. Suddenly, one of the stars in the sky transformed into a sharp sword that slashed at the back of Long Chen's head. This sword was composed of the formation's runes. It came without the slightest warning. By the time people reacted, it had already reached the back of Long Chen's head. Blood splashed. However, the sword didn't strike Long Chen but Xiang Yunfei. When Long Chen dodged, Xiang Yunfei managed to escape from his grasp. It was just that now there was a bloody hole in his chest. Xiang Yunfei roared. His entire body lit up. His half-crushed head and bloody chest healed in just a moment, and his aura didn't drop at all. What terrifying recovery abilities! Does he possess an undying body? Startled cries rang out from various experts. This kind of recovery speed was completely abnormal. Long Chen Dai. Xiang Yunfei suddenly formed rapid hand seals, and the manifestation behind him split open. 108 long white bone spears appeared. Those 108 bone spears were miles long, like celestial pillars capable of supporting heaven and earth. Endless divine pressure surged out of them, resonating with the world. Heavens, the pressure of divine items. Are these 108 half-step divine items? No, they aren't true half-step divine items. They should only be classified as quasi-divine items. They're replicas of the heavenly bone spears left behind by one of the barbarian mammoth race's supreme experts. The true half-step divine items must be in Xiang Yunfei's true body's hands. Although the individual power of each replica isn't on the half-step divine item level, when joined together, their total power is definitely much greater than ordinary half-step divine items. These bone spears were created from the teeth of one of the barbarian mammoth race's top experts, and they can be activated with a corresponding bloodline to unleash even greater power, said someone. Just as everyone was stunned by the 108 bone spears in the air, Xiang Yunfei sent them shooting at Long Chen. Mammoth God killing blow. So you don't want to just use physical strength, but also magical arts. Don't blame me for bullying you. Long Chen sneered. At some point, a long and sinister-looking black saber had appeared in his hand. An evil aura came from the saber. It was like a fiend coming from hell. Today, I'll be your doctor and pull out your teeth. Boom! The first bone spear exploded with a single swing. It was like a black starry river had fallen onto the bone spear, turning it into bone fragments that fell to the ground. Long Chen's figure was like a phantom, as he repeatedly slashed Evil Moon. Each slash of his shattered a bone spear. They were practically garbage in front of Evil Moon. What the? Oh, they're mammoth bones and your dragon bone. Long Chen was also surprised by Evil Moon. Today, it was cooperating so nicely. Had the sun risen from the west today, it had taken the initiative to help him out with its own power, or his attacks wouldn't be able to break these bone spears so easily. However, that didn't conform to Evil Moon's character. Long Chen suddenly thought of the crux of the problem. He wants to compete which one of our bones is harder. How's that any different than courting death? Crush this idiot, sneered Evil Moon. It was clearly looking down on the white bone spears. These bone spears had runes carved into them. They were offensive runes, allowing them to pierce through ordinary divine items. However, when they crashed into Evil Moon, they ran into an unfortunate calamity. It was like Xiang Yunfei was throwing eggs at a rock. The results were obvious. How is this possible? Xiang Yunfei let out a heaven-shaking roar. These bone spears might just be replicas of another divine item, but their power was still immense. He had used them to slay countless experts. This was also one of the reasons why he dared to use his clone to challenge Long Chen. These bone spears were extremely hard. Their hardness was comparable to half-step divine items. What he didn't know was that it was precisely because his bone spears were so hard that they had provoked Evil Moon. Perhaps if they were a bit weaker, they would have been fine. Star Shift, 10,000 flying spears. Xiang Yunfei had already lost 18 bone spears. His heart was dripping blood. His bone spears stopped shooting at Long Chen and instead merged together into one giant bone spear. His previous attack from all sides had been to make sure Long Chen couldn't run. He would kill with the sudden torrent of attacks from his bone spears. However, that wasn't possible anymore. Now he was switching to a head-on attack again. What, there's this many? Long Chen saw all the runes on the bone spears actually merge into one complete object. This attack was definitely powerful. Seeing the merged bone spear shoot at him, Long Chen actually chose to turn and run. What the fuck are you running for? Kill it. If you run like this, you won't have any time to store up energy. Aren't you going to be cut down from behind like this? Evil Moon roared angrily upon seeing Long Chen run. What do you know? I naturally have my own reason, responded Long Chen as he fled. Xiang Yunfei was delighted to see Long Chen run. If Long Chen had instead used his full power to block, he had no assurance that this attack would be able to kill Long Chen. It would most likely only heavily injure him. However, now that he had run, he had set himself up for death. There was no way he could unleash a big move while running, as he couldn't store up energy while doing so. Running had essentially cut off his only chance at surviving. "Keep dreaming, you can't get away," sneered Xiang Yunfei. His giant bone spear shot after Long Chen. Boom! In the end, Long Chen's speed wasn't as great as the bone spears. It slammed into him, unleashing a huge wave of earth. Dust filled the air. "Watch out!" Suddenly, a startled cry came from the void. At the same time, the stars covering the sky transformed into arrows that shot toward Xiang Yunfei. However, it was too late. A black saber silently appeared behind Xiang Yunfei and ran him through. Chapter 1743/U as a test. Translator Born to Be. Evil Moon stabbed straight through Xiang Yunfei's body. People saw Long Chen holding Evil Moon behind Xiang Yunfei. What? This sudden turn was too abrupt. Just now, Long Chen had been fleeing and at an absolute disadvantage, about to die. How had he suddenly beaten Xiang Yunfei? Xiang Yunfei looked at the saber stabbing out of his chest with disbelief. He felt a vast energy sealed within the saber. As long as Long Chen willed it, that power would explode and blow him to bits. "Do you dare to try moving?" Long Chen smiled coldly. However, he wasn't speaking to Xiang Yunfei but to the air. Just as Evil Moon stabbed through Xiang Yunfei, a giant blade condensed of stars appeared behind Long Chen. That blade didn't dare to move. It stopped right there in the air. "Long Chen, release Xiang Yunfei and I'll spare your life." A harsh shout came from the void. It was the same voice that had warned Xiang Yunfei before. However, that person had still been one step too slow. Long Chen had struck first, and Xiang Yunfei's life was in his hands. Now, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Someone who doesn't even dare to expose their face isn't qualified to threaten me. It would be best if you obediently didn't move, or you'll only have yourself to blame." Long Chen sneered at the voice. This person was hiding in the void and was the one in control of the formation. Long Chen had been prepared from the start, knowing that if he wanted to kill Xiang Yunfei, he had to avoid this person. Now he had succeeded. "So you ran on purpose while what I killed was just a clone. Your true body launched a sneak attack while I was caught up in that. What a despicable trick," raged Xiang Yunfei. "You're wrong. True experts disdain using clones. That was just an afterimage. You really are an idiot. I intentionally unleashed flashes of lightning while running, but you actually thought that meant victory was in your grasp. You didn't realize that my true body had already escaped your attack. When you killed my afterimage, it was fated that you would die today. I told you that I would kill your clone. Even if you have someone helping you, it's useless," said Long Chen indifferently. Xiang Yunfei's loss was caused by his overconfidence. He believed the information his bone spears had given him and had been completely tricked by Long Chen's lightning afterimage. The expert hidden in the void hadn't been tricked, but he had been one step too late to stop the results. "Ha, so what? I'm just a clone. Even if you kill me, will you be able to stop the astral blade behind you? I admit I was careless, but if this is all you have, you wouldn't even be able to receive 10 attacks from my true body. Although I lost, I don't believe you dare to kill me. I don't believe you would sacrifice your own life for my clone," sneered Xiang Yunfei. Xiang Yunfei's life was in Long Chen's hands, but there was an astral blade behind Long Chen. It had already locked onto him. If Long Chen really attacked, he would immediately face an apocalyptic attack. He would have no chance of running. That was why Xiang Yunfei felt no fear. He refused to believe Long Chen would choose to die with his clone. That was impossible. "I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. To tell you the truth, if it wasn't because I wanted to see your abilities, then even with that big tortoise guarding you, I'd have long since killed you. However, my luck today has made a heaven-defying reversal, so you haven't disappointed me. You've given me such a big gift before your death. I'll accept it, and there's no need to thank me. I will make sure to take good care of it in your place. Well, everyone's busy, so goodbye." Evil Moon's 2 dragon images lit up, and a sharp saber image pierced into the sky. Xiang Yunfei's body was torn to bits. Heavens, Long Chen really did kill Xiang Yunfei. All the experts jumped in shock. Just what was Long Chen doing? Die? Just as Long Chen killed Xiang Yunfei, a furious roar came from behind him. That person also hadn't expected Long Chen to attack. The astral sword behind Long Chen unleashed endless divine light as it slashed at him. However, what shocked everyone was that Long Chen completely ignored the astral blade behind him. Instead, the black saber image of Evil Moon's grew even larger. Boom! Evil Moon's saber image tore through the clouds, revealing a thick chain in the void. It was severed by Long Chen's attack. The moment he severed the chain, the astral blade that was about to kill him dissipated. The stars in the sky faded, and the world returned to its original appearance. However, now there was a white-haired elder wearing a silver mask in the sky. He was staring lifelessly at the air, still yet to recover from his shock. As expected, it is a shameful fellow. You even have to hide your face with a mask. Long Chen laughed after destroying the grand formation. He was already flying away. Long Chen might not be a formation master, but Evil Moon had clearly seen the node of the formation. That was its fatal weakness. That was why Long Chen dared to be so brazen. Boom! Long Chen suddenly punched the ground, causing everyone to jump. They didn't know what he was doing. White bone spears shot out of the ground after having dug so deep thanks to Xiang Yunfei's attack. Because of the battle, the land was deformed, and the originally flat ground around the eastern Xuanhuan city had risen. However, as the white bone spears flew out of the ground, they caused the raised land to crumble back down. Damn, so it was for these spears. Evil Moon now finally understood why Long Chen had fled from that attack. Are you joking? Each of these is a divine item. I still feel so much pain after destroying 18 of them. Long Chen waved his hand, instantly drawing those 90 bone spears into the primal chaos space. Having lost the control of their master, they couldn't resist. Haha, my gains today aren't bad. I didn't fight for nothing. Long Chen laughed delightedly. Having gained 90 divine items at once, he really had profited. Boom! Long Chen had just taken the bone spears when the world shook. The elder had finally reacted. He spread his arms. A black and a white ripple spread from him, transforming into a huge cyclone filled with the power of life and death. It's a nether passage expert. When that elder unleashed his aura, the world seemed to bow to his will as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth. With a thought, he controlled whether people lived or died. All the present experts knelt one by one. They didn't want to kneel, but in front of that terrifying spiritual pressure, they had no way to resist. The old tortoise is showing his might. As expected, the power of a tortoise is great. Let me slash you as a test. Just as the world was being controlled by the power of a nether passage expert, and the experts present were involuntarily kneeling, Long Chen took a step forward. Evil Moon pointed at the sky and slashed down. He was completely unaffected by this pressure that rendered others unable to move. Bang! Long Chen's saber image didn't impact that nether passage expert in the slightest. It was directly crushed by the pressure of his domain. Long Chen was gobsmacked. He raged, "Wow, what a hard tortoise shell. This tortoise has already gained a spirit. I wouldn't want to provoke you, so I'll say goodbye." Long Chen had faced nether passage experts multiple times. He had even killed Dai Long's clone. However, as he had never truly fought a nether passage expert going all out, he couldn't help but test himself. As a result, this attack of his didn't even manage to touch his opponent. There was no way for him to fight. If he still didn't run, he would be an idiot. Long Chen turned tail and fled. The life and death energy here had formed a powerful domain, but it didn't affect him at all. He vanished like a wisp of smoke. Keep dreaming. The nether passage expert let out a furious roar. A huge heaven-encompassing hand slammed toward Long Chen. A tortoise's claws are actually this long. Long Chen let out a startled cry. Without turning back, he slashed Evil Moon behind him, split the heaven six. Shockingly, Long Chen's attack cut the heaven-encompassing hand in two. It dissipated into runes. So it was just to frighten others. You're clearly an idiot from the ancient races who wanted to learn the human race's magical arts. If you want to learn, you should learn properly instead of using your dabbler arts to frighten others. You've lost the face of your human ancestors. Even I feel embarrassed by you. Long Chen had just been testing to see if he could break this attack, but as a result, this seemingly powerful attack was actually weak enough for him to easily break. He immediately understood that this was a magical art, not a divine ability. The ancient races' magical arts were learned from the human race. Due to the eventual fracture between them, the magical arts that the ancient races possessed were not top tier. Their actual power wasn't very great. As for Split the Heavens, it was extremely effective against any defensive magical art. It broke this magical art very easily. This attack from the nether passage expert instantly exposed where he came from. A human's magical art couldn't possibly be so garbage. As for the Xuan beasts, they didn't use magical arts. It was completely obvious. The experts in the eastern Xuan city were badly frightened. They couldn't help but be afraid of a nether passage expert in control of life and death energy. However, Long Chen was still indifferent, seeming to not place this expert in his eyes. Just that bravery alone made people want to prostrate themselves in admiration toward him. Furthermore, Long Chen had even attacked once before leaving. How badass was that? That Nether Passage expert actually wasn't able to stop Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen was about to escape his domain, he let out a furious roar. A giant figure appeared behind him. When that figure appeared, the Nether Passage expert opened his mouth and fiercely inhaled. Space crazily twisted and poured into his mouth. Long Chen felt his body come to a stop. Hence, he turned to look back. What the fuck? I didn't think that my mouth would be so accurate. Chapter 1744. Let's try another slash. Translator born to be. Long Chen turned back to see a giant figure that had appeared behind the Nether Passage expert. The figure wasn't very clear, but it was really a black tortoise. The Nether Passage expert had unleashed a divine ability, and Long Chen felt a powerful suction force pulling him back. An old tortoise is actually able to gain a spirit. Amazing. Thunder force circulated around Long Chen. Bolts of lightning shot out of him as he fought back, but this time, the Nether Passage expert was not using a magical art, but a divine ability. This was one of his true killer moves. No matter how Long Chen struggled, he couldn't get away. "Old tortoise, if you have the guts, fight a few rounds with your master Long," shouted Long Chen as he struggled. That Nether Passage expert completely ignored Long Chen's mocking. His mouth was like a black hole, sucking up heaven and earth. Long Chen was rapidly being pulled in. However, when Long Chen was just 100 miles away, the Nether Passage expert suddenly sensed something and shut his mouth. Explode! Just as he shut his mouth, Long Chen let out a shout. The Nether Passage expert suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sparks of lightning flashed within that blood. He had clearly just been conned by Long Chen. "Old tortoise, it seems you're not picky about your food. Is the taste of my lightning so good?" Long Chen was enveloped by lightning. It looked mighty and had won him some breathing room. However, the truth was that this five-colored lightning was only used to scare off others. His true killer move was not the flashy five-colored tribulation lightning, but the violet divine lightning whose aura could not be sensed. After Lei Long had managed to absorb it, its divine might had been hidden, making it very useful for conning others. That Nether Passage expert had swallowed a lot of divine lightning runes while sucking up everything in front of him. Fortunately, he had sensed it quite quickly, or if he had continued absorbing the runes, he might have died. Despite that, plenty of divine lightning runes had been gathered in his stomach and were detonated by Long Chen. Even a Nether Passage expert couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Long Chen, who had been waiting just for this moment, felt the power of the Nether Passage expert's domain weaken. Split the heavens 6. The attack he had been brewing this entire time slashed out. Evil Moon's runes lit up, and a black saber image slashed down like the Grim Reaper's blade. All of this happened seamlessly. Without the protection of his domain, the Nether Passage expert was startled. By the time he reacted, Evil Moon was already right in front of him. At a critical moment, he dodged his head out of the way, managing to avoid a hit to a vital area. Long Chen's saber slashed into his shoulder. Blood spurted out. Evil Moon slashed halfway down his shoulder before being unable to progress further. A thick golden tortoise shell had appeared on his back, blocking Long Chen's attack and causing a backlash that numbed Long Chen's hands. What a tough tortoise shell! Seeing that his attack couldn't kill the turtle, Long Chen left behind some words of praise before running away again. What kind of joke was that? Even in a perfect scenario when his opponent was caught off guard and without his domain, Long Chen hadn't even been able to cut off an arm. What was the point of still fighting? The Nether Passage expert was startled at being injured, as well as enraged. He hadn't expected a little soul transformation disciple to be able to injure him. Although this little injury was nothing to him, if he hadn't sensed the lightning fast enough, it would have really injured him heavily. He had never encountered such a powerful thunder force. Even his life and death energy had been unable to suppress it. This injury might be nothing to him, but it still infuriated him. If others knew that he, a grand Nether Passage expert, had been injured, it would be absolutely embarrassing. "Where do you think you're going?" The Nether Passage expert transformed into a wild gust of wind, and life and death energy surged out of him. His speed was absolutely stunning. "Where am I going? Idiot, do you think I'd tell you?" Long Chen had already escaped the Nether Passage expert's domain. Activating the celestial lightning body blink, he vanished. When it came to fighting, he wasn't a match for this Nether Passage expert. However, when it came to speed, he was unafraid. This tortoise is actually quite fast. Long Chen was rushing away, lightning wings in full force. There was even lightning on his feet, and each step brought him hundreds of miles away. However, the Nether Passage expert was still getting closer. What the fuck, how can a tortoise be so fast? That makes no sense. Hey, what breed of tortoise are you? How come I've never seen a tortoise that can run as fast as you? Shouted Long Chen as he ran. Courting death. The Nether Passage expert's life and death energy suddenly transformed into a hurricane that pushed him on, increasing his speed even further. He almost caught up to Long Chen instantly. What? Back in my day, there were tortoises everywhere, but none were like this. Long Chen suddenly formed hand seals, turning the surrounding region into his lightning domain. He instantly dodged to the edge of the domain. Doing this repeatedly, he was essentially teleporting away. He pushed the celestial lightning body blink to its maximum power. Bastard, how can you be so fast? The Nether Passage expert roared furiously. After just a few blinks, Long Chen was almost out of the expert's vision. If this continued, he really would get away. Life and death gates open. A black gate appeared in front of the Nether Passage expert. He charged through it, vanishing. Up ahead, in front of Long Chen, a white gate appeared which he reappeared out of. This move was somewhat similar to Long Chen's celestial lightning body blink. He wasn't as fast as Long Chen when it came to activating this art, but the distance he crossed was much greater. Like this, he was unable to catch up to Long Chen, but Long Chen was also unable to throw him off. The experts in the eastern Xuanhuan city saw Long Chen injure the Nether Passage expert with his saber before fleeing, while the Nether Passage expert roared furiously and chased after. The two of them instantly vanished from sight afterward. This speed. These experts were unable to describe this level of speed. They had never heard of this kind of speed, let alone personally witnessed it. Clearly, Xuanhuan challenging Long Chen with his clone was just a joke. Long Chen didn't even use his full power to kill his clone. You're right. Long Chen knew there was a Nether Passage expert here and still jumped into their trap. Even in front of the guard of a Nether Passage expert, he still managed to slay Xuanhuan's clone. He didn't even place that Nether Passage expert in his eyes. That means he still has many trump cards he has yet to reveal. He obviously didn't want to waste them here. Experts were all like that. If they didn't feel assured of killing their target or getting something out of it, who would foolishly expose their own trump cards? That was meaningless. However, Xuanhuan also isn't weak. Although a clone would theoretically possess 80% of the power of the true body, due to his lack of bloodline power and heavenly bone spears, his clone was far weaker than his true body. That's true. Most experts only use their clones to increase their combat comprehension and cultivation insights. It's just that Xuanhuan underestimated Long Chen. The destruction of his clone should cause a great deal of harm to him. He'll be missing part of his soul and blood. However, with the barbarian mammoth race's ancestral spirit protection, he should be able to recover. This kind of humiliation will definitely infuriate Xuanhuan. There will be a true earth-shaking battle between them in the future. Heavenly geniuses were most afraid of having their Tao hearts shrouded. Xuanhuan had now lost his clone to Long Chen, and that was sure to leave a shadow on his heart. If he didn't defeat Long Chen with his true body, it would very likely become a heart devil. That was why, whether it was because of Long Chen's enmity with the ancient races or because he had killed his clone, Xuanhuan would definitely have a bloody battle against Long Chen. This was already set in stone. What do you guys think? Who's stronger, Long Chen or Xuanhuan? Everyone fell silent thinking about this. The majority of people shook their heads, unable to come to any conclusions. Is the world of heavenly geniuses a place people like us can step into? Don't waste the effort thinking about it. Just happily look up at them, said an Empyrean. He patted the dust off his clothes, summoned a flying boat, and left. Even a powerful Empyrean said such a thing. His voice had been full of bitterness and discouragement, causing the others to also feel sad. Wasn't that precisely the case? They weren't even close to the same level. They were fundamentally different existences. Even an Empyrean was given such a blow, let alone the Celestials. Even their excitement at having witnessed such a battle faded. You can't put it like that. The great era has come and fate is in flux. We might be weak now, but who would dare guarantee that we might not soar like a shooting star tomorrow? So keep your dreams. After all, who said that you have to settle just because you weren't born in the right background or with good talent? Isn't Long Chen the best example of this? Zheng Wenlong. Everyone looked up to see that the speaker was standing at the top of the Huyun sect's building. Zheng Wenlong was smiling faintly. The Huyun sect doesn't let us gamble, but if we could, Zheng Wenlong, would gamble everything on Long Chen's victory. After saying that, Zheng Wenlong vanished from their sight. The battle had ended. Looking at the empty battlefield to the direction that Long Chen and the Nether Passage expert had vanished, everyone else also slowly scattered. Chapter 1745, Descending into the Ancient Races. Translator Born to Be. Hey, you old tortoise, are you planning to have a game of the tortoise and the hare with me? Let me tell you, I definitely won't fall asleep, so just give up. Long Chen was running as fast as possible. Seeing the Nether Passage expert close on his tail, he let out a shout. As for the Nether Passage expert, he still had a mask covering his face, but the corners of his mouth were constantly twitching. He was clearly infuriated. The reason he wore a mask was to cover up the blood mark on his forehead. That would sell out his identity. However, even if he was wearing a mask, Long Chen knew that he was from some tortoise race, so he repeatedly called him an old tortoise, synonymous with calling him a bastard. Hey, you old tortoise, why won't you leave me alone? Hey, I'm talking to you. Is being a tortoise fun? You get to be a bastard and a cuckold for life. Hey, can you speak? As Long Chen ran, his mouth didn't slack off. No matter how Long Chen cursed him, that Nether Passage expert didn't take his bait and respond. However, his trembling mouth told Long Chen that he was going crazy with rage. He probably couldn't speak. Hey, you can't catch me, so you should just give up. Otherwise, if you fail, you'll feel so depressed that you might kill yourself. Why bother? Advised Long Chen. The Nether Passage expert finally coughed up a mouthful of blood from rage. Little brat, just wait for me to catch you. I'll definitely make you beg for death. Hey, why are you so angry? I'm just talking here. Tortoise blood is a good supplement, so don't waste it. Can you pack it up for me so I can use it to make wine? Shouted Long Chen. However, now he found that the Nether Passage expert refused to make a sound again strangely. You don't need to waste the effort. He has already blocked his ears and is only using his spiritual strength to keep a lock on your aura. Whether you shout or use spiritual fluctuations, he won't hear you. That wasn't a bad idea for him. Just now, when he coughed up blood, his life and death energy surged chaotically. It almost caused a backlash. You should know that if a Nether Passage expert's life and death energy becomes unbalanced, it will be very dangerous for them, especially if it's the death energy that erupts. If he didn't do this, he'd really die from anger. Evil Moon's voice contained a strange emotion now. Life and death energy was incredibly powerful, but it was a double-sided blade. If the user didn't control it properly, they would end up killing themselves. If that Nether Passage expert really did die from Long Chen's cursing, he would probably be recorded as history's most useless Nether Passage expert. Long Chen, what exactly are you planning? With your speed, you can easily throw him off. You couldn't be really planning on angering him to death, right? Asked Evil Moon suddenly. If Long Chen used his full power, his lightning domain would instantly grow and allow him to throw off this Nether Passage expert. That wasn't even difficult. We're already so familiar with each other and you still don't know what I'm planning. You're hurting my feelings here. Fine, we've basically arrived. We're going to the territory of the ancient races. Just now did I let you absorb a bit of his essence blood. Help me find this bastard's tortoise hole. HMPH, if I didn't give them a vicious blow, they would never remember not to mess with their master Long, laughed Long Chen. What thus so you're planning on? Damn, you're really evil, but I like it. Hee hee, I feel like I'm being corrupted by you. Why does it feel so delightful to con others? Humans really are interesting, praised Evil Moon. Fuck off, it wasn't as if you were originally some nice and innocent person. When it comes to being evil, we're two sides of the same coin, snorted Long Chen. After all, Evil Moon belonged to the dark evil dragon race. It literally had the word evil in its name, yet it called Long Chen evil. What nonsense, my dark evil dragon race only cared about fighting directly with our actual power. Although we might be cruel before meeting you, I didn't even know what a sinister plot was, said Evil Moon. HMPH, if you didn't even know what a sinister plot was, where did the evil part of your dark evil dragon race's name come from? Demanded Long Chen curiously. I actually don't know. There are over 300 branches of the evil dragons, and it's impossible to trace back our origins. As for the evil dragon race's history, who has time to study that? If I had time to study such a thing, I'd have long since been devoured by other evil dragons, said Evil Moon. Nice, we've arrived. Long Chen suddenly let out an excited shout. An endless range of mountains had appeared in front of them, along with countless ancient buildings. These buildings were built into the mountains, which had many caves. It looked very primitive. This was the world of the ancient races. In all of history, there had been 4 cases of the ancient races expanding their territory. The ancient races split their territory amongst themselves, with each race getting their own land. It was easy to recognize the land of each race because they would have a giant statue at their front gates. That statue was their symbol and signified which race they were. Long Chen, let's have a good fight. We'll slaughter these ancient races. Evil Moon had an intense urge to kill, perhaps because it had been so long since it had had a satisfying slaughter. However, Evil Moon waited a long time without receiving a reply from Long Chen. It asked, "Did you hear me?" Long Chen still didn't reply. He was flying through the air, looking at the tribes living in the mountains. He saw groups of children playing by the waterside and women not far looking over them. Seeing the naive and innocent smiles of those children, Long Chen was conflicted. He hated the ancient races. He wanted to kill all the ancient races' experts. He wanted to destroy those bastards who forgot their own ancestors and history and only knew how to kneel to the Xuanhuan beasts. However, when he saw those children, he was conflicted. He wanted revenge, but did that mean he had to kill these children who had just been born? Long Chen, I know. Why are you wasting your time? Enemies are enemies and should be pulled up by the roots. You are going to kill their fathers and mothers, but if you don't eliminate the roots, then once they grow up, they'll kill your descendants, said Evil Moon, having seen through Long Chen's thoughts. So by destroying the roots, there won't be any more trouble, asked Long Chen. Of course. Then tell me, your dark evil dragon race is cruel and vicious, and I suppose you subscribe to that principle of destroying your enemies by their roots. So tell me, do you have no enemies then? Evil Moon was silent. The dark evil dragon race had many, many enemies. Evil Moon, I don't know how you view me, but as long as someone can fight shoulder to shoulder with me, I can call them my brother, and you are no exception. Although you've lived countless years, even having once fought with a sovereign, there is just one thing I have to tell you. There are no absolute rights or wrongs in this world. Even a sovereign, even a god, cannot be absolutely correct. If a person really feels that what they do is absolutely correct, then they are not far from becoming a devil. I am enemies with the ancient races. Neither of us is wrong. They want to kill me, so I naturally must get vengeance. That is right. As for the ancient races, they don't get along with the human race and want to eliminate threats in preparation for the storm. To the ancient races, this is also right. They are right and I am right. Then who is wrong? What's wrong is this era we live in. We were born in the wrong era. If a sovereign was still present to rule over the races, we would be at peace with the races living in harmony. Our civilization would prosper, but that is not the case. I want to kill them. Right now that's right, but 1,000 years from it might not be. Most importantly, in the face of these innocent children, I just can't attack. Although I know you'll curse me for being stupid, please let me be this stupid, sighed Long Chen as he flew past. Evil Moon was silent for a long while. Fine. I don't quite understand what you're saying, but thank you for viewing me as a brother. Although it didn't quite agree with his principles, Evil Moon was still a bit moved by what he had said. After being with Long Chen for this long, it had already seen through his character. His emotions were simple and direct. When Long Chen flew over the territory of the ancient races, he drew the attention of countless experts. They flew into the air to stop him. Long Chen slowed down. As for the Nether Passage expert behind him, he also slowed down. Things became strange. He also didn't want to fight within the territory of the ancient races. However, even if Long Chen had slowed down, that didn't mean he was so slow that these life-star experts could possibly stop him. He flew past them. Because he was so fast, many of those experts didn't even understand what was happening before his figure vanished from their sight. News has come from that side. The Patriarch is personally chasing that little bastard, so everyone should be prepared. Once the Patriarch captures him, we have to immediately activate the transportation formation disk. The little bastard will be transported here alone, and then we'll send him through 18 consecutive transportation formations all the way to the central Xuan region. After that, we'll immediately erase the spatial mark so that even if Jianing comes, she'll have no proof. Don't be careless. Within the depths of the ancient races, territory within a giant cave, a stern-faced elder was speaking. He didn't have a single hair on his head. Race leader, it has already been over an hour. Why has there still been no news from the Patriarch? Could something unexpected have happened? Asked an elder. What a joke! That little bastard, only at the soul transformation realm. With the patriarch handling him personally, wouldn't he have to obediently be captured? Just patiently wait, shouted the stern elder. They didn't know that their patriarch was so infuriated by Long Chen that to be safe, he had blocked off his senses and was focused entirely on chasing. He hadn't sent them an update, while they were still here, foolishly waiting. Boom! Just as they were foolishly waiting, a powerful explosion came from outside, shocking them. They all rushed out of the cave. Sorry for making you wait so long. I've come myself to your door. Up in the sky, Long Chen was smiling at the dumbfounded elders of the ancient races. Chapter 1746, Giving a Gift. Translator born to be. Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen, all those ancient race experts' expressions changed. Long Chen had descended on their tribe from the sky. Wow, tortoise lairs are very lively. You actually had so many people gathered. I suppose you must have been discussing me, right? Long Chen's gaze quickly swept through everyone here. He saw that not everyone here was from the tortoise race. The majority were from other ancient races. It was too obvious what they were thinking. They were definitely after him. Through Evil Moon's senses, Long Chen had found the place with the strongest bloodline aura of that old tortoise amongst these scattered tribes. That was why he had come here. The ancient races, tribes, were different from the human race's sex. They had no protective formations around them. First of all, they didn't need them because no one dared to touch them. The second reason, however, was rather embarrassing. It was because they had no idea how to set formations up. The entire tribe was thrown into chaos. Countless tortoise race experts surged out, surrounding Long Chen. At the same time, experts from the other tribes also rushed over. Long Chen watched all this with a faint smile on his face. That nether passage expert had been thrown off far into the distance by him. Using his life and death gates to travel was impossible. If he activated such power in this place, the weak women and children of the ancient races would definitely die. So he was still busy flying over. Furthermore, tortoises never specialized in speed. As soon as Long Chen and the nether passage expert had reached the territory of the ancient races, the latter had been thrown off. Long Chen, how dare you barge into my 7-star dragon tortoise race's territory? You'll pay for your sins. As Long Chen was surrounded by experts, a young man with a large tortoise shell on his back walked forward. A son of a tortoise also dares to be so arrogant. Long Chen glanced at that person. He suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of that young man. Watch out! That voice came from the nether passage expert. He had finally managed to catch up. Long Chen was as quick as lightning, but that young man was also a powerful existence, an Empyrean. His tortoise shell instantly appeared in front of him, and 7 runes were flashing on top of it like 7 interconnected stars, emanating a heavy aura. The young man didn't show any panic seeing Long Chen's sudden attack. He had immense confidence in his defense. Boom! Long Chen's punch smashed through the tortoise shell, shattering it. At the same time, the young man was blown to bits. Long Chen's divine ring had appeared behind him, and he was covered in green dragon scales. He had instantly summoned his divine ring and green dragon battle armor, which allowed him to instantly slay this genius of the 7-star dragon tortoise race. Your shell was quite hard, but it's too bad it wasn't fully grown. You're still lacking compared to the old tortoise, said Long Chen indifferently after killing that person. In truth, Long Chen felt some sorrow for that person. He had actually been quite powerful, not that much weaker than Xiang Yunfei's clone. However, he had been too arrogant. He had thought that just his tortoise shell would be enough to block Long Chen's punch. Hence, he hadn't even activated his divine abilities. Of course, Long Chen had been so fast that it was unlikely he would have had time to activate any divine abilities. Even if he didn't activate a divine ability, he could have tried falling back while blocking with his tortoise shell. That way, he might only have been injured and not killed. He was too overconfident in his defense, so he had died. The nearby elders of the 7-star dragon tortoise race roared furiously. That young man had been their top heavenly genius. All their hopes for the future had rested on him. Long Chen, I will definitely kill you. The nether passage expert finally appeared in the sky, but he didn't have the power to save that genius disciple of his. His eyes were completely scarlet as he let out a powerful punch at Long Chen. Patriarch, please get vengeance for Changling. The bald, stern-faced elder let out a mournful plea. However, his mournful plea had just rung out when Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Old tortoise, your identity has been exposed. Is there a need to keep wearing your mask? Long Chen didn't dare to face this berserk nether passage expert directly. That life and death energy wasn't something he could block. Hence, he activated the celestial lightning body blink, vanishing. The nether passage expert's punch missed. He roared and charged after Long Chen. Long Chen laughed. Don't be so angry. Look, you're trying to kill me, but I'm not flying into a rage like you. Didn't I only kill one of your bastard descendants? Why get so angry? Within his lightning domain, Long Chen repeatedly vanished, dodging his attacks. The ancient races were thrown into chaos. The weak fled for their lives, while the strong rushed over, surrounding the tribe. They formed a heaven-encompassing net to trap Long Chen. Patriarch, this place is too small for you to fight freely. Leave it to me. The bald elder suddenly rushed over at Long Chen with thousands of other experts. They were shockingly all half-step nether passage experts. They surrounded Long Chen, and outside of their formation was another layer of life star experts. A veritable sea of experts were layered like this to make sure Long Chen couldn't get away. It was impossible to count their numbers, but this place had gathered all the eastern Xuanhuan region's ancient races' power. That nether passage expert was powerful, but he was actually too powerful. It was like trying to use a hammer to kill a mosquito. He didn't dare to use his full power, so it was better to leave it to a group of weaker combatants who could fight effectively. Don't, this person's combat power is extremely terrifying. Just surround him and don't let him run. Only I can face him. The nether passage expert shook his head. Of everyone here, only he knew just how powerful Long Chen was. He was the only one who could suppress him. If those half-step nether passage experts fought, it would only cause huge casualties. Wow, a nether passage expert is personally welcoming me. How moving. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know how to repay kindness. It's my first time at your grand lair, and while I'm tight on money, I simply must give you this gift. Although this gift is rather meager, I hope you won't laugh at me. It's not the gift but the thought that counts. Everyone, prepare your applause and cheers for this gift. Long Chen began to talk passionately as if he really was giving them a great gift. The experts of the ancient races had a bad feeling following Long Chen's strange words, but before they could do anything, the sky trembled. A terrifying pressure descended, and an angry roar rang out. A giant figure fell onto the ground. It had 12 bone spurs on its back pointed at the heavens. A 12th-rank sword spine armored dragon had shockingly appeared in front of them. What? The experts were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. However, the sword spine armored dragon let out an angry roar. Long Chen suddenly kicked its jaw so hard that its head flipped up. After that, Long Chen suppressed his aura and actually jumped onto one of the bone spurs on the back of the sword spine armored dragon, as if everything that had happened before had nothing to do with him. The sword spine armored dragon had just been summoned out of Long Chen's spiritual space, and its last memories were still strong in its mind. Those were memories of it fighting Long Chen. Now Long Chen had kicked its head and vanished, replaced by an army of ancient race experts. Its intelligence was very low, and it didn't know what these people were doing. It thought they were with Long Chen, and it furiously opened its mouth, shooting out its golden sphere attack again. Watch out! The nether passage expert appeared in front of it, holding a large tortoise shell in his hand to block the attack. Boom! The light sphere exploded. Shreds of it tore through the void and terrifying ripples spread. Full-strength defense, shouted the bald elder. He also took out a tortoise shell and raised it in front of him. The other experts also entered their strongest defensive states. They had no time to run. The light spread in every direction. Even half-step nether passage experts were killed if they didn't specialize in defense. After all, this was a clash of nether passage experts. That power could destroy heaven and earth. The ancient races, experts had surrounded this place so tightly. Hence, the sudden appearance of the sword spine armored dragon and its attack left them with no time to run. Bloody mist filled the air after this one attack. It was unknown how many experts had just died from this attack. The tight defenses in this place were instantly broken, with only broken remnants remaining. Only the experts with great defensive power had survived. How did this end up happening? The nether passage expert was dumbfounded. He had never dreamed that his ancient race would end up like this. This attack had slain millions of life star experts. Not only was his race decimated, but the ancient races of the eastern Xuan region, which were under his command, had suffered a terrible blow. While the nether passage expert was still stunned, the sword spine armored dragon didn't stop. Killing all those experts with one attack had ignited its bloody nature. Its desire to kill erupted. It suddenly spun through the air, and its mountain-sized tail swung at the Nether Passage expert like a heavenly whip. Boom! The Nether Passage expert hastily threw his grief out the door and blocked. He was flung into the distance by the tail. Patriarch, all the ancient race experts let out startled cries. Chapter 1747 The Patriarch coughs up blood. Translator born to be. The Nether Passage expert was flung into the distance by the sword spine armor dragon's tail. He left a long ditch in the ground. After such an immense blow, the mask on his face shattered and his hair flew away. He had been wearing a wig. Now that it flew off, it revealed that he was actually bald. He was an ancient elder whose face was covered in wrinkles. That face was currently filled with rage. However, his defensive power was shocking, as he didn't suffer any injuries from the sword spine armor dragon's tail attack. I'm fine. Where's Long Chen? The Nether Passage expert suddenly noticed that Long Chen, who had been kneeling on the sword spine armor dragon's back, had vanished. Fuck, did we end up letting him run? We have to chase after him. The bald half-step Nether Passage expert shouted and was about to fly out. Get back here. Everyone, you will only be sending yourselves to your deaths if you go. Help me handle this sword spine armor dragon. Its offensive power is that great, but its defensive power is terrifying. I will be the main force and you work with me, ordered the Nether Passage expert. The only one in the ancient races capable of capturing Long Chen was himself. But if he chased after Long Chen, this furious sword spine armor dragon would destroy all the ancient races here. He no longer had the time to bother with Long Chen. The large tortoise shell in the Nether Passage expert's hand grew until it was the size of a mountain. He smashed it at the sword spine armor dragon. Boom! The sword spine armor dragon was struck and sent flying, flipping through the air. Its huge body was badly crushed. Dust and stone shot out in every direction. Taking advantage of this, the other ancient race experts attacked. The light of divine items lit up like stars in the night sky. Thousands of attacks landed on the sword spine armor dragon's body. All their attacks were concentrated on its abdomen, where its defense was weakest. Those attacks tore through its scales, sending blood flying. How is this possible? The ancient race experts were stunned to find that their attacks were unable to cause any serious injuries. The attacks of their divine items could barely pierce its outer defense, barely scratching its skin. The blood splashing looked like they were doing work, but in reality, this wasn't a fatal wound. The sword spine armor dragon was infuriated at being injured. It opened its mouth again, and a giant light sphere shot out. Anyone touched by that light sphere was instantly turned to dust. Even divine items were unable to stop it. In order to concentrate their power, those experts had been standing together. As a result, over half of them died to this one attack. This attack was different from the first one. It was faster and larger. It didn't give them any chance to react. They despaired. This sword spine armor dragon was even more terrifying than they had thought. Everyone retreat. I'll handle it, the Nether Passage expert roared furiously. His manifestation surged behind him, and a large tortoise appeared within it. Its body was covered in black and white runes. Life and death energy erupted. He had no choice but to fight all out. He could no longer care that this was the territory of the ancient races. If he couldn't suppress the sword spine armor dragon, this territory would be completely destroyed by it. He crazily smashed the giant tortoise shell in his hand on the sword spine armor dragon. Heaven-shaking explosive sounds rang out. The land of the ancient races, everything within millions of miles, was constantly shuddering. With the mountains collapsing, the people of the ancient races fled for their lives. When the Nether Passage expert used his full power, he immediately managed to suppress the sword spine armor dragon. The tortoise shell in his hand was an extremely powerful divine item. In the hands of a Nether Passage expert, it was unleashing amazing power. Regretfully, it was a shield and not an offensive weapon. Furthermore, the sword spine armor dragon was famed for its tough hide. Even if he was able to suppress it, he was unable to kill it quickly. Furthermore, as it struggled, its attacks pierced the earth and the sky. The other experts had no chance to attack, while any of its attacks could take their lives. The Nether Passage expert clenched his teeth. His tortoise shell smashed down repeatedly like a wild tempest, flipping the sword spine armor dragon across the ground. The sword spine armor dragon was only a magical beast, and its intelligence was very low. Since it was no Xuanhuan beast, it didn't know how to fight intelligently, instead relying purely on its physical strength. Now its aura was showing signs of flagging. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the Nether Passage expert let out a shout and threw the sword spine armor dragon into the sky. Quick attack is anus. The Nether Passage expert also launched a quick attack, smashing the sword spine armor dragon on its head. He smashed it so hard that blood spurted out of its mouth, and it fell into a temporary dizzy state. Dozens of ancient race experts holding sharp blades charged over to that area that was even larger than a cave. The intense pain of their attacks caused the sword spine armor dragon to curl up. Suddenly, its butt was raised, and a smelly current shot out of it. A few of the experts had just charged in before they were forced out. That immense power tore through their bodies, and they screamed. A 12th rank magical beast was so terrifying that even the force of its fart wasn't something an ordinary expert could endure. Fortunately, several experts had charged far enough into its body that it didn't manage to expel them. The sword spine armor dragon began to furiously roar and struggle. Those experts within its body were crazily slashing its body with sharp blades. No matter how strong the magical beast, it wouldn't be able to handle such a thing. The sword spine armor dragon crazily twisted and turned on the ground. It was now powerless to fight the Nether Passage expert. The Nether Passage expert raised his tortoise shell that began to rapidly spin. He slashed it at the sword spine armor dragon's neck. Blood splashed. However, the sword spine armor dragon was twisting wildly, causing the attack to hit its tough skull instead. The tortoise shell was stuck in its skull and unable to be retrieved. Being struck in its vitals, the sword spine armor dragon suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a light sphere that struck the Nether Passage expert that was still trying to pull out the tortoise shell. The Nether Passage expert was surprised that it could still attack at this time. He summoned an instinctive light barrier around him, but when he was struck by the sphere, he still coughed up blood. Blood and flesh flew from his body. That had been the final bit of energy that the sword spine armor dragon had possessed. It collapsed. It was dead. The Nether Passage expert was covered in blood and infuriated. If he wasn't so skilled in defense, that attack could have taken his life. He pulled the shield out of its head. At this time, it was already dead, and the people that had charged into its body flew out. They were also covered in blood, coming out from the place they had entered. They were all stunned. The sword spine armor dragon's defensive powers were so great that even while it was dead and they were in its abdomen, they were unable to pierce their way out. Not good. Chen is killing our people in the eastern mountain range. Patriarch, please save our people. Just at this moment, a young disciple wearing the robes of the ancient races flew over, sobbing. What, Chen, how dare you? The Nether Passage expert's fury soared, and ignoring everything else, he charged toward the east. The other experts also roared angrily and followed. In the blink of an eye, most of the experts left. Only a small number of people were left to clean up the battlefield. One of the elders looked at the young disciple. That disciple was actually walking over to the sword spine armor dragon, causing the elder to coldly shout, "There's nothing for you here. Go stand to the side." Hee, that's not right. How is there nothing here for me? I was the one who started this, and I'm not going to let things finish on such a weak note. That disciple laughed. When everyone saw his face, startled cries rang out. Chen. That person wearing the robes of a disciple was actually Chen. However, he had had his head lowered and was wearing a hat, making it so that they hadn't noticed. Help! Blood splattered. The remaining experts on the battlefield were just life star experts. They weren't a match for Chen, and he slaughtered them in an instant. Although I know it's rude to take back a gift, I just don't like to waste anything, hee. Chen waved his hand, gathering the sword spine armor dragon's corpse. He then vanished like a wisp of smoke, completely disappearing from the ancient race's territory. Chen. Chen had just been gone for a few breaths' time when a furious roar rang out. The Nether Passage expert returned with a group of experts. They had rushed over to the east to see that all their disciples were safe and sound. That had immediately told them that something was up. When they rushed back, they saw that the battlefield was still in ruins. The only thing missing was the sword spine armor dragon's corpse. The Nether Passage expert directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He began to totter and the world was spinning around him. Things were going dark. Patriarch, the other experts were startled and immediately went to support him. Buzz. Just at this moment, space tore open. A majestic tower appeared, tearing through the void and bringing with it endless divine power and killing intent. When they saw the tower, the ancient races were horrified. They recognized it as the Xuanhuan Dao sect's core divine item, the Xuanhuan Tower. It had actually descended upon the ancient races at such a time. Was it going to completely destroy them? Li Tianxuan and the patriarch walked out from atop the Xuanhuan Tower. Both their expressions were frosty, and they were both surging with killing intent. However, when they saw this chaotic battlefield, the tattered ancient races, and especially the Nether Passage expert who was still covered in blood and looked almost dead, their expressions became odd. "Ah, it's nothing. We were just passing by. You don't need to send us off, goodbye." Li Tianxuan reacted quickly, pulling the patriarch back into the Xuanhuan Tower before the other side could say anything. They instantly vanished from the territory of the ancient races. They left behind the stunned ancient races, as well as a pile of ruins that stretched into the distance.